At one point I said, "Cap," I says, "there's a light above us." I thought it was somebody with a flashlight. And I said, "What is it?" And he said, "Mick, there's a beautiful blue sky above us."
Yeah.
And I said, "Cap, there's a 105-story building above us." He says, "No," he says, "I think we are the top of the World Trade Center right now."
The scientific method, as it came into being during the Enlightenment period, is a method of thought known as empiricism or as the empirical method. Under the terms of empiricism, all conclusions are, must, and can be drawn from observable evidence, and from observable evidence only. Evidence must precede any and every conclusion to be drawn from it. Then, if sound logic governs the relationship between evidence and the conclusions drawn from it, that conclusion will be irrefutable.
Why do we still have a cover-up?
There's a couple of reasons. One is because people want it that way. If they didn't want it that way, it would be different. But why they want it that way, they may not even be aware of. And I found that there's three things that keep people from understanding what happened. Number one is poor problem-solving skills. They tend to guess at the answer and then work backwards and cherry-pick data to support the answer. Number two is groupthink. People feel safer following their peers, so peer pressure can control people's thoughts and public opinion. And the third thing is they can't handle the implications. They wish it weren't true, so they'd rather deceive themselves. It may or may not be conscious. So those three things, keep things from going forward. And if it's too horrible of an outcome, people easily look for something else and also run with the herd. It is a survival instinct. You think of a big field full of deer, one gets spooked and they all go running. Only one of them knows why they're running. You first need to start out with what happened. That's the key. You first have to establish what happened before you can determine how it happened, before you can determine who did it or why they did it. But what did we hear on 9/11? They hate us for our freedoms. Bin Laden did it. And he did it with instructing people to fly airplanes into the buildings. But what happened? That was never discussed. We were told how it happened, who did it, why they did it, but we weren't given the information to determine what actually happened. And if you don't first understand what your problem statement is, what problem are you solving? If you don't know what happened and you immediately start with how it happened, who did it, or what did it, you have to assume the what part of it. You have to assume what happened. So you're solving an imaginary problem, not a real problem, because you have to imagine what it was that happened. Who did it? What's it that got done? And that is a really key feature. And, few people realize that. That's what forensic science is about, is first looking at what happened. You don't need a theory to determine what happened. If the evidence doesn't tell you, then you aren't determining what happened. But 9/11 was an attack on human consciousness. It was a form of trauma-based mind control. And you think of children, you have trauma and they end up with a split personality of a type of schizophrenia to avoid having to deal with that very unpleasantness. What was 9/11? People compartmentalize that. And so they have their regular life, but then the 9/11 stuff, it's a trigger that triggers aggression. And I understand you had a guest on recently, Neil Sanders, who said it very well about,
That's right.
like, let's grab the pitchforks and let's go get them. We got to go get somebody. And I saw that on 9/11. That's what really upset me about the most is when I went into campus, I started out at home figuring stuff out. Then I went into campus, walked up the stairs, and there's these two faculty members saying, we got to go take them out. We got to take them all out. They were already with their pitchfork in hand, ready to go get the witch on their witch hunt. And that was scary. Like, before they even know what happened, they're just, they're given like the scent of a rag for a bloodhound, and go get them, go sick them.
Within 45 seconds of the second hit at the World Trade Center, the Fox News anchor solved 9/11.
There was a pilot who flew. There was another one. We just saw another one. We just saw another one apparently go. Another plane just flew into the second tower. This has to be deliberate, folks.
Well, that would begin to say that, yeah.
We just saw on live television as a second plane flew into the second tower of the World Trade Center. Now, given what has been going on around the world, some of the key suspects come to mind: Osama bin Laden.
And then we just heard OBL.
Osama bin Laden.
What's a bin Laden?
Osama bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden.
The government has never even tried to prove it's a OBL story. It's a fiction.
He is always poised to strike again. Immensely wealthy man and a very private man. He has been granted a safe haven by Afghanistan's ruling Taliban movement. And during his time in hiding, he has called for a holy war against the United States and specifically for the killing of Americans and Jews.
But that's the issue that I'm seeing a lot lately. We are leaving our thinking to someone else. In this case, to the media and the government. It wasn't even hours after that event happened, and already the media was using the name Osama bin Laden. And of course, they had a blood in their mouths, if you will, and they wanted the government to do the thinking for us. Oh, if they're saying Osama bin Laden, let's go get him, without using critical thinking. And I was mentioning to you offline that I recently reconnected with a good friend of my childhood who happens to be a law graduate from Georgetown, has a doctorate degree in law. She stopped practicing law to become a teacher because that was her passion. And she was telling me that the goal of the Department of Education in the United States is essentially to make high school graduates think like seventh graders. In other words, to take critical thinking, to limit verbal and written and writing skills. Do you think this is part of the problem?
Very, very much. And I see more of a need for education now than ever. Not our public fool system, as I've heard people call it, but true education. It doesn't necessarily come in a mass production line type of situation. Matter of fact, it's best if it doesn't. I was reading a Swedish article with a Google translator recently, and I thought it was a beautiful statement. They're writing up about my work, and they said, there is no need for another conspiracy than the one that destroyed the educational system.
That's very powerful.
Very, very. And look what happened. Imagine this. The buildings turned to dust. They didn't burn up. They didn't slam to the ground. They turned to dust in midair. We know that because of lots of key features: lack of significant seismic signal, lack of a seismic signal that traveled through the earth. There wasn't one. And lack of damage to the bathtub. And we saw there was very little rubble left over. And we saw the steel turning to dust as it fell, trailing dust. So here was these huge buildings that turned to dust in midair right in front of our faces on TV. Why did so few people see it? That's the question we should all be asking.
I heard this very, very loud noise above me. It was just a tremendous roar, and it was above, and it sounded like it was coming towards you, and then the wind, a very, very fierce wind, and my head started lifting me up off the ground, and so that's when I crouched down. The next thing I just crouched down. I got to the corner of the staircase by the railing, and I just got as small as I could possibly get. Because I'm not a big guy to begin with, so fortunately I'm not. So I got and I literally, well, I guess the best way to describe it, I tried to crawl into my fire helmet. That's what I wanted to do, just to protect myself. And I wasn't sure what was going on. I thought the building might be coming down, and I figured, okay, this could be it, and I was a little angry. I said, so like, damn it, like, why me? Why, I'm beautiful. I'm going to die in the World Trade Center on a beautiful summer morning. It's like a little denial and disbelief sets in, and so then I started getting hit with stuff. It was just debris was hitting me, and it went dark, and then the next thing was just total silence, nothing, no wind. No noise, no light, nothing. And then I started hearing noises. I started hearing like moaning, and guys were starting to communicate, yell out. These were the guys that I was trapped with. They're calling out, who's there, you guys all right, blah, 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 and this kind of thing. And I realized I was other people. I wasn't alone, because when you're alone in a situation like that, it's like existential isolation. It's like, and then when you find out you're with other people, it makes you feel a lot better. Even though you're in a very bad situation, at least there's other people. But then the strangest thing happened. This beam of sunlight came right in on us, like about 8 inches long, but it was clearly sunlight. It was all dirty and full of debris, and it looked like pepper was floating around in it, sort of. But it was sunlight, and I'm like amazed now. It's a 110-story building above us, and I'm looking up at the sun. I got to a point where I was looking down the pile and I saw firefighters coming up. And I knew they were fresh troops. They had just arrived. They weren't covered in the dust, because we were totally encased in dust. In fact, I had a bloody nose, and I was totally encased in this dust with a bloody nose. So I must have been some sight. But I saw the guys coming up, and as I got down, it turned out to be guys from my firehouse. So I saw my captain, and I think my captain said, "Mickey, you're alive." They thought I was dead. So it turned out to be my captain, John McKeon. And then he said, "So I have your name on the list." They had me listed as missing, presumed dead. So I said, "No, no, I'm here to take my name off that list." I went into the deli, and I asked the guy for a pack of cigarettes. He was starting for a cigarette. So he gives me cigarettes, and then he says to me, $6.50. Now, when he said that to me, I could not relate to money. It was like I didn't know what he was talking about. I was thinking $6 just because in the Trade Center, I just wanted a cigarette. And but it wasn't like I didn't want to pay him. I just couldn't understand what he was talking about. What does he mean? And then I remembered sometimes I kept money in my pocket, and I just so happened to have $7 on me. I had an old soggy, dirty 5 and 2 ones, and I gave it to him. And I took the cigarette, and then he gave me 50 cents back, and he says, "No, keep the change. I don't want the change." And I went inside and I had a cigarette, and I'm looking at this chaos and madness, and the whole world turned upside down, and I'm thinking, what do I do now? 110-story building above us, and I'm looking up at the sun.
And a split second later, I opened up my eyes, and I was just sitting there, totally numb, looking up at blue sky. Then it got dark from the smoke and everything, and I started to cough. I started to feel pain in my leg, and I said, I couldn't even believe at that point that I was alive, and I survived that, and there was nothing above me.
In 2005, a number of reports were issued by NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which were the result of a study mandated by Congress to, quote, determine why and how WTC-1 and WTC-2 collapsed, unquote. In April 2007, Dr. Wood, with the help of Connecticut Attorney Jerry Leapart, lodged a key TAM complaint against some of the contractors employed by NIST. This complaint followed an earlier request for correction, an RFC, with regard to the same NIST WTC report, establishing her as the first to address the fact that this report did not even contain an analysis of the collapse of the WTC. Dr. Wood's original RFC defined how NC*1 is, quote, fraudulent and deceptive because it does not address the profound level of destruction of the WTC towers that seem to violate the law of physics. NIST denied Dr. Wood's RFC, admitting they did not analyze the collapse. That is, the spokesperson for NIST admitted that they did not fulfill the mandate by Congress. The title of the report is NIST NC*1 Final Report on the Collapse of the World Trade Center Towers. Yet they did not analyze the so-called collapse, or even determine if it actually did collapse. Dr. Wood's subsequent appeal to NIST was also denied, though the key TAM case against some of the contractors that NIST employed went forward. In the original RFC, Dr. Wood stated that, quote, NIST cannot make a statement that the World Trade Center towers came down in free fall, on one hand, and then say that doing so is a form of collapse. Wood also stated that the, quote, use of the descriptive word collapse is incorrect, and points out that according to NIST's own data, their explanation of how the towers were dustified does not satisfy the laws of physics. Dr. Wood uses the word dustify because she has identified a new phenomenon where the building was turned to dust. It was not vaporized by high heat, nor was it smashed by kinetic energy. She concludes from the study that a new type of directed energy weapon was used to destroy most of the WTC buildings. This weapon appears to utilize field effects in its operations, and so is fundamentally different to known types of directed energy weapons such as lasers and masers. Contrary to what Dr. Wood's critics say, her KETAM submissions do not discuss the use of ray beams from space, but they focus on a number of pieces of evidence which indicate the presence of field effects in and around the WTC complex on 9/11. Dr. Wood also points out that the Applied Research Associates, or ARA, one of the defendants in the KETAM action, were one of the contractors for the NC STAR reports, and that they are a significant developer and manufacturer of directed energy weapons and or components of same. This, therefore, would be one example of where there was a conflict of interest in producing a truthful report. Dr. Wood's KETAM documents include a study of additional evidence to illustrate NIST's contractors' exhibition of, quote, willful blindness when they produced their part of the NC STAR reports. For example, the contractor's own explanations did not address the fact that much of the steel in the towers turned to dust before it reached the ground. Dr. Wood's submissions include a study of some of the effects seen in the aftermath of the WTC destruction, such as anomalous dust effects, anomalous rusting, and anomalous effects seen on some of the surviving WTC steel girders, pictures of which were included in the original NIST documents. The girders are bent and deformed in unusual ways, and because the towers turned to dust, the effects on the girders cannot be explained as being caused by gravity-driven collapse. In Dr. Wood's submission, certain effects on metals and on objects near the WTC are also considered, such as inverted or flipped cars, and cars which are toasted-looking but show damage inconsistent with a hot fire. Dr. Wood's later research has also documented the presence of Hurricane Aaron, which was closest to NYC at about 8 a.m. on 9/11. It's difficult to accept how deep and wide the cover-up of 9/11 actually is. The very magnitude of this cover-up is enough to make many people scoff, roll their eyes, or utter a sentence including a phrase such as conspiracy theorist. Typically, they may then dismiss, deny, or simply ignore any evidence presented which proves that the official story of 9/11 cannot be true. Some people, while acknowledging that the official story cannot be true, then assume that not enough information is available to say anything else with a sufficient degree of certainty. However, we must remember that U.S. government bodies and private contractors took public money to fund research which was supposed to explain what happened on 9/11. As informed citizens, I think we should try to be sure that what they are telling us in their official and very lengthy reports is true. NIST, or the National Institute of Standards and Technology, was tasked with analyzing the cause of the destruction of WTC Towers 1, 2, and 7. When studied objectively, their report for WTC 1 and 2 fails to answer how the pancake collapse theory explains the evidence observed on that day, such as the complete pulverization of most of the towers, including hundreds of steel girders, in about 10 seconds each. Readily available photos also illustrate the glaring lack of any pancakes in the WTC rubble pile. Elements of the final NIST WTC reports have been the subject of a legal challenge by Professors Morgan Reynolds, Emeritus, Texas A&M University, and Professor of Mechanical Engineering Judy Wood, formerly of Clemson University, South Carolina. Their challenge was first made as a request for correction and then in 2 qui tam cases. These cases, unsealed in 2007, outlined how, as it is framed, the NIST study of the WTC collapse was fraudulent and deceptive. Indeed, the very title of the main report, The Collapse of the World Trade Center Towers, is itself misleading because the towers did not collapse. They turned to dust. How is it that the world's media chose to completely ignore press releases concerning the initiation of legal cases against NIST's contractors by 2 American professors? The first layer of the 9/11 cover-up is the official and physically impossible al-Qaeda-centered fantasy, accompanied by the significantly fraudulent NIST reports. The second layer of the cover-up includes supposedly more scientific analysis by some researchers, scientists, which suggest that bombs and/or thermite, or some variant thereof, were placed in the WTC. A number of higher-profile 9/11 skeptic figures claim there is good evidence for the use of thermite and/or bombs, but those same researchers have failed to compile any of this evidence into a legal case against NIST or anyone else.
And you know, when I think about these things, how people and their groupthink manipulates them, it's more or less what happened on 9/11. If you don't believe the official story, and I think that a lot of people are not believing the official story, then you have multiple doors. And those who perpetrated it knew this. As you and I have talked about, Lenin said it best. The best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. Let's create a few other alternative stories. So if they don't believe the official story, give them thermite. If they don't believe thermite, give them nukes. If not, demolitions. And it goes on and on and on. And because
they're given an answer, right?
Exactly.
They're given an answer, and people like answers to questions. As soon as they have an answer, they quit looking for for what happened. They feel like it's been solved for them. So if you don't like the lie behind door number one, a lone gunman, Lee Harvey Oswald, shot the president. Well, we'll give you a lie behind door number two. If you don't like the lie behind door number two, we'll give you a lie behind door number three. Anything to keep people occupied in those doors so they don't turn around and see the wide open field of evidence behind them. And the same for 9/11. If you come out of the lie number one door, 19 bad guys with box cutters, they steer you into door number two, thermite. And then if that one doesn't work, well, you come out, well, they have lie behind door number three waiting for you. They keep you in those doors. That's the false choice. As long as you have to, let's see, it's either thermite or the official story. Thermite or the official story. That's a false choice. It's like, have you stopped beating your spouse yet? Any answer to that question is incorrect.
That's right.
It's a false choice, and it's a gotcha game. But if you're not aware that's what they're doing, you get sucked in, and it must be thermite. Because it's not the official story.
I couldn't even believe at that point that I was alive, and I survived that, and there was nothing above me.
What I didn't appreciate is that when I spoke with some of the first responders, I said, well, did you notice something missing, like a building? And they said, well, we didn't know where we were. All the landmarks are gone and everything was the same color. But we're going to go down here on the ground, right in front of Tower 1. There's an ambulance parked right outside the front door. And we're going to look from the street level. There it is. The north wall and the south wall of Tower 1. At ground level, there's an ambulance. The ambulance doesn't even look clobbered. Where are all the steel columns? This picture, I believe, is from the day of 9/11. You have some steel outer columns stabbed in the ground over there, but this is just the aluminum cladding, the decorative outside of the steel columns. The very next day, this was on the news.
Stephanopoulos is down in Lower Manhattan today. George, I don't know if you heard a little earlier me raise this question, which was actually raised by ABC's Jackie Judd as we look at these areas down below and the video of where the towers used to stand and where is all the rubble gone. And have you been able to, is there any way you can answer that question?
I'm sorry, Peter, I didn't get the question.
Okay, I apologize. Jackie Judd and several other people keep asking us, when you look at where the towers used to stand, there is surprisingly so little rubble. Where did all the rubble go?
It's a very good question, Peter, and I have asked some people who've been doing some of the rescue and recovery work this morning. If you look behind me, you can see the very remains, the skeletal remains of the World Trade Center. And one volunteer, Robert Gerlinski, explained to me the reason there's so little rubble is that all of it simply fell down into the ground and was pulverized, evaporated.
Evaporated? I don't think he meant to look as silly as he did. You have to feel sorry for the guy. He's doing the best he can. It's his job to explain to the world what's going on there, and that's the best he can do. The building's gone. And people tend to keep asking questions until they're given an answer. They don't stop and think if it makes sense. And that was the best answer he was given. What this does tell us is that there was a lack of debris. I saw this live that day, you know, one day after 9/11, and thought, oh, cool, somebody else is asking that question that I've been wondering about. But that was the last day I heard that question asked. Where's all the material?
Is there one artifact that stands out for any particular reason for you?
I think the lack of artifacts stands out to me quite a bit. I think the fact that I haven't seen a door, I haven't seen a phone, I haven't seen a computer, I haven't seen a doorknob. I think that stands out. But for the things that we have seen, every now and then we'll come across a stuffed animal that might have been on somebody's desk. Pictures that were on people's desks that we're trying to restore.
seconds, the fiery concoction eats through the bonnet, spraying molten thermite into the engine beneath.
Good evening, everybody. It's great to be here in Toronto and at the Toronto hearings, where we've assembled to look at the evidence, package it, and make sure it gets used by the media, by governments, and by individuals all around the world. I represent 1,550 architects and engineers now, calling for a new investigation of the destruction of these towers. Why? Because the evidence shows, and as I believe you'll see today, that all three skyscrapers were destroyed by explosive controlled demolition. How do we know that? Because we are using the scientific method to figure out what happened that day. We have visual evidence that there's extreme explosive forces at play in the Twin Towers, hurling without regard to public safety. Or the care of the surrounding buildings, many of which were quite destroyed. And the question is, why did they do it that way? My speculation, and it's just that, is that they didn't have access to the perimeter columns as much, perhaps. So they had to have enough explosive force to take out not only the core columns, but the floors and everything else in the building. They had to have enough explosive force to take out not only the core columns, but the floors and everything else in the building. And by default, that pressure sent these free-flying objects in such speed and distance.
Everybody coming, which way is out? I go with you, brother. I think this is out. Go against the fence. Walk the fence. Gotcha. Hey! Come here. It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God I'm 69, but I can still run. There's got to be firemen trapped back there, though.
People were shown this image and told, collapse, collapse. You see this image? Collapse, terror, collapse, terror, collapse. And that's what they see when they look at it. But this is really frothing up. It shoots up and over it. It's like a drinking fountain of dust.
This is steel turning into dust. There's all this thick, opaque dust that blocks out all of the sunlight trailing these beams. So let's say you're going to impersonate the beam. You jump off, you cover yourself with dust and jump off the top of the building. The person on the ground looking up, are they going to see that dust trailing behind you? No. Okay, you get a couple of bags of flour, jump off and heave the flour out as you're falling. You still don't have enough. How many armloads of flour are you going to have to eject off of you to make that much dust? That has to be the material itself frothing up into dust to create that much dust. So something that turns solid steel into dust exists, some technology. Now going back to the previous slide, if you hadn't considered that and you'd start out with nukes, thermite, fire, all sorts of, you wouldn't have included that option because you don't know of that technology. But the data will show you that it exists. Watch this column here. Watch it faint. Just faints into dust. Now this peels like a banana. And you see immediately you have clear air around it. my detractors often say, well, the thing fell over and it had dust settle on it, and the dust fell off, and it's so fine it hangs in the air. Well, how could dust settle on it instantly? It hangs and then you see it frothing up into dust. But this sequence here is really creepy. It starts off very crisp outline, and then pretty soon it's hazy. If this thing fell over, and the folks who say that the dust was so fine it hung in the air, how did it settle to begin with? Or you have another problem, the dust, coarse dust settled on it and became fine dust. Whatever way you look at it, there's a problem. Even if you have this is 700 feet tall. If you have a 700-foot deep hole in the ground and drop that thing down, it wouldn't do this. If it fell over, it'd take out a few city blocks worth of buildings. You'd see it on the ground. It's not there. It turns to dust in front of you. Here's something else. See, there's some columns there, and then they go missing as it comes. This is closer to the ground. And you will also see over here where dust is shooting out of the ends of those beams, or the columns, and it's starting to look like tissue paper. There was very little of that material that reached the ground.
this huge, incredible force of wind and debris actually came up the stairs.
That feeling of just riding the air.
Very, very fierce wind, and my helmet, it started lifting me up off the ground.
Do you feel like me wearing that blue shirt, entering a stadium full of people wearing a green, red, and white shirt? Do you feel like that, isolated because there are so many other planted stories? Do you feel like the outsider?
Somewhat. I realize this is what the game is. We have, the hall monitor who guards door number 1 and sends them into door number 2 if they come out, the lie behind door number 2 and so forth. And they're always keeping them occupied. So any door is good as long as it isn't the evidence. So all of them are united in trashing me because I only present evidence. I don't present any theories, but they call it a theory so they can discount it to keep people from looking at it, because the objective is to keep people in this false choice dilemma. And I've got an example I give. As an analogy, if you get 1 plus 3 plus 9 plus 6 plus 4 plus 7 plus 2 plus 3 plus 9 plus 5 plus 8 equals 57. Is 57 a theory? I'm asking you.
No, it's fact.
Is it an opinion?
No.
Is it a view?
Well, first of all, I couldn't add all those numbers in my head, so I'm trusting that 57 is the right number. But if I were to get a calculator and the answer was 57, then it's fact.
Good answer. Is it a view?
No.
Is it a thesis?
No.
Speculation?
No.
Or is it a conclusion based on the sum of the information given?
The latter.
Okay. Now, could you arrive at the same number, 57, if you omitted all but the last 2 numbers, 5 plus 8?
No.
Bingo. So how can someone come up with what happened if they eliminate almost all of the evidence?
Basically, my name is Abraham Davis Rodriguez. I'm a medical student here in Peoria at the University of Illinois College of Medicine. I studied at the University of Illinois, got a bachelor's degree in biology. Basically, I supported this organization and I'm a big fan of it. But I found out there was all this evidence that you weren't talking about. There's evidence such as the New York City seismographic data, the University of Alaska magnetometer data, the New York Police Department forensic study that found only 1 file cabinet of the thousands. The rest of them were missing, and the one remaining file cabinet showed severe metal distortion, almost like it had been warped in some way. The undamaged bathtub beneath World Trade Center, the trains that were down there, the PATH trains, all this information that's easily verifiable. And I was wondering why you weren't talking about it, and I was really concerned, and I only mentioned a couple of things. There are hundreds and hundreds of things, and so I wanted to message you and see if you had heard of them. And because the scientist that found all this information is also a scientist like you, her name is Dr. Judy Wood. She's a PhD scientist, got her degree in materials science engineering from Virginia Polytechnic Institute. I thought you would really want to know about this. So
yeah, this is really important.
So
let me address the issue.
I didn't ask my question, though.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, basically, I found out that you took legal action, too,
What's
with
the
all this
question?
information. And so I sent you the question in an email if you had heard about any of this evidence and why you weren't talking
I
about
heard
it.
about it.
But you banned me from your petition. You never responded to my email. I
Oh, what's your
silently,
name again?
Abraham Davis Rodriguez.
Oh, hi, Abraham.
I was
Great.
silently
What's the
banned.
question now, and I'll answer it.
Okay, well, basically, because I was silently banned from your petition for that one email, never heard back from you. My question is kind of it's 4 in 1. So, Mr. Gage, why don't you mention any of the large sum of very important empirical evidence from 9/11 on your
one at a
website
time.
or in the presentations?
Let's take it one at a time. Let's start with that one, okay?
Sure.
I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm trying to give them the information I think they need, which is a clear, honest response to your questions. There's a whole lot of evidence and very weird things that happen at the World Trade Center. Okay, there are about 10,000 file cabinets that are missing. There's about 20,000 floor trusses and 220 acres of metal decking that's missing. The question is, where did it go? Some people believe that there's a fine, incredibly fine distribution of explosives that would be responsible for the turning into small metal filings, which we find in the World Trade Center dust. Small metal filings, which could account for the file cabinets, the 220 acres of metal decking. And so that's one possibility. Others have posited other possibilities, such as what Abraham was talking about with advanced weapons.
I didn't say anything of the sort.
Well, it's a possibility that Judy Woods is advanced, so I'm just mentioning. Is that okay? Sure. In just a minute.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's because it's important to respond to. Now, we don't know much about weapons that we don't know much about, right?
This huge, incredible force of wind and debris actually came up the stairs.
That feeling of just riding the air.
Very, very fierce wind, and my health, it started lifting me up off the ground.
And just picked me up and tossed me about a block. At one second I was running, and the next second I was airborne.
Stay away from any other high-rise building. Okay. That's the target. Look out. I hope I live. I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. I just buried him sick. I'm sorry I came down. I just had to help you, but I should have known a second moment ago. Oh God. It is black as night and I'm outside in broad daylight. I just came and got down behind a car. You know, I can see a tiny bit. This is incredible. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help. I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay. There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help. Yeah, Mike! Move!
That looks more like lasagna noodle. How do you load a beam like that to get it to curl? It's not a mechanical load.
And we don't know much about weapons that we don't know much about, right? They're not, we don't have the understanding of what else might be available, given that it's not public information. So what we do at Architects and Engineers for Nine Truth is present in the limited time that we have the most solid scientific forensic data that we can give you, that you can take to the American people, your friends, neighbors, colleagues, architects, engineers, government officials, and media representatives, and that they won't think you are a kook. Okay, this is solid evidence that we present. Now, I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain. I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain. What good does that do me or you? I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain. What good does that do me or you? What's your next question?
My next question is, why didn't you take all this smoking gun evidence, such as the thermite that's supposedly peer-reviewed, why did you never file that in a court of law? Yet Dr. Judy Wood took all the evidence, just a brief sum that I mentioned.
I'm an architect.
And she filed that in a court of law,
okay.
And it went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court in October of 2009. So
Okay.
why have you never filed this evidence in a court of law to pursue NIST
Well,
and the people that engaged with NIST in the conflict of interest relationship to use our tax dollars for those phony 9/11 investigations?
This is an important discussion. I'm just trying to kind of carry it along so others have an opportunity, and I don't want to cut you short. I'm not an attorney. I'm not an attorney. We're architects and engineers. We have produced the evidence. It's available for you to file it, to do whatever you want with it, make it happen. I'm working 80 hours a week, harder than I've ever worked in my life. I'm managing a large organization of 40 volunteers with almost no funding. And I don't have time to sleep, much less file lawsuits. I don't even know how to do that.
And one thing I just noticed here on their website, it says they're a 501c3 nonprofit organization.
That means they
Does that
can't
mean-
lobby Congress for a new investigation.
That's what my next question was. Does that mean, I know they're religious groups.
Yes.
Religious groups cannot criticize the government from the pulpit if they're a 501c3. Is that correct, Deanna?
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay, good. I guess that answered some questions there.
Yes.
No attorneys have come forward yet and said, here, I want to take your stuff to court. And I would say, please do it, for goodness sakes. Next question.
Okay, last part. I just want to know, do you ban all your members that just message you sharing evidence, asking? I honestly want to know.
Be quiet.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Sit down.
Let him talk. I'll answer your question.
Results of quote-unquote scientific test carried out on AE 911 quote-unquote truth. June 21st, 2011. It was recently brought to my attention that a second AE 911 truth petition signer, Scott Krajka, had remarks relating to the research of Dr. Judy Wood into the destruction of the WTC deleted from the biography section of his profile. When he saw that this had happened, he asked for his profile to be deleted. Therefore, it seems to be clear that they are attempting to censor the study of available evidence. I have included Mr. Krajka's correspondence below, and the response he was sent by AE 911, and I thank him for allowing us to post this. It now seems to be the case that the behavior of the AE 911 group has been tested, and the results are repeatable. A previous test by Abraham Hafiz Rodriguez, who also mentioned the research of Dr. Judy Wood to Richard Gage, resulted in his name being deleted from the petition, initially without his knowledge. At an event in Peoria, Illinois, Abe Rodriguez asked Richard Gage why he was deleted from the petition. Gage's responses were rather vague and even contradictory. Similar results were obtained by We Are Change, Oshkosh. It should be pointed out that Dr. Judy Wood is the only person to initiate court action based on the scientific evidence pertaining to the destruction of the WTC. She is also the only person to complete and publish a comprehensive and independent forensic investigation into the destruction of the WTC. It seems that the conclusions of this forensic investigation are so important that whole organizations who claim to be oriented around truthful, open investigations have been tasked with covering up, muddling up, and attempting to discredit this research.
So now Abraham was banned because he put on his profile information which we find confuses and distracts people from the evidence that we believe is most solid.
perhaps any of this information was on their websites, and it was not. None of these very important facts were on the Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth site or on Alex Jones's website. It's baffled as to why these people who claim to be searching for the truth, why they were not sharing all of these truthful, factual, very important pieces of evidence. And it just didn't seem right to me. So I actually ended up messaging Richard Gage, sent him an email, asking him if he knew about these facts on Dr. Judy Wood's website, and if he did know about them, I'd like to know how he feels about them and why they're not on his website, given the fact that they are very important and need to be considered in any investigation of 9/11. And they should not be omitted and just completely not present on his website. And rather than getting a reply back from him, I didn't get any answer to my question, and I actually got banned from their website. I went back a couple weeks later to see if maybe there was an update, or maybe if I got a message through their website, since I'd never heard back through the email. And when I went back to check, it turns out that my account and profile had been completely deleted, even though there was no controversial information or any reason for my profile to have been deleted. All they had done was send him a private email.
And there was no response, no message to you?
No, not at that time. So I was very concerned by that. It felt very unprofessional and very suspicious, especially considering that I was a donor and supporter of them for over a year, or approximately 1 year. So I naturally started telling people that. I was going to other truth forums, and I would ask other people if they had these experiences with 9/11 truth, and I would tell them about what happened to me and tell them what information I had sent them that led to that action. And I was really turning people on to Dr. Judy Wood's website and the facts that are presented there. And that is when I got contacted by them. I ended up getting contacted by not Richard Gage, but by this volunteer coordinator named Mark Graham. And he basically tried to soften my concerns and say that he was sorry, that they did that, but they felt like there was a potential that because I had come across all this information, there was a potential that I could put that into my Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth profile, or I could use that information to contact other people's profiles and send it to them, and they didn't want that to be happening because they, quote, don't agree with her. Or what he said was, it's not within the scope of our mission. And regardless of whatever that means, when someone's just sharing facts, it's amazing that they would delete someone's account completely to prevent them from sharing facts before they ever even had shared those facts, regardless of how they feel about those facts. Number one, it's not in line with the truth. Number two, very professional and very disrespectful to just delete someone's profile that is a donor and supporter of you, just in case they might post something you don't like in their profile before they've ever posted anything like that in their profile. So it just felt really suspicious. We took lots of screenshots of that and documented it, and he ultimately ended up offering to refund my donations, if I would stop telling people what happened, if I would be quiet. And I didn't accept that offer from them because I felt it was more important to tell people what happened and tell people the truth than to just get my little $80 back or whatever it was. I really didn't care about that.
So now Abraham was banned because he put on his profile information which we find confuses and distracts people from the evidence that we believe is most solid. We don't want every theory.
I don't have a theory, but to cover up facts, you call it a theory and say it's unsupported.
There's a whole lot of evidence and very weird things that happen at the World Trade Center. We don't want every theory out there on our website. There's a whole lot of evidence, theory, evidence. I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain. We have produced the evidence. I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain. We have produced the evidence. I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain.
When thermite cuts out the steel and you have all this steel falling, it's going to make a big rumble when it hits the ground. So how come the seismographic data that you don't present...
Why would it rumble if it's liquid?
It doesn't melt all the steel. Remember you said you cut it out, cutter charges, right? So as the steel's falling, it hits the ground, it makes a big vibration.
And hit the other buildings on the other sides of the street.
This is mainly for you, sir. How come the seismographic data from New York City...
I don't understand the seismographic data. I haven't studied it.
We have produced the evidence.
I don't understand the seismographic data. I haven't studied it.
We have produced the evidence.
I don't understand the seismographic data. I haven't studied it.
I'm working 80 hours a week.
I don't understand the seismographic data. I haven't studied it.
We have produced the evidence.
I don't know. It's very confusing. I'm an architect, not a seismologist.
Sure.
Wait a minute. He's a architect in San Francisco and doesn't have any understanding of seismographs. What's wrong with this picture?
I want a good answer for why you silently banned me just for sharing evidence. This was before I even knew if she was right, which it seems she is.
Because Judy Wood's material is easily discredited in the eyes of a mindless public who can't even believe their own eyes.
What's far out about evidence?
Exactly right, and that's what I have defended in the past.
Let's not talk about the evidence because it'll what's the word to use? Discredit us. Let's talk about a different lie.
That's right. Let's talk about a different lie. Exactly.
We don't want every theory out there on our website in people's profiles. So we do censor the profiles. So that's what's going on.
Completely banned. And I just wanted to say, if anyone really wants an investigation, please read this book. It is the most important book I've ever read in my entire life. And just take it for yourself and please just read it.
Thanks, Abraham.
And Where Did the Towers Go by Dr. Judy Wood, please. Like, we're all on the same team.
Appreciate that very much. Next question? Right here. There are other people promoting other theories that have, in my mind, a whole lot less science behind them. They include people like Judy Woods, who has a theory.
You know, I don't have a theory, but to cover up facts, you call it a theory and say it's unsupported.
They include people like Judy Woods, who has a theory that the directed energy weapons have brought down the Twin Towers, citing dustification of steel, which there's no evidence for in my mind, and other phenomena. Part of the effort to support this theory is to deny all of the extreme temperature evidence that you've seen up here, including the molten metal, the molten metal microspheres, the molten metal pools that the first responders see, the beams that were melted and documented by structural engineers.
That's another thing. I put my money where my mouth is. I contacted NIST, submitted a request for corrections. That was my act of whistleblowing, which qualified me to file a whistleblower case. And if somebody strongly believes that Thermite was involved, then why, when they submitted their request for correction to NIST, they omitted any mention of Thermite evidence or any mention of hot molten metal?
Amazing. True, and see, when like I said, I had Richard on the show a couple of times, and I have always kind of looked at your work, and I've looked at his work, and I've looked at other people's, I guess you could say, speculation or opinions, hunches, like we were talking about. And of course, you know, Richard primarily talks about things like Thermite. I've always kind of thought of that.
That's a theory that doesn't work. It's not evidence, it's a theory.
But in the back of my mind, I see it as if, you know, when this first occurred, and of course you get the two sides of the aisle, the people that believe the official narrative and then people that want to believe something else. And I feel like perhaps the Thermite was there to scoop those people up and to keep them from going deeper into the multi-layered conspiracy. That's what I've always thought. So
the second net. And once you figure that out, you can see it with everything out there.
Absolutely.
So I can't work toward a hypothesis that has very little, if any, evidence supporting it.
I don't understand the seismographic data. I haven't studied it.
When in fact it denies all of the evidence that we have. So we do censor the profiles. That is very, very well supported. I'm not going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain. Scientific makes no sense to me. So I appreciate the question.
Does it deny the evidence?
Very clearly. Look at the book, in fact. It denies all of
it is evidence. The biggest researcher in this field, and I didn't saw her book even on the slides.
I've read the whole section on nanothermite, on molten metal, and it is denied.
there were firefighters waiting in knee-deep water right after the event. On 9/11, there was a water main that was broken, and they're wading through it. Yet folks say that it was real hot, molten metal. Did they use their waders to go through the molten metal? It doesn't make sense. They don't stop to think. And if it was molten metal, where's the resolidified big nuggets of re-solidified metal? I'm not saying there was no liquid metal, but it was not hot because, you'd had steam explosions. You have to look at the evidence. I think we all can remember the paper that was blown all over the place. Why wasn't the paper on fire if it was so hot? And the biggest thing is the 14 survivors in Stairway B, they walked out of there on their own steam. I mean, their own way of getting out of there. They didn't complain about having been cooked to death, come back from the dead having been cooked. No, they were alive.
Now, presumably, the reason, I encourage you to read it too, the reason, presumably, is that directed energy weapons operate at lower temperatures. And so she says that the dust was cool. In fact, there are many witnesses that talk about how warm that dust was.
I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind the car. I just dared and stood. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help. I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay.
In fact, there are many witnesses that talk about how warm that dust was.
And it's some first responder testimony that is always kind of interesting that I find. This is from Chief Fire Marshal Richard McCahey. He said, this is right after one of the towers turned to dust. He said, somebody, which actually helped me, I don't know who it was, after somebody said, I can't breathe, somebody, I don't know from which direction it came from, screamed out, don't panic. Or they screamed, relax. Relax. It's not smoke. It's just dust. Just relax. At that point, that's when I started to realize my mouth was filling up with like a sandball. All of a sudden, I realized when whoever said that, now I'm starting to pay attention to my surroundings. I realized there was no heat, and you could breathe.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, stuff was going in your mouth, but it was like a cool air coming in when you could breathe it. So I said, maybe he was right. You couldn't see, it was gritty.
So there's a number of things like that. Other theories.
I don't have a theory, but to cover up facts, you call it a theory and say it's unsupported.
So there's a number of things like that. Other theories include mini-nukes, for which some people cite elevated background levels of radiation, but physicists, nuclear physicists that I've spoken with, account for those lower level background level radiation, and they do not account for any use of a nuclear weapon as we know it. So they say, well, these are advanced fourth generation nuclear weapons that we don't know anything about. Well, how can we argue with that? So we're going to take to the American people the very solid evidence that is self-supporting, and we're going to ignore the hypothesis
I think honestly, the first step is to just understand the facts, because without the facts, you yourself won't actually know what happened. And I know it's hard. It takes time to read and to watch videos and to look at pictures and graphs and to learn about them. But honestly, if you really care, then that's the first step you got to take, is to know what happened for yourself so that you can help other people to know. Because there's a lot of clout, there's a lot of disinformation, there's a lot of distracting and confusing information. So if you can try and cut through all that and actually just look at the facts and go to the sources, don't just look at Dr. Wood's website, even though it is extremely well referenced and very, very credible. Take it even further. Go to the sources that are provided and actually go to the USGS.gov website and the Columbia University Seismographic Institute, Seismology Institute's website, and actually look at that seismographic data raw from their website. And that's really what helped it sink in for me. And it is so overwhelmingly conclusive, this body of evidence, that it is not a theory and it's not a hypothesis. And it's very troubling to see so many people still referring to it as such, because it's an incorrect statement. And I just wanted to share something really quick to kind of close from my end to help articulate why that is, because a lot of people don't have the scientific understanding to know when something is not a theory anymore or not a hypothesis anymore, for example. So just wanted to share that theory, speculation, and belief are not necessary to understand that directed energy was used on 9/11. Rather, only detailed study of the empirical evidence from 9/11 is necessary. Situations like this are rare in science, I'll admit, when there's so much empirical evidence that one can actually bypass the process of theorizing and speculating to instead draw an irrefutable conclusion from that evidence. And this is actually a major difference between Dr. Wood and other researchers, is that she did not lead with a theory and try to fit evidence to her theory or find evidence to support it. She simply gathered as much of the evidence from 9/11 as she could, everything from weather to the dust samples to witness testimonies, everything, and then put it all together and said, okay, what is this? What can we conclude from this? And so what you'll find is that it is irrefutable and conclusive that there is nothing else that even comes close to explaining all this evidence, not any type of destructive force at all, whether it's kinetic energy like wrecking balls or gravity, or thermal energy like an explosive or thermite or nuclear warheads even. None of those things even come close to explaining this evidence, but directed energy weapons explain it with overwhelming conclusiveness. And there's a quick little analogy that I wrote that was inspired by Eric Larson, Dr. Eric Larson, to write, that helps to explain what that means to people. So just put yourself in this theoretical example for a second. So please consider this example. It helps to illustrate the difference between a conclusive body of evidence versus a theory or hypothesis. So pretend that I had my attorney provide you with the following verified and certified factual evidence. I own a common household pet. It's a mammal. It has 4 legs. It has sharp teeth. It eats meat. It has lots of hair. It barks very loudly. It drools when I place food in front of him. He wags its tail when he gets excited. He eats from under the table. He often chases cats. He barks at the moon. He can be trained to do many tricks, including sit, stay, and roll over. He can play fetch. He has a strong sense of smell. He's often used by law enforcement to fight crime. He's often used for hunting, to retrieve and flush out game before the game is shot. He's closely related to wolves. He's a domesticated animal derived from wolves, and he's also known as man's best friend. So based on that factual information that I just provided you with, you can irrefutably conclude, without theorizing or speculating, that I own some type of dog, because there's no other possible explanation that even comes close to accounting for all of those verifiable facts I just gave you to describe my pet. You don't need to theorize, you don't need to speculate, you don't need to guess. You simply have to review all of those facts that I gave you and know them in detail to know beyond any reasonable doubt that I own some type of dog. Now, you can only conclude that I own a general category of animal known as a dog. You can't say it's a brown dog or it's a Labrador, because you didn't have enough facts to go that far. That would be theory or speculation. But you can at least irrefutably conclude without theory or speculation that I own a general category of animal known as a dog. And that analogy is exactly related to 9/11 because the evidence is that overwhelmingly conclusive. If you just take the time to understand it, you can know that some type of general category of weapon known as a directed energy weapon was used to turn those buildings mostly to fine dust in midair before they ever hit the ground. And it's very hard for me to say that to colleagues and stuff because they don't understand the evidence. So, but I have no problem saying that anymore because I understand the evidence that well that it's irrefutable. And so that's why when you ask me what can people do, I encourage them to first try and understand the evidence as much as you can before you try and go raising awareness about it, because a lot of people are not going to wake up to a simple YouTube video or a quick little news article. They're going to want the facts. And so try and understand the facts first.
A quick summary is that the buildings didn't burn up, nor did they slam to the ground, but they turned into dust in midair. How do I know that? Because if they had collapsed to the ground, you'd have a pile of debris that would correspond to 210-story buildings. That didn't happen. Lower Manhattan would have been flooded due to a broken bathtub, the dike that holds out the Hudson River. Few people realize that the towers were built in the Hudson River. And the bedrock is 70 feet below the water table. So there's this dike, they call the bathtub or slurry wall, that holds out the Hudson River. If you crash down two 500,000-ton buildings onto the bathtub, it would have ruptured and flooded the subway tunnels, the PATH train tunnels. That didn't happen. As a matter of fact, when they took down the remains of Building 6, they used a cable to pull it down because they were afraid to use explosives. And this was a 6-story building. It was just this little clump left. And the other way I know that it wasn't that buildings turned to dust, just the simple way, is that if the buildings had collapsed to the ground, they'd make a thud, and the seismic signal that was recorded did not correspond to the size of the buildings. The seismic signal corresponded to a 16-story building or a 20-story building, not 110-story buildings.
There's so few people that are actually, interested in this now. Most people accept the official account or some version very close to that and all that's followed on, and it's absolutely horrendous.
Or the official diversion.
The official diversion. And I think, Dr. Wood and I were talking probably for about an hour or so this morning, about our feelings about essentially, why are Dr. Wood and I doing what we're doing? Well, it's because there's a cover-up. It's because people don't know what we know. And we're not talking about theories and stuff like that. We're talking about what we know and can prove. And I was having a conversation with somebody on Facebook last night about this, and they just said, "Oh, there's so many theories out there, and I've watched a load of them, and I don't know what to believe." And this is one of these kind of mind control games, which is played on people, that you put things in this framework of belief and not of knowledge. You say, well, I believe this, I believe that, and let's have a debate about what each of us believes, and all of this. And I think we've probably talked a little bit about this on the program before, but it's a huge problem. I think it's far bigger than people realise. And
by far.
And then going back to Dr. Wood's book, it's very dangerous to the powers that be for several reasons. One is because it unravels 9/11 in terms of what happened to the World Trade Center complex completely and conclusively. When you've read the book, you know that the only explanation is directed energy weapon of some kind, and you know the characteristics that weapon system has. But what's in Dr. Wood's book, when you've been through it and you've seen how it's constructed and how the data is put together, it actually changes the way that you think, and that's even more dangerous to the powers that be, because once you adapt and change your mode of thinking, then it's like building up an armory. You become resistant to psychological operations, or you become more resistant to it. If you truly study what's in that book and you truly kind of take it into your understanding, and your way of thinking, then you can begin to see that you're surrounded by psychological operations. It's just everywhere you look. But then what we were discussing earlier today is the cover-up itself, and the way that is still going, and it is being carefully maintained by groups like...
absolutely, sure.
Yeah, absolutely, by groups like Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth.
The leaders of those groups.
And the leaders of those groups, and they're involved in a criminal cover-up, and under different circumstances, they could be taken to court and they could be held accountable for attempting to pervert the course of justice, because whether these people are being paid off or whether they're doing it because that whoever it is that's running the show has got a hold over them in some way,
their offspring.
Yeah, whatever it is, they've got photographs of these people in uncompromising positions or whatever it is. They are involved in a criminal cover-up, and one of the prime movers is the AA911 group. Sorry, Julia.
Sorry, if you want to insert some, but it isn't. 9/11 wasn't that bad of an event. It's the cover-up that's enabled everything that's happened since. If there wasn't a cover-up, the case would be solved the next day. It's the cover-up that's allowed everything since to happen. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and, absolutely. And what we were also talking about, obviously, that 9/11 was a massive trauma-based mind control event.
Oh, absolutely. It went on for such a long time, for several days. It was just...
As I said, it was an attack on human consciousness.
Yeah, and it was, and it is. And there's a lot that, you could write a great deal about that in and of itself. But I think what then happens is when you start to investigate this and you discover that people like Jim Fetzer, Richard Gage, Stephen E. Jones, David Chandler, David Ray Griffin, all these people, they, to a greater or lesser extent, have lied about the research. If they haven't lied about their own research, then they've lied about Dr. Wood's research. And you can also prove that as conclusively as you can prove what happened on 9/11.
The people you just mentioned have a copy of my book.
Right,
yes,
right.
Indeed.
When you discover that you've got basically what I call the liars for 9/11 truth, is what I've come to call them collectively, when you discover they are actually liars, and you can prove that, then you can become traumatized again, because you can't really come to terms with this reality.
The enormity of it.
That you've got the horrible crime in the first place, the deception of the official story, and then these supposedly nice, cuddly people coming along and saying, oh, yeah, we know the official story is not true, but we know that it was bombs or thermite or mini-nukes, or this Dmitry Karlazov with his, nice sort of authoritatively sounding kind of suave Russian accent, that you get roped into. And then everyone that disagrees with the official story just repeats that endlessly on Facebook and in blogs and everywhere. You can easily become extremely disillusioned with, and this again, and we certainly have spoken about this quite a lot, how we think, well, why can't people see through all of this? And another of the things we were discussing earlier today, and we said this before, is that if we look at Dr. Wood's research and the Where Did the Towers Go book and the videos that have been done by us and other people, if you get somebody who's, basically come from the official story and they've got a little bit of suspicion, and then they look at Dr. Wood's videos or the book, they generally, not exclusively in our experience, they get it straight away. However, the people that have been through the truther treadmill, or along the truther treadmill, they've got an extra layer of resistance, because they've got to then reject what they thought were good guys. Like Jones and Gage and all these other guys, they thought were good. And I went through that.
They've been trained not to look at my work.
Right. So they've got to basically chuck all that out again and say, oh, no, I've got to go through this whole process again. And that in of itself, some people are just not up to that, in my experience. They just can't do it. They're just, they're just not going to get through it. And for other people, it's extremely traumatic, and they just forget it all, and they can just go and do their garden or whatever, that is their way of dealing with it.
There's another thing I've seen too, is this with the creation of the internet, people who believe that you don't need to have a background in anything, you just need an opinion and an internet connection, and Google is your friend.
How true.
How true. Whatever you find on the internet, you're an expert. Now you know the answers.
Sure.
That is also a big problem, and as we've seen and as we know, the internet is very much an information battleground in all kinds of ways. But the people that did 9/11, they've got vast, perhaps even infinite resources, and they're perfectly capable of orchestrating coordinated disinformation groups to flood the internet with meaningless drivel to drown out you've got this signal-to-noise ratio, which they can ramp up, to a very high level of noise, so that the signal barely gets through. And we've witnessed this go. Well, I've certainly witnessed this going in phases, where we seem to have periods of relatively good signal strength getting through, and people, seem to be getting the understanding of the information, and then we get a lot of noise coming through, and we're getting, I just read this blog and it said it was mini-nukes, and I think it was that, because Jim Fetzer said it was, and
it seems that whoever sets the agenda, whoever frames the debate and gets information out first, are the people that will have the benefit of being first, because then they can get a lot of people believing in what they're saying, because they have actually framed the debate, what they want people to believe.
And another part of the story that I forgot to share earlier, that I'd like to really emphasize, is involvement of Wikipedia in the censorship of this evidence, and what is going on, and why they are not only are they not sharing the evidence, but they're actually actively preventing it from being shared on Wikipedia, despite the fact that it is a public forum and a public place for discussion. So I signed up for an account on Wikipedia so that I could edit it, because it's available to be edited by the public. And I created a page devoted to Dr. Judy Wood. I created a page that talked about her academic credentials, talked about all of her peer-reviewed publications. She has many, many peer-reviewed scientific publications in major engineering journals. And her efforts as an academic professor, as a scientist, as a researcher, they are just unbelievably powerful in and of themselves, aside from all of this 9/11 effort that she has also put forth. So I thought that she is well deserving of a Wikipedia page. There's many people who have done much less for the world and achieved much less with their lives that have Wikipedia pages, and I thought, of course, she deserves one. And so I created a page, put a lot of her information on there, and in one small section of the page, I mentioned her efforts in the 9/11 truth community. I mentioned that she has assembled facts. I mentioned that she has taken these facts and actually sued the private corporations that were involved in the phony 9/11 investigations and the science fraud that occurred during those investigations. She actually sued them based on scientific merit, based on the Data Quality Act, trying to hold them accountable for the science fraud that they have put forth that continues to affect the world till this day. And I put some documents from her court case on there, and it was just amazing because within a few hours of creating that Wikipedia page, someone had already deleted it. Some moderator with higher powers had already deleted the page. And I tried to recreate it, I tried to appeal it, and that moderator would not allow that to be done, no matter what reasons I gave. And so my next step was to try and insert her name and website into the Wikipedia page called 9/11 Truth Movement. Because Wikipedia is not against discussing 9/11 truth. They even have a page called the 9/11 Truth Movement page on Wikipedia. So I thought, well, if I can't have her own page, then of course I can stick it in there. You know, stick a link to her website, stick her name, and mention her court case there. And after reviewing that page, I felt even stronger about that possibility and that decision, because there are many, many less qualified people who have contributed much less towards the actual discovery of the truth and alerting the public to the truth than Dr. Judy Wood has. For example, David Ray Griffin, who is, I believe his PhD is in theology, you know, the study of religion. He is mentioned on that page several times. He has got lots of information there discussing him and books he's written, and he's not even a scientist. And so I thought, well, of course, like, she definitely belongs on this page. I'm going to stick her in there, and hopefully this will bring more attention to the facts that she has discovered and assembled for us. And unfortunately, someone was even moderating that page very, very closely, because within a matter of minutes of inserting one or two sentences about her into one of the paragraphs and inserting a link to her website at the bottom of the page where the supplementary links are all posted. There's a whole bunch of links at the bottom of the page, so I put her website on that list of links. Within a few minutes, someone had detected that and had deleted out those sentences I had added and deleted out the link to her website that I had added.
It seems like her.
Very alarming.
It seems like her name might be flagged on Wikipedia.
Yeah, I would agree. Those are my suspicions that someone or a group of people were actively censoring and watching for any information about her, and they were just suspicions. You know, I didn't have any proof of it. I had this suspicious behavior, but the actual proof came during the appeal. So because it's a days, within something just like 12 hours, my appeal discussion was closed and locked down so that no one else could comment on it or edit it. And so that was a violation of Wikipedia's own policy in the way that this was addressed. And that is when two very, very important things happened, both of which I've documented with screenshots, and we've created an internet article so that people can actually see what happened to me when this occurred. One is that my account was banned. So they completely banned my account because I was pointing out that they had broken the rules of the website to try and censor the information that I had put on there about Dr. Judy Wood. And then number two, that's when I got a message from one of the moderators that were involved in helping shut down the conversation and helping to censor the information that I was putting onto that page. And his user account was named Hoopabloob. Again, you can see these screenshots. I can refer you to the actual websites where they're hosted. But ultimately, it's what he said that is the second and most important thing of what happened with the Wikipedia exchange. He literally said to me, he said, I would give up on this topic. I would give it a rest. It's a waste of your time, because even if you came up with good reasons, better reasons that she should be mentioned on this page, they wouldn't let you anyway because she is on a block list. Her name is blocked. And so he admitted to me that there is a block list that Wikipedia has, and her name is on it. And so moderators are instructed to reflexively just block any mentioning of her or the material that comes with her name as part of their part of the way the moderator system works there.
Wow, they have
And
a
so-
special flagging specifically for Dr. Judy Wood. That's amazing. Wikipedia censors Dr. Judy Wood.
Yeah, and it's amazing. And on the other side of things, they do not censor any of the other 9/11 Truth individuals. There's full-fledged discussion about Richard Gage and Thermite and Alex Jones and Dmitry Kalazov, but no mentioning of Dr. Judy Wood. So it's okay to talk about everything else, thermite, bombs, explosives, nukes, jet fuel, whatever, but don't you dare talk about Dr. Judy Wood, otherwise they're going to freaking block that and they're going to ban you. So it's just amazing. And it's all documented in screenshots and actual snapshots of what actually happened, so you can read the exchange for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it or anything.
Okay, next we have an email from Roger G, and this is another question I get quite a lot. This one reads, have you read Dr. Judy Wood's book, Where Did the Towers Go? What caused steel, steel-reinforced concrete, office furniture, filing cabinets, computers, toilets, basins, and people to turn to dust? Why were so many cars so strangely toasted? All right, thank you for that, Roger, and to all the others who have written in on this subject. Of course, I am familiar with Dr. Judy Wood and her work. I am not a proponent of it or an adherent to it. I am familiar with Dr. Judy Wood and her work. I am not a proponent of it or an adherent to it. I think she's made basic flaws in physics, for example, with her billiard ball analysis, which provided examples of flagrant violations of conservation of energy and momentum, which wouldn't get you past a high school physics course, let alone anything approaching a resemblance of reality in scientific analysis. I think that if anyone who watches, for example, Dr. Greg Jenkins' interview with Dr. Judy Wood sees that she certainly did not come out the better of the two in that interview and can't even really seem to provide a coherent view of what she's talking about or the physical principles thereof.
And I wish to extend my thanks to Dr. Judy Wood for taking time out of her schedule for this interview. And on behalf of our ragtag band called DC 9/11 Truth, I welcome you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Dr. Greg Jenkins set up an ambush interview in a side room at the National Press Club, Washington, D.C. Why did Greg Jenkins plan this interview without telling anyone who knows Dr. Wood? Why did he bring at least 2 professional video cameras, recording equipment, special lighting, and a camera crew to the National Press Club that evening, and not attend Jim Fetzer's presentation? Jenkins and or his group tried to talk Dr. Wood out of going to the restroom, saying the interview would only take 2 to 3 minutes. But Dr. Wood felt she couldn't wait. She saw the cameras for the first time after she came back from the restroom. Dr. Wood insisted on switching seats with Greg Jenkins because there were other people in the room who were watching the interview, and Dr. Wood did not wish to be forced to sit with her back to them. The people helping Jenkins felt they needed to change the lighting and camera positions. As you can see in the video, Jenkins is well lit and Dr. Wood is half in shadow for most, if not all, of the interview. Dr. Wood had no idea she was going to be interviewed, much less filmed. But she did agree to sit down for 1 or 2 questions on the condition that no permission would be granted until she had authorized the final product. Jenkins did not obtain a notarized signature, and no preview was ever offered by him or anyone connected to him before he posted the video on Google, though he had agreed to do so, sharing an email and a phone number. But both the number and the email address turned out to be fraudulent.
All right, I guess the first question is you have come up with some ideas regarding space-based weapons and the demolition of the World Trade Center towers. And I was wondering if you could give like an overview of the proposed types of weapons that could be used for such a thing.
We haven't really got into listing them yet, just energy weapons.
In what form?
I don't think we even need to define it. What we did was assemble all the pictures, evidence that we trusted, and just going through the evidence, just looking at it, because at that point what sort of motivated this paper was, wait, we've been told this story, that story, that story. Let's wipe the slate clean and start over. Let's see what evidence we do believe instead of relying on this rumor mill. You know, we're told about molten metal, but nobody's ever seen a picture of these rivers of molten metal. Let's see if we can find any pictures of it. Let's see what we can see. And so I started just looking through pictures and pictures and pictures. What were they telling me? What's the evidence? Okay. And what categories of information? And you start putting these categories of information together, and it starts building in one direction and eliminating various other possibilities.
Okay, okay. Well, I mean, no matter what the beam that is used in the situation, I've come up with an energy scale for the problem. If you use, like, say, a photon beam, a laser beam of some kind, you run into some problems, and namely the amount of energy required to evaporate the steel in the towers is...
Wait, you're specifying evaporation.
Sure.
What about dustification?
I guess they're all reading from the same script.
Right. They have a list of talking points and sound bites that they spiel off as they've memorized that they're to insert. Another thing that you didn't catch, that he almost tripped you up on, you didn't repeat it, but you didn't reject it either, but it's something that subconsciously goes into the listener's head. You were talking about the towers turning to dust in midair. He would repeat what you said with the word replaced, with dust replaced with vaporize.
Vaporize. Oh, okay.
And Stephen Jones does that, and Greg Jenkins has done that.
And lastly, we have the hypothesis championed by Dr. Judy Wood, a violent opponent of the nanothermite evidence, who instead insists that the towers were vaporized to dust. And that's
the one thing I am most pleased with myself about in that setup deal that Greg Jenkins did, that each time he replaced turn to dust with vaporize, I called him on it. As tired as I was, that was I'm proud of myself for that. He kept trying to slither it in there.
Will involve, I guess the term you use is dustification of metal, or I guess another way you could get rid of it.
We're trying to invent a new word.
Yeah, might as well, right?
Poof, yeah.
Or the vaporization of the metal in the towers, one or the other.
Mm-hmm. The reason, and I even state in my book why that is not. Alien Scientist tries to present that as a more scientific-y, word, but it's incorrect. It's incorrect to use a word with specific meaning and apply it to something that it does not, where it's not applicable.
Right.
The buildings were not vaporized. Vaporization implies heat. You know how you make a vapor over, steam?
Right. That's right.
High heat to vaporize metals or whatever. The building was turned to dust by a not high heat process. So vaporization is inappropriate for a term. So why this big effort to insert vaporization?
I mean, I can't believe people kept recommending her to me. Yeah. It's a joke. Her book is a joke. It's mostly padding. She thinks, She thinks that there was this beam weapon pointed at the Twin Towers that somehow vaporized the steel.
This is a slick thing because most people don't realize that difference. So if they start repeating my work saying, oh, she says it was vaporized, the person is innocent motives. They just don't realize the difference between turning to dust and vaporization. That right there, whatever they say after that, it can be refuted because vaporization is inappropriate.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. That's
it's
right.
Very slick maneuver, and I'm glad you didn't repeat it, but you didn't catch what was going on with that one. That was
very subtle.
A really slick one that he was just slithering through there.
I remember from 3-4 years back that his picture was different. You can see he's changed all the contrast. And he said in his presentation, this was thermite. So what's he doing? Saying, yeah, this is thermite. I'm a physicist. I know what I'm talking about. Don't look at the building turning to dust, which is what's actually happening.
Also, because of the evidence of lack of high heat, you can eliminate the explanation of some kind of thermal energy weapon as the mechanism of destruction. So that right there eliminates laser beams from space.
Dr. Wood says maybe there's a beam of laser or microwave from space or something that came down and...
So that right there eliminates laser beams from space.
One of Dr. Wood's hypotheses is a space-based weapon powered by free energy, another undocumented and unproven phenomenon. Given the time windows separating each of the destruction events at the World Trade Center, these couldn't have come from a single satellite-based weapon in regular orbit.
Okay.
So she claims that free energy gizmo powered the laser beam from space.
Yeah.
And which is totally incorrect. I'll say right now what the title of my book means. It shows evidence of what happened on 9/11. That evidence shows a technology was used that we haven't seen before, but that technology doesn't have to be used to destroy buildings. That same technology can be used for good and can be used to provide free energy to the world. So what technology was demonstrated on 9/11, the evidence from that is also evidence that free energy technology exists.
I just learned there were 1,400 cars toasted that day all over the streets of Manhattan.
No, that's right. The cars that didn't have anything fall on them were completely fried but expanding. Just like a secret helicopter reportedly crashed. We know they're 30 years advanced what they really have, but there's another area that if you look at it, British physicists and others, and it turns out the government did measure this, you can confirm it, radioactive isotopes used in small nukes were picked up in levels off the charts in and around the towers.
No, I don't buy that. I don't buy that.
Now,
nukes were not used.
Well, the radiation was picked up. Now,
no, I don't buy it because when those towers went down, there was less impact than when they brought down the Superdome in Seattle. And there should have been way more. Those towers literally disintegrated. They went into dust. And nukes don't do that. Not at that level. Radiation would have been extremely high.
Well, I'll tell you, Tower 1 and 2 are very suspicious. But when you look at 7, that's a conventional controlled demolition.
No, it isn't. No, it was not either. Because you got to read the book, Where Did the Towers Go, by Dr. Judy Wood, BS, MS, and PhD.
No, I know who she is. I know who she is.
I just finished her book. It's very remarkable.
Mm-hmm. Well, I agree with you that Tower 1 and 2 exploded into pyrotechnic dust, and things were being ejected long distances. But 7, you can see the boom, 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 and the symmetrical collapse into its own footprint.
The NIST team found no evidence that explosives were involved in the collapse.
And our analysis showed that even the smallest explosive charge that was capable of bringing down the critical column in the building, had it occurred, we would have seen sound levels of 120 to 130 decibels about a half a mile away. That would have been an incredibly loud sound, and that sound was not picked up by any of the videos or witnesses that we have talked to.
But 7, you can see the boom, 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 and
the second came back 20 minutes later, looking like a Three Stooges movie covered with plastic. I swear to God. What do you got good shit, man? That's the good shit. Then we went back there. Whoa, 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 whoa!
The current White House communications czar Cass Sunstein co-wrote a paper in 2008 for the Harvard Law School in which he advocated the government employ covert agents to infiltrate groups with views that the government opposes and disseminate government propaganda amongst them.
But 7, you can see the boom, 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 and
And that, for example, Hutchinson effect has been debunked over and over and over. So I absolutely do not think that there's any valid reason for believing that Dr. Judy Wood is right on any of the things that she's talking about. For example, Hutchinson effect has been debunked over and over and over.
Here we have a collection of samples from 1979 to 1989 of metal pieces done by the Hutchinson effect apparatus. And we're going to start with the very first sample, which gained a lot of history around the world and also in a lot of national laboratories, which is this very large, heavy steel bar. As you can see here, the crumbling material here is off the end of this bar here. And actually it's a transmuted material that is unknown in the metallurgical handbooks. And this particular sample has been to Germany, in the United States National Laboratories, also in Japan and other locations, and extremely rare material that appears to be a major transmutation. Now, getting into another sample here, we find a heavy piece of what they call extruded brass that exploded with inside itself, ripping it into this pattern here, ripping it apart. Very heavy, dense material. This is another time frame of about 1987, 88.
For example, Hutchinson effect has been debunked over and over and over.
Get it. Oh, goodness, what the hell? Just pull it out of the test area over there and put some paper on in the hallway here. This used to be the oh my mercy, 7 long, just under 2 inch by 2 inch solid block of iron. And this is a small sample that just sort of did some strange stuff, but not as impressive as this thing.
For example, Hutchinson effect has been debunked over and over and over, so I absolutely do not think that there's any valid reason for believing that Dr. Judy Wood is right on any of the things that she's talking about.
they try to equate the evidence as though it's an opinion, and if it's an opinion, then if they discredit the opinion giver or whatever, then that's the way they cover up the evidence.
And also, I should mention the toasted cars, for example, have been repeatedly shown to have, for example, the toasted cars on FDR Drive, which people have gone to absurd lengths to try to explain away. All of this is by way of background of saying that there's absolutely nothing convincing that I've seen in her arguments.
Remember with the World Trade Center, it was after the towers had gone poof because the dust was up, blocking out the sunlight. And the various first responders would say, well, thank goodness the car in front of me just went in a spontaneous combustion because now I could see where I was. There's quite a few of them that talk about that. There's one gal, an EMT, whose coat caught on fire, or apparent fire. She was a human flashlight. And she didn't suffer from burns. Nothing hit her. Here's where the towers were, FDR Drive. That's West Broadway. I sometimes refer to it as the swamp because it kind of looked like a swamp. With all the wet paper, fire hoses on the paper and dust and junk. Only the cars there were toasted. That's the toasted car park, FDR Drive. Now some folks believe that the cars were towed there. Well, not all of them were towed there. I don't know if any were, but I know some were not. There's a first responder down here who witnessed the spontaneous combustion of these cars, and like George Stephanopoulos' friend, was trying to explain it away and thought maybe a fireball got loose from one of the towers and rolled down the street and caught the cars on fire. That was the best he could come up with.
Now I'd like to read something. This is from EMT Patricia Androvic. And this is what she says. Okay. There's hundreds of cops all running up there, and I ended up running through this park, and I couldn't even see where I was running anymore. I kept running north. Question: through North Park? Yes, I guess that's North Park. It's a big green grassy area, and there's nothing there. As I was running up there, 2 or 3 more cars exploded on me. They weren't near any buildings at that point. They were just parked on the street. The traffic guys hadn't gotten a chance to tow anything yet, because this was all during the first hour, I guess, of this thing happening. So there were still cars parked on the street, and that were completely independent of that. 3 cars blew up on me. Stuff was being thrown. I went home all bruised that day. Thank God it was only bruises. I just ran into this park along with a bunch of other people, and stuff was blowing up. I don't think I looked back, but you couldn't see anything. Everything was just black. I was running, and I was falling over people, because people were crawling on the ground because they couldn't see anymore. I just kept on running north. I could smell water, so I just kept on running towards the water, because I knew that my coat was on fire. And I figured, well, if I can see a boat over the water, I'm just going to jump onto the boat and take that thing to Jersey, because no one wants to blow up Jersey. Stuff is just blowing up behind me as I'm running. I can hear stuff exploding. I could hear rumbling. The street under me was moving like I was in an earthquake. I've been in those, so I know what they feel like. It felt like an earthquake. So what do you make of that, Dr. Judy, that
She's describing what she was experiencing. One of the biggest things that jumps out at me with that is that I went home with bruises, all bruised that day. Thank God it was only bruises. She had stuff blowing up on her, and she only had some bruises.
Yeah, that is interesting.
She also had her hair catch on fire, but nothing hit her.
Nothing hit her, and her coat caught on fire too, right?
Yeah. She said instead of calling it a turnout coat, she called it a burnout coat.
Right.
It's on fire, and because the dust going up and blocking out the sunlight, you couldn't see where you're going. But she said, "Well, now she's a human flashlight because her coat was on fire."
Now, wasn't that like you said? The coat was meant to repel fire, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But it caught on fire. What would cause that?
Well, it appeared to be fire. We're not going to call it fire.
Right. It appeared to be fire.
What appeared to be fire. Weird fire is what I've used because just something to mark it as not assuming it's fire. But it's something weird was going on. She also had her shoelaces appeared to go into spontaneous combustion. But she didn't get clobbered with any, she went home all bruised that day. Thank God it was only bruises.
Yeah, thank God it was only bruises. Everything is, So
she doesn't describe being hit by anything.
No, not at all. And she also said it was independent of where the towers were, too, she said, didn't she?
So it was going north.
Yeah, so it's not like the towers fell on top of this and the gasoline was exploding inside the gas tank.
But she wasn't burned.
Right, but they were lighting up.
Yeah, her hair appeared to catch on fire. But, she didn't talk about having been burned. There's also another Patrick Connolly, first responder who, when the towers was coming apart, he tried to get into Building 7. He decided that wasn't a safe place and came back out, couldn't see where he was going. And then thank goodness the cars started lighting up because then he could see where he was going.
That's the other one I was thinking of. Yep, everything just spontaneously. He literally said that they spontaneously lit up and he could see. He said that.
And that actually is a more precise term, lit up. He wasn't saying caught fire. They lit up. This weird fire issue. Also, what was interesting is over here on the Manhattan Bridge, there were some first responders, some EMTs driving towards the World Trade Center. They said you could feel the heat from the bridge. It was so hot from the towers. But paper over here was not burned. How could you feel heat from there? I'll bet she felt something and interpreted as heat. Some kind of energy field. Because that's quite a distance away.
And can't even really seem to provide a coherent view of what she's talking about or the physical principles thereof. And also, I should mention that toasted cars, for example, have been repeatedly shown to have, for example, the toasted cars on FDR Drive, which people have gone to absurd lengths to try to explain away. All of this is by way of background of saying that there's absolutely nothing convincing that I've seen in her arguments. However, having said that, I'm also very skeptical about the, for example, the thermitic materials paper that was produced by Dr. Niels Harrit et al. I think there are some scientific questions that have been raised in the last year or two about that paper that I have not seen properly addressed. So I'm going to be keeping my eye out on that. But as I've said over and over and over again on my podcast, I am perfectly happy to let all of the people who want to continue their internecine squabbles over the demolitions of the buildings and to concentrate on that 100% as if 9/11 truth equals the buildings.
You first need to start out with what happened. That's the key. You first have to establish what happened before you can determine how it happened, before you can determine who did it or why they did it. If you don't know what happened and you immediately start with how it happened, who did it, or what did it, you have to assume the what part of it. You have to assume what happened. So you're solving an imaginary problem, not a real problem.
For people who want to do that are absolutely, I'm happy to let them do that. And I will continue to concentrate on all of the other aspects of 9/11, which no one else ever talks about anymore for some reason. No one talks about air defenses, no one talks about the money trail, no one talks about the so-called alleged hijackers, where they came from, their connections, etc., etc. No one talks about all of the background information that makes 9/11 9/11. They only talk about the buildings. I don't talk about the buildings as much anymore because, for one, I'm not a physicist, I don't claim to be one. I'm not a scientific, I'm not an engineer. I'm not an architect, so I'll leave that to other people to squabble over. I will talk about the issues that I'm more interested in, and Dr. Judy Wood is not one of them. Let's move on. Finally, we have a... Have you or a loved one ever found yourself saying something like this?
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th.
Or this?
Yeah, come on. Listen, there has never been a conspiracy in this country.
Or this.
And conspiracy theories are bullshit.
Then you might be suffering from cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance? What's that? The theory of cognitive dissonance was first posited by American social psychologist Leon Festinger in 1957 to explain the discomfort and mental stress that we feel when our beliefs, ideals, or values don't match up to reality. Festinger's theory states that when people are in a state of dissonance, that is, when their beliefs or values don't match up with their behavior or experiences, they will adjust those beliefs or values, or even adjust their perception of reality, in order to achieve consonance. Furthermore, Festinger showed that people will actively avoid situations or information that might challenge those beliefs and values in order to avoid dissonance. I don't talk about the buildings as much anymore because, for one, I'm not a physicist, I don't claim to be one. I think she's made basic flaws in physics. Cognitive dissonance? What's that? The Corbett Report recently talked to Barry Cooper about his involvement in the Bohemian Club of San Francisco. Dr. Barry Cooper, I understand that you're a member of the Bohemian Club of San Francisco.
Well, I am. It's a social club, and it's one of the attributes of it is we don't talk about it.
Mr. Gage, why don't you mention any of the large sum of very important empirical evidence from 9/11 on your website or in the presentations?
Do you ever mention the Grove when you're talking to your students about the power structures that govern global geopolitics?
I doubt it.
Really?
Why did you take all this smoking gun evidence, such as the thermite that's supposedly peer-reviewed? Why did you never file that in a court of law? Yet Dr. Judy Wood took all the evidence, just a brief sum of that I mentioned.
I'm an architect.
And she filed that in a court of law, and it went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court in October of 2009. So why have you never filed this evidence in a court of law to pursue NIST and the people that engaged with NIST in the conflict of interest relationship to use our tax dollars for those phony 9/11 investigations?
This is an important discussion. I'm just trying to kind of carry it along so others have an opportunity, and I don't want to cut you short. I'm not an attorney.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to talk about 2-week outings with presidents and advisors and academics and other luminaries in front of 40-foot stone owls?
I don't know. I mean, generally what I do in my classes is I take texts and discuss what the texts mean.
I see.
You ban all your members that just message you sharing evidence, asking? I honestly want to know.
Be quiet. Let him talk. Let him talk. Sit down. Let him talk. I'll answer your question.
Festinger showed that people will actively avoid situations or information that might challenge those beliefs and values in order to avoid dissonance. William Binney spent 30 years with the NSA before resigning in 2001 and beginning a whistleblowing crusade over the agency's flagrant violation of the US Constitution. Now, he has joined forces with Richard Gage, signing the petition from Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, calling for a new investigation into what really happened on 9/11/2001. This is a GRTV feature interview with our special guests, William Binney and Richard Gage. I don't talk about the buildings as much anymore. I will talk about the issues that I'm more interested in, and Dr. Judy Wood is not one of them. This is a GRTV feature interview with our special guests, William Binney and Richard Gage. First of all, Richard, obviously my regular listeners will be familiar with yourself and your organization, but there's always new listeners joining in. Why don't you just explain to us what Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth is?
It's amazing that they would delete someone's account completely to prevent them from sharing facts before they ever even had shared those facts, regardless of how they feel about those facts.
We're a nonprofit organization of over 2,200 architects and engineers.
I sent you the question in an email if you had heard about any of this evidence and why you weren't talking about it. But you banned me from your petition. You never responded to my email. What's your name again? Abraham Davis Rodriguez.
Oh, hi, Abraham.
now demanding a real investigation of what happened at the World Trade Center. We have over 19,000 other individuals joining us demanding a real investigation based on the specific evidence, the scientific evidence for explosive controlled demolition. At all three World Trade Center skyscrapers on 9/11.
Now, tell us specifically about the petition that's available for signing by architects and engineers and other supporters at ae911truth.org.
The petition demands of Congress a real investigation that...
They want a new investigation? Well, read my book. There you go.
Yes.
If they're calling for a new investigation, what they're doing is admitting that they are not capable of conducting an investigation.
How true.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, the implications of the petition that you have signed are, if you'll excuse the pun, quite explosive. Fessinger showed that people will actively avoid situations or information that might challenge those beliefs and values in order to avoid dissonance. If you'll excuse the pun, quite explosive.
A 110-story building above us, and I'm looking up at the sun.
And a split second later, I opened up my eyes, and I was just sitting there, totally numb, looking up at blue sky. Then it got dark from the smoke and everything, and I started to cough. I started to feel pain in my leg, and I said, I couldn't even believe at that point that I was alive, and I survived that, and there was nothing above me.
They had to have enough explosive force to take out not only the core columns, but the floors and everything else in the building.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, the implications of the petition that you have signed are, if you'll excuse the pun, quite explosive, insofar as they do posit a fundamentally different narrative of 9/11 than the one that we've been told all of this time. And obviously, this hinges on an extremely important detail. I suppose you could call it a detail, whether or not these buildings were taken down as the result of a controlled demolition. But as I've said over and over and over again on my podcast, I am perfectly happy to let all of the people who want to continue their internecine squabbles over the demolitions of the buildings and to concentrate on that 100% as if 9/11 truth equals the buildings. And I will continue to concentrate on all of the other aspects of 9/11. And if that is the case, if we can establish that scientifically, that does fundamentally change the narrative of who was involved and what the government knew and what has taken place in the meantime. I say, really, I have recommended hundreds of books over the years. I think we, after 13 years of waiting for Amy Goodman or some other reporter to descend from the heavens and offer this information to the public, I think at this point we can pretty much determine who's going to talk about this topic and who isn't. We do not need any of these outlets. And that's not to say that we can't celebrate the good work that they do and use the good work that they do. They do some good work, so let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater, but let's just not rely on them for reporting about 9/11. Have you read Dr. Judy Wood's book, Where Did the Towers Go? What caused steel, steel-reinforced concrete, office furniture, filing cabinets, computers, toilets, basins, and people to turn to dust? Why were so many cars so strangely toasted?
Dr. Wood's research, which has been ongoing since, well, probably about 2004. What she's compiled, as as she said, is irrefutable. So essentially, the only way to muddy the waters is just to insert doubt at every possible opportunity. And there are some very sort of common techniques, which I think I put them all under the umbrella of perception management, whereby instead of using the word evidence, you never use the word evidence, you use the word theory. And this then, immediately changes mischaracterizes it so that a theory, of course, can be debated, to a much greater extent than evidence. If you talk about a building turning to dust, then that's not a theory, it's an observation. So, when you then try and say, oh, well, it's all this directed energy weapon theory, well, no, it's actually not a theory. This is what is actually, what the evidence tells you. And it's that whole scene, really, which I've written about, because that's what I saw was going on from about 2007. I think it was also something that went on with the cold fusion research, where they tried to sort of say, well, these guys have no evidence. What they're doing is just messing about, and we're going to do a proper report on this and prove that it doesn't actually work. And if you can do that in a suitably sort of compelling manner, and look at, for example, if you can massage data and hide the subtle effects which Pons and Fleischmann discovered, then you can get away with it, which is what they did. And so we've seen a similar operation going on for the last, let's see, at least, well, for the last 5.5 years, really, almost now, and particularly since 2008, this seems to have accelerated with these groups like Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, which are essentially, you know, we've now got some evidence that those groups were purely set up to stop people discovering what Dr. Judy Wood has put together, and stop them from realizing that it was actually correct, you know, to try and delay that realization for as long as possible.
Okay, now it's quite difficult to know how to pitch some of these talks, because people who still think Osama bin Laden was involved, right, some of this might go over your head, all right? If you want to be convinced of what I'm saying, that covert technology was used to destroy the towers or disappear the towers, you would need to go on my website and watch 6, 7, 8, 9 hours of information which is there for you to see free of charge. So classified technology was used to destroy these towers. Now, a major part of the cover-up of that, people think that the cover-up is just the fact that there were no Islamic terrorists, right? That's the cover-up that was given to the mainstream, right? But people such as the people in this audience who said, I don't believe that, right? They had to be managed, right? And they had to be managed to prevent them discovering this hidden technology. And this was the second part of the 9/11 cover-up, to keep the technology that did this hidden. And what this has involved is creating bogus researchers, some of them scientists, and groups to steer those questioning the official narrative towards conventional explanations. So it was done by bombs, or it was done by nukes, or it was done by thermite. And they have been very successful at this. Intelligence agencies are well practiced in setting up fake companies, fake pressure groups, fake websites. They do it all the time. It's their bread and butter. And that's what they've done with the 9/11 Truth movement. One person who has exposed a lot of this is Andrew Johnson. He's been featured on my show a lot. He got involved quite a few years ago now with some of these groups that contain scientists that were trying to find the truth about 9/11, or he thought they were trying to find the truth about 9/11, because Andrew posted some physics equations on a website and he was asked to join one of these groups. But after a while, he realized that these groups, or the leaders of these groups, were being highly manipulative and were actually keeping people away from the truth. Anyone who spoke of something unconventional or strayed from the bombs in the building or thermite theories. So he's exposed a lot of this in his book 9/11 Finding the Truth. So they have created fake campaign organizations and groups. Now, if you've got involved in one of these, I'm not criticizing people who, because this is extremely subtly done. It's very cleverly orchestrated, all right? So I'm not casting aspersions on anyone who's involved in Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth or any of these groups. But what I'm saying is that I suspect that the people running these groups are bogus. These groups all propagate fake theories which are based on conventional explanations. And just to reiterate, this is not aimed at the masses. This is aimed at the truth movement, people who question things. They always campaign for an investigation or a re-investigation. Now, there's already been an official investigation by NIST, the National Institute for Standards and Technology, and that was a complete whitewash. All right, so if they're going to do another investigation, why wouldn't it be a complete whitewash again? Why aren't these groups doing their own investigation, which is what Dr. Judy Wood has done? Why aren't these groups campaigning to have people impeached or arrested? They just campaign for a new investigation. Now, I just need to press this point home about explosives and thermite, because it relates to something which happened in the UK in February this year. In 2007, as long ago as 2007, NIST, that's the National Institute for Standards and Technology, who did the official 9/11 report as to why the towers disappeared, they logged a receipt of a request for correction to their World Trade Center reports by Dr. Judy Wood. This request for correction sets out evidence of one or more directed energy weapons being used to destroy most or all of the World Trade Center complex. So what that is Dr. Judy Wood's read the official report of 9/11, and she's saying, I'm a professor of engineering mechanics, I don't agree with the science in that report, so I'm going to challenge it. Here's my request, put it right please. So they knock it back and say, no, we're not going to introduce those changes into our report. So she then appealed, okay, they knocked that back. Now, the only avenue for a scientist then is to sue the companies who were involved in producing those reports for science fraud, which is what Dr. Judy Wood did. in 2007. So she took them to a local court, I think it was the Southern District of New York. The judge kicked that out, mentioning the moon landings or something ridiculous like that. She then paid $5,000 to have it heard at the appeal court, and she then took it to the Supreme Court of the United States. So she took it to every court in the land that she could, and she put her evidence into that court. So she was prepared to sue these companies for their bogus 9/11 report over this, right? Now, interestingly, just a few weeks after she submitted her request for correction, another group did the same. This involved Dr. Stephen Jones, Kevin Ryan and Richard Gage. Now, Dr. Stephen Jones was involved in covering up probably one of the most important discoveries of the 20th century, that of cold fusion. If that had been developed from 1989 when it was discovered into a workable solution, it's possible that we could all be driving cars that you don't need to put petrol in. All right? This was covered up in 1989 by this guy. Richard Gage, who's an architect, he's been going around promoting the bombs in the building thermite theory of 9/11. So they submit their request for correction to the official government report, just a few weeks after Judy Wood. Now, I suspect that they did that just because she did, because they wanted a competing conspiracy theory with her work. Now, just this point about thermite. The word thermite in their research did not appear in their original request for correction. So the point being that they were very, very tentative about mentioning the word thermite. Their request for correction appeal does not mention thermite in the context of their research, but only as an arbitrary example of a hypothetical analogy. They probably did not put it in their request for correction because this in itself would have been fraud. So they weren't saying thermite and explosives did this. They were very tentative at challenging the government line because they didn't want to perjure themselves, or they didn't want to commit fraud themselves. And they didn't take it to court, as Dr. Judy Wood did. They didn't try and sue the government for committing science fraud. Dr. Judy Wood did. They didn't take it to the appeal court, and they didn't take it to the Supreme Court. They just submitted a request for correction. It's very important to realize this when you decide who you think is telling the truth here. So people say, well, surely the answer to this information problem that we're not being given the truth is the internet. And I do think we have to protect the freedoms of the internet, but I'm just going to point out where people are getting their information from on the internet. My website gets about 1,700 visitors a day. That's about 50,000 a month. Now, other websites, such as, say, the David Icke website, would get a lot more visitors per day than me, right? But let's just compare my website with mainstream. The Mail Online hits 56 million web users. This is from 2011. Mail Online expanded its lead on other UK national newspaper websites in January, pulling in a monthly total of 56 million users, according to the latest report. Average daily browsers, 3.1 million. The Guardian, 2.3 million. The Independent, 5.6 million. So for every person looking at my website each day, there's 1,850 looking at the Mail Online website. And if you factor in the BBC website and the other mainstream websites, it's well over 5,000. So for every person going on independent media, there's 5,000. They're still staying on mainstream sources, even though they're going to the internet. And this is because they've pumped so much money into it. The BBC spends £145 million a year just on its website. That's not on TV, just on its website. That's nearly £400,000 a day. How can somebody like me or other independent media organisations compete with that? So they've still got people's minds locked into the mainstream propaganda. Now, another very important arm of their propaganda is print media. And of course, it will be impossible for me to have, on the end, you go into the newsagents, to have Rich Planet News here. How could you possibly get that? They've got control of this. And it's probably one of the most entertaining parts of my day. I go in the co-op each morning and just stand in front of the newspaper stand. It's very entertaining. It's just hilarious what they come up with. But some people say that the headline is very important because that's what sells the newspaper. I don't actually agree with that, because I think that people who ultimately control newspapers, money is just a means to an end, as I will explain in a minute. And it's the information and control of people's minds that they're interested in. Because let's just say 2 million people buy that Mail newspaper. If 2 million people buy that, these are in such prominent positions in garage forecourts and in supermarkets that maybe over 10 million people will read the headline. Because you can buy a story without actually buying the newspaper. This is why I think the positioning of these newspaper racks of, as I say, newspapers are extremely important for their propaganda. And all they need to do on the front of the page is just put Islamic terror plot, and then that's gone straight in your subconscious. So I still think that the printed media is an extremely important wing of their propaganda. And how can an independent compete with that? How could anyone, unless they've got millions and millions of pounds, put a competing publication on there? Okay. Now, one thing that they use in the mainstream, I call it the phony bone of contention in order to spin their lies. And I've actually come up with a couple of definitions for the phony bone of contention. Controversy and discussion over two seemingly opposing viewpoints is encouraged in order to divert attention away from a third viewpoint which is being concealed. Okay, and I'm going to give an example of this. The other flavour of the phony bone of contention is that controversy and discussion over two seemingly opposing viewpoints is encouraged in order to reinforce credibility of a subtextual issue which is itself a fake construct. So we're seeing this second one in 7.7 all the time. There's lots of stories that have 7.7 as the subtext, but they're not specifically talking about 7.7 or the evidence. So an example would be Lisa French has started campaigning against mental health cutbacks. She was on the bus that blew up in 7.7 and had treatment for her post-traumatic stress disorder. So she's saying, isn't it terrible that the government are cutting back? So they've created contention about government cutbacks, and they're constantly reminding people 7.7 was done by terrorists by having her on the news, without actually having to be challenged on the evidence of that. And there's been loads of stories about 7.7 that aren't discussing the evidence, but there's some other issue that they're reminding people that 7.7 was a real event when actually it was a fake construct.
Dr. Wood, let's have you kick it off. What do we need to say about the official exhibits and what this museum is supposed to be about?
I don't know what the museum is supposed to be about, but the message that you get from the media is that we're supposed to be stirring up controversy. That's the message that's being driven in. For some reason, like all the articles that I've seen are about controversy. And something I've learned along my journey through all of this is that, you know, I present evidence that's irrefutable. How do you cover up evidence? It's easy. You refer to it as a theory, and then you surround it with controversy. Controversy is the biggest tool for cover-ups.
Andrew, what's your initial observation here?
Yeah, I mean, I concur with everything that's been said in that, you know, if you can create controversy, and we've seen this rash of stories, you know, and just to use another of Dr. Wood's expressions, it takes the attention away from what actually happened. So you're then taken away onto, oh, you know, all the victims' families are upset, and the firemen, you know, are upset, and so on. And I think the other thing which I thought earlier on when I knew we were going to discuss this today was, to me as well, the other thing which is perhaps a little bit more a lot of people don't talk about is there seems to be some kind of dark ritual going on with this. I mean, exactly what is the idea, if it is indeed true, and they haven't just made this up, what is the idea for bringing back the remains of the victims, the unidentified remains, to the site? To me, that does not make any sense at all.
I can think of one possibility is to put it in one place, and then muddle it all up with controversy, so that it isn't elsewhere. I saw some people were saying, why can't we have a tomb of the unknown soldier? That type of thing. And that puts attention elsewhere and gives people the opportunity to think about it. Well, if you have a memorial for actually thinking about what happened to the people without being distracted by all this junk, then you start thinking about it. and you might realize some things. But, for example, all this controversy being stirred up like a big, huge storm, as they, people go down into this basement where they have this memorial, they're going to be, clouded. Their vision's going to be clouded. They're not thinking about what happened, as Andrew was pointing out. And, you get the victim remains in there, and that gets covered up too. The fact that, it was never identified who these people were.
They now use the number 1,115 missing people from the World Trade Center on 9/11, and they've got all unidentified remains that ever-improving technology still can't identify. Link up with the name of a victim.
And that would really cause people to question.
It does. It does. How could this happen? Would be the.
Come look at this controversy over here, and don't think about that.
Yeah, right.
That's I think the idea. And they even have truthers, I understand, standing outside with a fake brochure that looks like the real brochure that's about 9/11 propaganda. But what I see it is the same theme. It's tying it all up with one neat bow on it. So here we have those who are against whatever, the official story, and they're lunatics, and see what they do, and so it wraps it all together.
Yeah, these folks can be ignored, right? These conspiracy theories.
Yeah, anybody who questions the official story can be ignored because they're lunatics. They show up at the site of the dead and do
Yeah. It's like Alex Jones or any of these what I'd call dishonest opponents of the official story. Andrew.
Yeah, Dr. Wood just sent me that story, which was on Village Voice about these, fake brochures, and you can see the pictures, of the cover on the Village Voice articles. So they've got a picture of this brochure and then a picture of the A9/11 Truth version. And the immediate question that came to my mind is, well, if this museum's just opened, then surely these brochures, how did they get the pictures for the brochures, and how did A9/11 get the picture for the brochure and have it ready to roll, ready to go? This to me seems like that things are being coordinated somehow. I mean, I don't know all the dates involved, so they could have had time to do this. But for example, getting brochures like that printed, I mean, it costs you, a few dollars. It's got to be coordinated and printed, and you've got to get it. It takes you a few days to get them printed. So there's something very strange going on here. It's clearly a coordinated psychological operation again, with several sort of elements to it. One of the main ones is the controversy. The other is the revulsion caused by this idea, that we've got the victim's remains and then they're having a party next to it, and this sort of thing.
Yeah, because this is supposed to be simultaneously a shrine to the victims and their families. And meanwhile, it has this kind of quasi-commercial aspect, and they got a gift shop selling who knows what kind of a bad taste artifact.
Oh, yeah.
So we're speculating, but I'm kind of wondering, did they do this? It's in bad taste to do this cocktail party.
Yeah, I think for the people that did this, I would, obviously this is speculation, but my feeling, having seen this unfolding in the last 2 or 3 days, is that this is part of a ritual of celebration by the people that did it, and they're basically rubbing.
Really, the Illuminati, the NWO crowd, you think, and New York City.
Crew. I would say is something like the Crew or something like that. We don't really know who is involved, or not specifically what they did. We know that people have been negligent and covered things up, and we name some of those people, of course. People that ran Scholars for 9/11 Truth originally, and people that are running architects and engineers. We've got the evidence on those people.
And VT.
Yeah, and Veterans Today and so on. They're all part of it. And of course, the thing we haven't mentioned up to now is that recently the George Bush Presidential Library was opened, wasn't it? And what's he got in the foyer of that? He's got two of the twisted beams stuck in the middle of the foyer or something, or in one of the areas there. It's an exhibit. Look what I helped to get done.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah. I mean, the pictures were in the press. The world is run by psychopaths. I mean, they're able to control and manipulate people to the extent that their mindset gets imposed in advertising, such as what you already mentioned. That might is right, and the only way to defend countries is with military might and so on. And when you
what was it that John Lennon said?
I think all our society is run by insane people for insane objectives. And I think that's what I sussed when I was 16 and 12 way down the line, but I expressed it differently all through my life. It's the same thing I'm expressing all the time, but now I can put it into that sentence that I think we're being run by maniacs for maniacal ends. If anybody can put on paper what our government and the American government, etc., and the Russian, Chinese, what they are actually trying to do, and what they think they're doing, I'd be very pleased to know what they think they're doing. I think they're all insane, but I'm liable to be put away as insane for expressing that. That's what's insane about it.
They try to equate the evidence as though it's an opinion, and if it's an opinion, then if they discredit the opinion giver or whatever, then that's the way they cover up the evidence. That's why the book, the way I wrote it, it empowers the reader. It's totally independent of me. The reader reads the book, they understand the evidence firsthand, they take ownership of that information. And so what if I get smeared? That doesn't change the evidence. They could kill me off. Fine. The evidence is still there. And that's what needs to get dealt with. And if somebody is distracting away from the evidence, red flag.
Dr. Judy, have you ever written in the book space beams? Ever?
No, nor have I ever used that term. You first must determine what happened before you can determine how it happened.
Yeah, sure.
If you direct folks to focus on how it happened, or who did it, they're assuming what it is. So they're solving an imagined problem, not the real problem. And then they're focusing on this being the cause, or that being the cause, that being the cause of what? And they go round and round and round and round, argue in circles for years and years and years, and never solve it. That is how they keep the cover-up safe.
And basically the thing is, what did they see? They saw the buildings turn to dust, but because it's not known, we don't have a frame of reference for that either.
They don't look at the evidence. They just argue about, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, these things, and just argue, for pet ideas. But no one has looked at the evidence to determine what happened. Look at the cover of my book. What it shows, it's undeniable to anyone who looks at it. The building is just frothing up in the dust.
Two 110-story office buildings. You don't find a desk. You don't find a chair. You don't find a telephone, a computer. The biggest piece of a telephone I found was half of the keypad and it was about this big. The building collapsed to dust.
The debris fields is amazing. It's beyond anything I've ever seen like that. I've seen collapses and demolition buildings, but nothing like this was unbelievable. Like I said, there wasn't a door, there wasn't anything to be found. It was all disintegrated, all rubble. Concrete was small little pieces, not even slabs. No desk, no furniture, no computers, no phones, no anything. So I imagine the people were the same as the building, nothing left.
Once upon a time, there were two towers, and then they went away. We need to figure out why they went away. That little yellow box shows the block on the right in this area. That's all that's left of that huge building. And standing at the base and looking up at what was there, that's a lot of building that went missing. And what this is the dawn of a new age. Somebody has the ability to direct energy in such a way as to disrupt the molecular basis of matter. That's pretty incredible. And what I mean by directed energy, by directing it, you direct it to where it goes and what it does. It's like giving it instructions. It's not kinetic energy. It's not like a bomb, a missile, a jackhammer, a wrecking ball, or it's not a heat-based thing that cooks the building. The building wasn't cooked to death, nor was it beaten to death. This technology exists, and we know that it exists. The whole world saw it. They saw what happened. They were just told it was something else. But what this technology can do, it can be used to provide free energy for the whole planet. It was used for evil purposes, but can also be used for good. Look at how people argue about opinions about thermite or nukes or this or that, and it just, you get this big huge muddle up and everyone's around in circles, arguing with people. It's really destroyed people's ability to reason. I mean, as you've seen in this book, it's right in front of us.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely.
But why don't people see it? Because it was such a strong psychological operation. It destroyed people's ability to know what's real and what's not. They want to know what the truth is, and they run to this truth movement business. But as I point out, do you think those who pulled off 9/11 just forgot to plan a cover-up?
Yeah, no.
And so what would it look like?
Yeah, very true.
But one of the things I'd just like to mention about truth movements as well, or the truth movement, whatever that is, we've both been accused of, dividing the truth movement or damaging it or whatever it is. Well, let's just consider that expression, truth movement. So where exactly would people like the truth to be moved to exactly? Over into this little corner where nobody can see it, which is essentially what they've tried to do, because they've established this truth movement to move the truth out of view. That's what the truth movement has done, certainly in relation to the events of the World Trade Center on 9/11.
Sure.
That's what's happened. So truth doesn't really need a movement. The truth needs to be spoken of. It doesn't actually need a movement. You need to be looking at the evidence to establish what the truth is. And the moment that you start to move away from that process, that's when you start to help the truth to be covered up.
Emmanuel Sferios, do you remember that name at all? He was a.
Oh, I do, from your book.
Yeah.
York.
Yeah, he was a strong, 9/11 truth man, and on the 5th anniversary of the events, he quit. I think he even left the country. He said he had never, ever, in his 20 years as an activist, ever seen anything, any movement, any association so rapidly, so thoroughly, and so completely infiltrated as he'd seen the 9/11 truth movement.
Yeah. So how are we going to change things?
Yeah, that's the question.
How are we going to change the breakthrough on the information front with Dr. Wood's revelations that are based all on science, sound science, and real evidence?
Yeah.
How are we going to do that?
Well, if truth isn't popular and if it isn't profitable, then how can it survive?
Yeah.
Well, the remnant. If we're the remnant, because where there's life, there's hope. We're just going to keep on going, right? And hope that something changes.
Not do anything, but just cross your fingers and hope.
Well,
hope the grown-ups fix it for us.
That's it. There aren't any grown-ups left.
Right. We're it. We're the grown-ups. We're all there is. Yeah, you don't need to know the serial numbers to know what happened.
Exactly.
And it's not a guessing game. It's figuring out, 1 foot at a time. Just keep stepping forward, and what can you establish as true? Are the buildings there? No. Were they ever there? Yes. So that means something did something that made it go away. Right. All right. Then you go to the next step. How did it go away? And like the distraction, the magic show type of game is look at this dust baggie. Let's focus on this little speck of dust here, and see what this. And it means all sorts of whatever.
Right.
Well, what does that dust baggie have to do with what happened to the building?
Exactly.
That connection was never made.
No, it wasn't.
So it doesn't matter what they found in the baggie, but there is, I fully agree that there's, elements of steel and iron and aluminum. Isn't it aluminum powder and iron oxide that make thermite? Well, the building was, steel structure, which is like 98% iron, and the facade was aluminum, the aluminum cladding. So if you powderize the building, turn it to dust, of course you're going to have those constituents in the dust.
Of course. It's amazing what scientists or physicists can come up with that would lead you away from what the truth might be.
One of the points I was going to make there was when we were talking about using the internet and so on. I mean, there's basically two modes that people get information, or two main modes that the Western cultures get their information. One is through television and radio, and that is essentially a passive medium where the information is really delivered to you in some kind of packaged format, and then you digest it, and that's basically that. When you go onto the internet,
sport.
kind of. When you go onto the internet, it's a completely different way of actually gaining knowledge, because it involves much more filtering. You very much more actively got to filter out and be selective. So that takes a lot more time. So the amount of information that you might get, say, from a well-produced documentary, if you could quantify that, might take you an hour to watch it. To get the same quality of information, and by filtering process, might take 4 or 5 times that level of time. I'm not saying whatever documentary, the information is all 100% accurate. I'm just using it as an example of the way that you process information. So you've got this whole different process that you've got to switch to, and that's part and parcel of taking responsibility for your own thinking. So, you've got to completely change your mentality from one of being a passive receiver of information to one of an active seeker of information. That passive and active side of things is part and parcel of that communications problem. We can't force this information onto people, and the mainstream media is not going to carry it. We could give you several examples of how they try and twist this, because it is for them. The people that run the mainstream media, this is the end for them when this comes out, and it is coming out. It's the end for them. It really is, because all these, as I say, these clever journalists, they haven't done their job. They're not allowed to do their job, and so on. I've already mentioned that, so I'm not going to mention it again. So it's the end for them, basically, and that will then force us at another level to take responsibility for our own thinking and our own investigation.
Right. But often people are so overworked and have not enough time, and it does take more time to sort through. So they start getting lazier and wanting somebody else to do their thinking for them and to do this for them and package it for them. So as I say, they turn their thinking over to someone else's keeping. and
Yes.
they get what they pay for, sort of. They're led wherever that other entity wants them to go, and what is so important right now is for them to take their thinking back into their own keeping. Because how can you trust your thinking to somebody else? One other thing that is curious is the people in the Truther movement and also the Occupy Wall Street want to change the world. They want things to change by waving their flags or holding up their signs in the street. But if they really want to change things, expose this truth about 9/11. If we want to change the world, this would do it. Let the whole world have free energy.
Sure, absolutely.
Right. I think you can't change this one thing. Everything changes in this if this opens up.
Here's Secretary Mineta, one of the chief whistleblowers of what really happened on 9/11. I hope you've got your critical thinking hat on, students, as we read the testimony of Norman Mineta, who was, at the time, the Secretary of Transportation in the Bush-Cheney administration. Here's an honest man. During the time that the airplane was coming into the Pentagon, he later confirmed this is the case. This is the plane that was coming into the Pentagon.
Actually, it was Bob Franken with an eyewitness who said it appeared that Boeing 757, the American Airlines jet, landed short of the Pentagon. Can you give us any better idea of how much of the plane actually impacted the building?
You know, it might have appeared that way, but from my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon. The only site is the actual site of the building that's crashed in, and as I said, the only pieces left that you can see are small enough that you could pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections, wing sections, a fuselage, nothing like that anywhere around, which would indicate that the entire plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon and then caused the side to collapse. Now, even though if you look at the pictures of the Pentagon, you see that the floors have all collapsed, that didn't happen immediately. It wasn't until almost about 45 minutes later that the structure was weakened.
During the time that the airplane was coming into the Pentagon, he later confirmed this is the case. This is the plane that was coming into the Pentagon, and they are tracking it. People there tracking it. There was a young man who had come in and say to the Vice President, Cheney, the plane is 50 miles out, plenty of time to scramble jets and intercept and try to get that plane to land safely. Plenty of time. Then the plane is 30 miles out.
The clues they need lie somewhere in the sea of debris recovered from the crash site.
One of those was interrupted by the light pole that passed through the wing. 18 feet of the left wing was severed.
The cable controlling the slats was sliced in two when the wing hit the light pole.
light pole that passed through the wing. 18 feet of the left wing was severed.
The cable controlling the slats was sliced in two when the wing hit the light pole.
Now we're getting down to the last chance. When it got down to the plane is 10 miles out, the young man also said to the vice president, now, here's a young man that has some courage, right? He's challenging Dick Cheney to do something, right? I'd like to know who this young man is. He should testify about what happened and these orders, because nothing was done. So these were obviously not orders to shoot the plane down, because it wasn't shot down. It wasn't even met in the normal interception protocol. Mr. Vice President, do the orders still stand? And the Vice President turned around and whipped his neck around and said, of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary? Approximately 2.5 minutes later,
the thing I find so funny about that story is, supposedly the young officer goes back to the radar room and gets the new update where the plane is, and comes and asks Cheney again, and goes back to the radar room and asks Cheney again. Like, how fast can that kid run?
Exactly, and it just sounds like a stage performance in conjunction with the implementation of a truth movement devised especially for those who are skeptical of the government's version of the event.
But all of these little Easter eggs, I call them. It's like laying out Easter eggs for a 3-year-old's Easter egg hunt. They're right out there in the wide open, just waiting to be found.
Exactly, and that's what the 9/11 truth movement is that the government planted all of these little Easter eggs, as you call them, and just waited for people to discover them, and then put together and create a truth movement based on all of these things that the government released.
Right, but still, it doesn't get back to the evidence, and it's all sorts of bait to take people away from the evidence.
Exactly.
One of the things to add on to that, which I put in the presentation I put together, was that the specific person that you mentioned there, Norman Mineta, who was the transport secretary, was the only official transfer between the Clinton and the Bush administrations. And he used to be a vice president of Lockheed Martin, who are one of the companies that do research into directed energy weapon systems and technologies. And that's on that's on the State Department's website, because they've got a little biography of him, because I checked it out.
I personally believe that we were told on the day of 9/11, we were told what they wanted us to believe. They wanted us to believe in controlled demolition. It was announced, the thought was planted, and usually the first thing that people hear about an event is the one that they're going to remember. They're not going to remember, anything after that.
Yes, first impressions stick.
Yes.
And on the afternoon of 9/11, Van Romero from New Mexico Tech spoke out in some interview he did, saying that, obviously that was controlled demolition. I could just tell. Just take a few bombs to do it. And then 5 days later, as the story goes, 5 days later he retracted it, and then he got $80 million in grant money from the government. And so then the truthers say, that's proof he got paid off. But it turns out that a year before 9/11, he taught a short course at the Directed Energy Professional Society in energy weapons.
Oh.
He knew what he was looking at. Well, like also the first time that Stephen Jones went on Tucker Carlson's show, first of all, how did he, how was he chosen to do that? But anyway, he was on there, and this big deal was made about how they wouldn't play his video of Building 7, so therefore it's important.
Huh.
And it was sold to us. It's sort of, kind of a negative, a reverse psychology type thing, like force feeding a dog. People want what they can't have. So it brought greater interest to it.
I think what becomes difficult to comprehend, one of the problems is that the cover-up is so enormous, and when you say things, for example, like, you know, you look at a similar comment with Larry Silverstein and the Pullet, you know, the Pullet comment.
Yeah.
And to think that he would have made that comment to, you know, stir up people in the truth movement, that doesn't make a lot of sense to people. They just can't believe that you would actually, you know, in other words, you would actually engineer the cover-up to take in the people who are already questioning the official story. They don't see the second and third and fourth layer of this. It's just beyond, you know, the sort of level of comprehension.
So of course he was part of it, because he said just exactly the right words, and then everybody thought, see, Pullet means controlled demolition.
It's so ridiculous. Do firefighters go around with sticks of dynamite in their back pocket to, you know, just in case, you know, to check in there? It makes no sense. You have to study a building for months in advance to see where to put the explosives and so forth. And if the building is half burned, you would have no idea how to assess how the thing is going to fall, because you wouldn't, unless you could assess the damage.
And then you got people like Alex Jones promoting that clip, you know, and I was taken in by it as well, so I can speak from direct experience, you know, because I believe, as I've said many times on, you know, when I've done talks like this with folks, you know, I was taken in by the bomb story. When I started to look at stuff, I didn't believe the official story, but I was taken in probably for at least 2 years by the bomb story, and it took me quite a long time to kind of cure myself of that, I suppose, one way of putting it.
Did you know a third tower fell on 9/11? At approximately 5:20 p.m. on September 11, 2001, World Trade Center Building 7 collapsed in 6.5 seconds due to normal office fires, according to the government reports.
World Trade Center 7 collapsed because of fires fueled by office furnishings. It did not collapse from explosives or from fuel oil fires.
In 2008, the government admitted that World Trade Center 7 collapsed at freefall for over 100 feet. This admission brings with it some serious implications that have yet to be addressed. If this sounds a bit odd to you, you're not alone. Polls show that 30% of U.S. citizens still have questions about the official 9/11 hypothesis. Rethink 9/11 is a rapidly growing coalition of more than 50 organizations from around the world, including well-respected organizations of scientists, technical experts, peace activists, religious persons, veterans, and surviving family members of 9/11 victims. All of these groups are coming together in an unprecedented global outreach campaign in a collective commitment to raise worldwide awareness and support for a transparent and independent investigation into the destruction of all 3 World Trade Center skyscrapers on 9/11. A comprehensive investigation is needed to address irrefutable scientific facts and evidence which simply cannot be ignored. Here's Rethink 9/11's ad that will be seen around the world. Throughout the month of September, you'll see Rethink 9/11 on subways, billboards, and sides of buses, on bumper stickers, t-shirts, lawn signs, and freeway overpasses, on library bulletin boards, on storefronts, and all over Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Rethink 9/11 is ready to facilitate renewed and growing interest in this highly relevant issue by drawing attention to that lesser-known third tower, a 47-story skyscraper, which was not hit by an airplane but collapsed completely from top to bottom on 9/11. World Trade Center Building 7 has been a starting point for many and will be the initial focal point of Rethink 9/11's campaign, to be followed by additional significant facts and points of evidence regarding the total destruction of all 3 World Trade Center skyscrapers on 9/11. The campaign will empower people worldwide in a way that allows each and every person to participate at any level.
We strongly support the Rethink 9/11 initiative because we are opposed to crime.
And because we believe that our civilization is doomed unless we confront the unanswered questions of 9/11.
Rethink 9/11!
Together, we can at last bring widespread public attention to this vital issue. It's simple. Go to rethink911.org right now and donate to your city. Share this ambitious campaign with everyone you know, and together, let's change the course of history. Remembering 9/11 is not enough. Rethink911.org. The evidence might surprise you.
Makes it 0.6 on the Richter scale. That's like a jackhammer. It should have sounded like it was raining dump trucks. You know, big dump trucks go down the road, they wake you up at night because they vibrate the ground.
Now is going up to get medical supplies, to bring down trauma physicians down here, to set up the surgical unit and the triage unit down here, in addition to, if anybody out there can help, any vendors who have food or supplies. The firemen have no food, nothing but snacks. They need fluids, they need water, and they need protein foods. This is just the beginning of what they're facing. So and we need masks. We need TB masks. Holy shit! What is it?
It just went down.
What just went down?
World Trade 7.
It did go down before.
No, 7, number 7.
Oh my God!
The NIST team found no evidence that explosives were involved in the collapse.
And our analysis showed that even the smallest explosive charge that was capable of bringing down the critical column in the building, had it occurred, we would have seen sound levels of 120 to 130 decibels about a half a mile away. That would have been an incredibly loud sound, and that sound was not picked up by any of the videos or witnesses that we have talked to.
Looking like a Three Stooges movie covered with plastic, I swear to God. But he got a good shit. That's a good shit. Then we went back there. Whoa, 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 whoa!
If you notice down here, you see this cluster of something happening. That's from the Fox Islands, which is part of the Aleutian Islands. They had a little earthquake up there. But there's a equivalent of 0.6 on the Richter scale for Building 7, which is this little line here. It was a non-seismic event. Building 7 went away and didn't make a seismic event that you could register on this chart. Maybe because controlled demolitions don't register? Well, here's a controlled demolition, the Seattle King Dome. March 26, 2000. The P wave arrives at the seismic station and the S wave arrives at the seismic station. See how closely spaced that signal is. It takes 4 seconds to drop a bowling ball off the roof of the King Dome, just to give you relative size. Yet the ground shook for at least 9 seconds in the major part, so at least twice as long instead of less. Here are other signals. There are 5 different recording stations for Building 7. None of them could see an S wave or a P wave. They calculated when it should have arrived. But you can't see anything out of background noise in any of those. And actually, one of those stations, they couldn't even find a surface wave arriving. But you can see ones like this one here, where, again, the 6.4 is the time it takes to drop a bowling ball off the roof. The surface wave lasted for less time. So what's going on here? No S wave, no P wave. Those 2 waves travel through the earth. This didn't slam to the ground. No big building slammed to the ground. Well, let's look at the possibilities. Tower 2 was the first tower to go away. If you turned all but the bottom 16 stories to dust and just dropped a 16-story building to the ground, it would make the seismic signal approximately that was recorded, which was a 2.1. Do the same thing for Tower 1. Dustify all but the bottom 20 stories, and you get the seismic signal that was recorded. And Building 7, if you turn all but the bottom 2.5 stories to dust, it would make the seismic signal approximately the same as what was recorded. This is compared to the Seattle King Dome. The Seattle King Dome was really just this concrete ring, and it made a 2.3. This was in Baker's Trust, which was across the street from Tower 2. That's pretty weird. How do you get it to bend like that or wrinkle up? Looks like a curling ribbon. If you get a beam to buckle, that's one mode. Here's another mode. It sure doesn't do that. Now, they cleaned it up, repaired it all, replaced the beams. After they got it repaired, deconstruction begins. Why did they repair a building? To take it apart? They decided to do that right after they did some dust studies. And when they took it apart down to the level where it was very damaged, Look at these beams. They look like they've been at the bottom of the ocean for 100 years.
I mean, how do you get fires to cause a 47-story building to come straight down onto its footprint?
Here's another similar story that I don't think has been said publicly before, that I've mentioned many times about the 9/11 Commission report. Due to the Smith-Mundt Act, at least as of now, it hasn't quite been reversed yet, but that government officials cannot put propaganda on the U.S. citizens, nor can they put it into a government report. They can omit stuff, they can misinterpret stuff, but they can't put in actual false information. So the government's report, of 9/11 Commission report, omitted various things that were, I call them Easter eggs, as in Easter eggs laying out there for a 3-year-old to find. The 3-year-old thinks he's really found something, but they're laying right there, out there in the wide open to be found. Well, some of these, like, Larry Silverstein's pullet, Norman Minetta's 50 miles out, 30 miles out, the still stand. You can go down this long laundry list of these, put options, stand on doors, all the steel shipped to China. And all of these various things were omitted from the 9/11 Commission report. And then we have essentially the 9/11 Commission report, Part 2, Dave Ray Griffin's book, Omissions and Distortions from the 9/11 Commission report. So he published all of these things that supposedly were left out. Well, they could not be included in a government document because they are PSYOPs. And the government is forbidden from doing PSYOPs in an official report because that's essentially would be the government attacking itself with the PSYOPs.
I think that a lot of times people will challenge you, and one of the first things you say, and justifiably so, is, have you read my book? Because, well, quite frankly, there are 500 plus pages wherein you explain just everything. You've got all the seismic graphs. You've got all kinds of information in there. And so when people approach you and challenge you, what else would you say? Good heavens. Okay, could you talk to us just a bit about the legal suit that you brought regarding 9/11, and you are the only person that has done this?
With respect to the buildings and the report of the buildings, what I did was begin with what it was that happened on 9/11 to the buildings. And you have to begin with what it was, because if you start with anything else, you're assuming what it was. You're solving an imaginary problem, not a real problem. bombs did it. Well, what was it that bombs did? Well, let's see. What would it look like if bombs had blown up? And so that's what people end up, thinking. They imagine the problem after that. So you have to start with what actually happened. And you can't sue a government agency, but you can sue contractors of a government agency for fraud. And the contractors on the NIST report knowingly submitted fraudulent information and signed off on a report they knew was wrong. That's fraud. For example, Underwriters Lab did 2 half-scale and 2 full-scale mock-ups of a floor, set it on fire, twice the temperature, twice as long, and none of the times did it fail to support load, so they called the test. Yet they signed off on a report saying that fire did it. That's fraud.
Now, who are some of the companies that worked with NIST?
Well, there's 23 on the list. The biggest ones, the one that had the most number of people on board was, the 2 top ones, Applied Research Associates and SAIC, Science Applications International Corp. Those are also known as part of the military-industrial complex. And in particular, ARA, Applied Research Associates, are developers and manufacturers of energy weapons. And they were responsible for doing the, modeling of what happened to buildings. Well, they didn't actually analyze what happened to buildings. They made up an imaginary scenario. They didn't evaluate what happened. They have, 10,000 pages of, where this bolt was purchased from, who ordered what steel from where, and, all those details. And they did some, neat graphics and all, but they just assumed what happened and then modeled their assumption, their hypothetical scenario. And that's fraud.
Exactly.
And so, under the law, I need to show that I was the first. I'm still the only one to bring this up, and also that fraud was committed. Well, NIST even admitted to me that there was fraud. They admitted that they didn't evaluate what happened to buildings, yet they were mandated by Congress to determine why and how the towers, quote, collapsed. Well, if they'd analyzed it, they would see that the towers didn't collapse. They turned to dust in midair.
Right.
Most of them did. So if this had gone to court, so I obviously qualify, but the judge in the lower court dismissed it, saying, well, he's not going to hear a case about who shot JFK or what landed on the moon. Wonder if he read the case. That isn't what my case was about. And so we appealed it to the Court of Appeals, and those judges were respectful, and they, in the footnotes, even acknowledged that they were ignoring the law to dismiss the case. If this case had gone forward, think of that scenario. If this case had gone forward, I get to put people under oath. Now, imagine if you put those people, ARA and SAIC under oath. And, ARA in particular, they have currently, I think, they still have, and they had at the time, a contract with the U.S. government to know everything about any weapon of mass destruction that is being developed or has been developed anywhere. So not only could they recognize what technology that was used, they would know whose technology it was. Wouldn't it be nice to put them under oath?
Indeed.
If this case had gone forward, that's what would happen. So I kind of think that has to do with why they dismissed it. But the judges were respectful. They didn't laugh the case off. They just, they were ignoring the law to dismiss the case.
What did they say to you regarding?
I don't want to get into that. If it was
okay, that's okay.
Yeah,
all right.
You had to be in the courtroom to hear it. If there's, I guess, other people who were. The room was packed. Actually, you could hear a pin drop. Even the whatever you call him, the sergeant at arms or whatever the guy in the uniform, because this is just a few blocks away from the World Trade Center. But we only had 8 minutes total.
Oh, that long?
Uh-huh. And the other side was busy doing all sorts of ad hominems. That's what they spent the whole time doing. So do you address the ad hominems or do you talk about the evidence? Ms. Wood and little Ms. Wood and the Dr. So-and-so from NIST. They played that game.
Sure.
And they also brought up space beams and airplanes, no airplanes. Well, that has nothing to do with what I submitted. I submitted evidence, but something my lawyer explained to me that he learned in law school. When the law's on your side, you talk about the law. When the facts are on your side, you talk about the facts. When neither the law nor the facts are on your side, you talk about something else, anything else.
Sure. Sure.
And you find that also going on with, we'll probably see some good examples today.
Sure.
Callers, they talk about this, that, and the other. You didn't specify what the operator of the technology had for breakfast, so you have nothing. Things
Sure.
like that.
Sure.
But this, by the way, I wanted to mention this fascination people have with debunking. When somebody is focused on debunking, it tells me that they have no interest in letting the truth come out. Because if they had interest in the truth, that's what they would be pursuing rather than
Sure.
debunking.
Sure. Absolutely.
Everyone, whether they're for or against the president, the war, 9/11, whatever, everything is so emotional, and with all the knowledge out there, we have seemed to have abandoned logic and reason. Do you see that as a trend? And if so, then what in the world can we do to change it? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That's an excellent question, and that's spot on correct. It's the biggest problem we encounter. I mean, we are a Skeptic Society as a science organization, and the whole problem of critical thinking is huge in this country. People are swept up by emotions, particularly when it comes to religion and politics. People are emotionally invested in their positions and beliefs. People on the left and the right, Christians, Jews, Muslims, everybody are committed to their positions. That makes it very difficult to think critically and clearly about evidence. I think what happens is these things get usually through some alternative media, and thanks to the internet, it fuels these things. I mean, look, we have to be in favor of free speech. The internet's the greatest thing since the printing press, but we also have to put up with the fact that goofy stuff is going to get printed as well and passed down as fact. So I watched.
So when you do the science, this guy that that says he's a physics professor and doesn't come up with this basic stuff that I learned as a hobby doing ballistics when I was 12 years old, can't understand why the building came down with the force of gravity. This is really absurd. As far as the
Thank you.
Right, I mean, it's nuts. And,
Yes.
and I watched that film. It was insensitive to the people that suffered. It was horrible. No, this kind of a person does not need to be teaching children about science
Yes.
when he doesn't even apply it himself.
Talking about Stephen Jones?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Shermer.
Yeah, I mean, his point is well made that the demolition experts that have published on why the buildings collapsed point out that if it were a controlled demolition, when they bring a building down, they bring it down from the bottom up, and if you look at the videotape, you'll see the building collapses. Right at the point of impact. There are no explosions below that. There are no squibs going off, and then it goes down. It goes down right at that point where the plane hit, which is exactly what you'd expect. And as the caller said, all that huge amount of weight above it cascades down, and the floors collapse one after another at real-time speed.
But then the strangest thing happened. This beam of sunlight came right in on us, like about 8 inches long, but it was clearly sunlight. It was all dirty and full of debris, and it looked like pepper was floating around in it, sort of. But it was sunlight, and I'm like amazed now. It's a 110-story building above us, and I'm looking up at the sun.
According to Pasquale, his fall ended here, at the top of what was left of Stairway B.
I didn't feel anything. My body was totally numb. I mean, I felt nothing at all. I just opened up my eyes and saw blue sky.
And the whole problem of critical thinking is huge in this country. People are swept up by emotions. And as the caller said, all that huge amount of weight above it cascades down, and the floors collapse one after another at real-time speed.
Michael Shermer is our guest. He's the publisher of Skeptic Magazine. By the way, how do people get that?
People can get Skeptic. Well, it's carried at all Barnes & Noble and Borders and Books A Million. All bookstores carry Skeptic, or of course you can just go to skeptic.com and order it there. It's a science magazine, but we also deal a lot with these kinds of fringe issues, politically loaded, religiously loaded controversies, all related to science and conspiracies. after the fact. We look for anomalies and then try to fit them into a conspiracy theory. Here's what happens in general, is that no theory of anything explains all the facts. In science, this is called the residue problem. There's always a residue of unexplained anomalies that the primary theory that everyone accepts can't explain. What people do on the fringes is they take those anomalies and they try to construct a whole new theory, but the new theory doesn't explain all the old facts that the old theory explains just fine. So we've got there's sort of a principle of parsimony here, that the most salient theory that explains the most facts is the one we should accept, even if there are still some unsolved mysteries, which is perfectly okay. We have to have a certain tolerance for ambiguity. We can't explain everything. But the fact is that, for example, Al-Qaeda and Osama said that they did it. They already
like a plane crash.
It's basically a filter, this peer review process, so that you have all sorts of good ideas and nonsense hitting this peer review filter. What gets through and is published in established journals is considered to be serious and worth looking at.
Now, the Center for Research Applied Chronology. This was a mock paper, wasn't it? Sent in.
The crap paper.
Yeah. This was submitted by some students. Just tell us a little bit about that. That was to show up the.
No, were they students at Cornell? I forgot exactly where they were. There was a whole lot of hoopla being made out of these new open access journals online that were supposed to be peer-reviewed, and they wanted to test the peer review process. So they had a computer program that just put out gibberish, but nicely formatted. It kind of looked like a legitimate paper, but it was just nonsense.
The Bentham Journal, I think it was submitted to.
The Bentham Open Journal. And it was accepted as long as they paid the $800 fee. And then they said, well, we withdraw. It passed peer review. Obviously, no one had read it because it was just gibberish.
Yeah, and I understand that this is the same. The Bentham Open Journal are the ones who peer reviewed the Thermite.
Right. It wasn't the exact same one, but it's owned and run by the same outfit. They have a bunch of different ones.
Right. Okay.
It's in Saudi Arabia or someplace like that. I forgot exactly where it is.
When I was being accused of being a government shill or a plant and promoting disinformation, one of the things that shelters me or saves me from that's verifiable is that in my RFC, that's the request for corrections to NIST, I stated what I talk about. Energy weapons, and this, the building was justified and so forth. And if I was a government shill, I'm forbidden from putting that in a government report because that would be treason. I could be charged with treason. Now, at the same time, let's look at the Thermite story. Their RFC, which came about a month after mine, did not contain any mention of their so-called thermite evidence or molten metal. And, why would they go to the trouble of filing a request for correction to NIST and not include their claim to fame of thermite? With the Smith-Mundt Act, it really, it defends me and it incriminates others.
Yes.
But, that's why I think they're trying to take it off the books. And it also led me to, when Morgan Reynolds told me that they were working at putting it through Congress to take it off the books or to render it useless, that you kind of wonder, where things are going. But then someone posted somewhere that, I guess that's why Fetzer and Gage each had their, quote, hearings just outside the country line in Canada. Toronto and Vancouver.
My gosh.
They could do the propaganda in Vancouver.
Is that why they're having the conference in Vancouver?
That's what it seems like. And when somebody posted that, Fetzer posted right after that with one of his distracting rants, just totally ignoring that, trying to detract it. Well, I've had Judy on my show X number of times. I gave her unprecedented this. His normal spiel he does.
Sure. Huh.
There's some elements within that have aspects of a cult. The Judy Wood phenomenon is of that character, Richie, where it's not really a scientific movement so much as it has the characteristics of a cult.
Yeah, but Judy is a scientist, and I know you had a disagreement with Judy some years ago, and she argues that when we look at the towers coming down, when we see those old videos of them, that it almost looks like they're disappearing in front of our eyes. And she talks about energy weapons and stuff like that. Look, to me, I'm just a journalist. I'm interested in everybody's opinion. And you know, Jim, I've invited NIST and I've invited Popular Mechanics on my shows over the years, and it doesn't matter how much I advance and how much more listeners and viewers I get, they still don't want to come on, which is a shame.
Richie, it's not a question of whether you have the degrees. Judy Wood has the degrees. It's whether you're being scientific by responding to the evidence. We have discovered in the U.S. Geological Survey dust samples, barium and strontium, lithium, lanthanum, yttrium, uranium, tritium, elements that would not be present were it not a nuclear event.
It's said that, quite a few different people actually say this and repeat it and repeat it. There's no evidence to that. They say, oh, she totally ignores the dust analysis. She totally ignores the tritium values. She totally ignores, well, it's in my book. Mm. And that's what I presented at the energy conference, and that was really got people upset.
Right, and I think this is some people are trying to create illusions, saying you don't reference the evidence. This is all part of the information management process.
And the evidence that I presented. For example, the tritium that was found, it shows that it's not at all the level that you'd find like in leaky nuclear plants, but it is along the same in the same range you would expect for something like cold fusion, or what has been termed cold fusion.
It appears to have involved a very sophisticated arrangement of mini or micro nukes that were sequenced to bring down the building the buildings from the top down, blowing, for example, 1 cube at 10 floors at a time. That would yield for the North Tower 11 seconds. That corresponds to NIST's estimate, or in the case of the South, because the top 3 were tilting to the side, 9 seconds. Again, agreement with NIST.
But nukes, Jim, because that's the first I've heard of this. But nukes would lead me to think that there would have been much more damage done to surrounding buildings. No, Richie. That's because you don't know much about them. I mean, that's deliberate. These are mini or micro. They can have a radius of destruction dialed to, for example, 100 feet. Those buildings were 208 feet on a side. If you had them in the core columns, for example, with a destruction radius of 100 feet, then you're pretty much accomplishing what we saw on 9/11.
And remember, Richie, those buildings are blowing apart from the top down. They're being converted into millions of cubic yards of very fine dust, and when it's over, there's nothing left. There's no pile of debris. None.
We're being made into a culture of lies, a people of lies, a country of lies, a nation of lies, and lying kills you. It's a disease. It's very infectious. It's not only infectious, but it's corrosive. And when, in the truth movement, what we see is lies being generated and stirred up, and then regenerated and re-stirred up. And finally, what will happen to a culture that's built on lies? They will be completely without any strength whatsoever, won't they?
Ironically, and I think Andrew could probably recall the phrase, it's something that Gerard Holmgren used to get revved up about. They call it. He said they should call the group something like Liars for Truth.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Go ahead. We were just coming up with, because we've got all these 9/11 Truth groups, you got firefighters for 9/11 Truth, pilots for 9/11 Truth, and then we've got architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, and scientists for 9/11 Truth, lawyers for 9/11 Truth, that's another one. So it's from lawyers to 9/11 Truth to liars for 9/11 Truth. It's not a big leap, is it? So, we kind of come to these conversations when we're feeling a bit down, and we have to kind of cheer ourselves up a bit in some very twisted way.
It's like there's a different flavored fishing lure out there for every profession. Is actors for 9/11 Truth, musicians for 9/11 Truth, medical professionals for 9/11 Truth, XXX for 9/11 Truth, whatever. What is the difference? It's just a different fishing lure.
Right, and it's back to that herd mentality. This group of people will follow the leader, and this other group of people, like the architects, they will follow Gage, and then there's another group of people who are going to follow Fetzer, Uncle Fetzer, I believe is what people call him now.
Uncle Fester?
Uncle Fetzer.
But the engineers who look at architecture and engineers for 9/11 Truth, I mean, I have known some who look at it and realize it's bogus, and they go back to the official story or just throw their hands up and say, well, that's bogus. So I'm not, there's no validity to those questioning 9/11.
So has anybody ever looked at these groups and looked at the individuals that are in the groups and looking at who they are and what they really believe? I mean, who knows? Is it a group of 5? Is it a group of 500? What does the group consist of? Gage
lists them all, but the majority of them, if they won't get in lockstep, they get tossed out of the group. If they're docile and just lend their name to the list, that's the kind that Gage has. As though putting their name on Gage's list will solve 9/11, will get it accomplished. It's sort of like they're just, voting, for let's do something about 9/11. That's the extent of it. What I like to point out is, they want a new investigation. Well, read my book. There you go.
Yes.
If they're calling for a new investigation, what they're doing is admitting that they are not capable of conducting an investigation.
How true. Or if they're government agents, they couldn't possibly conduct an investigation.
An independent one, yeah.
Yes.
you can see, we've been taking pretty big chunks. The 3 pieces that are left standing there, each one of them weighs about 55 ton to 60 ton a piece. So we've been taking chunks down around the 55 to 60 ton. You can see where they've made the cuts along right above. That's the bow tie connection. They're cutting it about 3 to 5 foot above the bow tie connection where it starts into the forming of the candlestick. They've got 3 candles left to cut. It goes accordingly, weather permitting, by midnight tonight. The last 3 candles of the northeast facade will be down to the bow tie connection.
Within seconds, the fiery concoction eats through the bonnet, spraying molten thermite into the engine beneath.
On Wednesday, April the 10th, 1912, in brilliant sunshine, although the day was cold, the unsinkable Pride of the White Star Line left Southampton.
Is thermite the new grassy knoll?
Exactly. It's the alternative story. If people don't like the regular story with 19 bad guys with box cutters doing something, causing the building to go poof, into dust, they have this alternative, and they have friends, they have others who they can agree with, and there's comfort in that. But what's interesting about thermite, I believe it was a deliberate cover story, because if the buildings were turned into powder, every aspect of those buildings was powderized, dustified. And thermite is powdered aluminum and powdered iron rust. There's no doubt in my mind that was in the dust, because, that's my point. The buildings were made out of steel frame structures with aluminum cladding. Steel is like 98, 99% iron. And if that's been dissociated into, nanoparticles, the nanoparticles are going to be iron that would instantly rust if it was very small particles, because we have, so much surface area per mass, and powdered aluminum.
Molecular dissociation?
Yes. If you get such fine nano-sized particles. So the fact you find nano-sized dust that consists of rusted iron and aluminum oxide, it'll oxidize pretty quickly. Just like iron rusting, that'll be there plentiful in plentiful quantities, and it's a good cover story so that you don't say, "What is this from? Did the building really turn to dust?" Oh, it's thermite. Oh, okay. Now we have something to go at. It's very good at distracting people. It's a way of covering up what really is there. And when I first started into this and all this stuff about thermite, I hadn't researched the JFK business. Of course, it isn't the lone gunman story, but you always hear about the grassy knoll. Okay, I didn't look into it. I don't have thought one way or the other. But when I heard about the thermite, I realized, just like the grassy knoll, it's the other acceptable story. It's the official, unofficial story. And it lays everything to rest for history. It keeps the cover-up in place. And I think they're nailing the lid on that this week.
What would you say that?
This get-together in Toronto.
Okay, that's right. It's not that we want to advertise it, but, you can either spend
$39.95 for the truth, or $200 for a cover-up.
That's right.
What someone I saw posted that on the web. That plus the expense to travel there, because it costs $200 apparently for a seat for all 4 days.
Now, going back to thermite for a second, some people out there say, well, a lot of thermite reports are coming out, peer-reviewed. If they're so sure about that, Dr. Wood, have they submitted this in a key temp case just like you did?
No, and actually, my key temp case was a whistleblower case, so I had to be a whistleblower first. And I became a whistleblower by filing a request for correction, RFC, request for correction to NIST, telling them that their contractors were committing fraud or allowing them to submit a fraudulent report without oversight. And they're paid by taxpayer money to determine why and how the towers collapsed, and they didn't do that.
Why not?
NIST admitted they didn't. They just brought up a hypothetical scenario, and that's what they presented. They admitted in writing to me that they did not investigate the collapse, and they felt that relieved them from having to answer the questions of why does your explanation, your analysis of the collapse not comply with the laws of conservation of momentum and conservation of energy. They said, oh, does it? Because we didn't investigate the collapse. They just did a computer model of something they speculated about.
But if they're there with taxpayer money to do the investigation in the biggest event in U.S. history, in my opinion, and they're saying that we didn't investigate, please allow me to understand the logic, because I don't get it.
There isn't any. It's mind-boggling. I don't know what their excuse was for not doing it, but they led people to believe this 10,000 pages of something was an investigation of it, and it's no investigation of it. It's just, hypothetical scenarios that they were generating, and the people who calculate those hypothetical scenarios The contractors are members of what is known as the military-industrial complex. Some of them are manufacturers and developers of energy weapons.
110-story building above us, and I'm looking up at the sun.
And a split second later, I opened up my eyes, and I was just sitting there, totally numb, looking up at blue sky. Then it got dark from the smoke and everything, and I started to cough. I started to feel pain in my leg, and I said, I couldn't even believe at that point that I was alive, and I survived that, and there was nothing above me.
So I submitted my request for corrections to NIST, informing them of these errors. And about 3.5 weeks after that, the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, they just put up their website and submitted, they just started at that point, after my submission, and they submitted a request for correction also. But what was striking is that their request for correction contained no reference to any thermite evidence or molten metal, the two main things that they discuss. If they feel that it's smoking gun evidence, why would they not submit it to NIST, a government agency, and call them out on it, and then submit it to a federal KETAM case, a whistleblower case, if they have evidence of it? You know, are they protecting someone? You know, questions like that arise. But there are some reasons, you know, either A, they felt it really wasn't important enough to mention, that they really have nothing significant, or B, they know it's a federal crime to defraud the government, or C, it's treason if done so by a government agent, because it's one government agency attacking another government agency, which is treason. So I can't think of any other possibilities. Can you?
No, I can't think. But what I can think is that you did it. If they're so sure that thermite was used and they want a new investigation, why didn't they do the same?
They have 15 engineers and architects. Can't any of them do it? I did. I was just one person.
I'm working 80 hours a week, harder than I've ever worked in my life. I'm managing a large organization of 40 volunteers with almost no funding, and I don't have time to sleep, much less file lawsuits. I don't even know how to do that.
In my earlier video entitled South Tower Smoking Guns, I pointed out a projectile near the end of the clip that moves to the right, then suddenly turns through a sharp angle and moves downward, at least from the perspective of the camera, all the while producing a trail of white smoke. For this object to radically change directions like this, it had to experience a sudden impulse. We know there was a large amount of unreacted nanothermite in the World Trade Center dust. That was confirmed in a paper published in the Chemical Physics Journal in April 2009. Thermite reactions produce aluminum oxide, which is visible as white smoke, and nanothermite is explosive. Nanothermite is stable when wet and can be literally painted onto steel beams. Nanothermite painted onto this chunk of material would explain the explosion, producing the sudden change of direction, and it would also explain the white smoke trail. When we zoom in, we can see that the path zigzags, indicating multiple small explosions. Once I found this projectile, I looked for it in other videos. I found it in several videos from different angles, but when shown against the backdrop of the white debris cloud, it is very hard to see. This is another video from a very similar perspective to the first. In this shot, the trail can be seen to persist all the way down to the bottom of the collapse. We can learn several things from the behavior of this projectile. First, it is clear that this chunk carries explosive material with sufficient power to drastically change its momentum in a short outburst. Secondly, it is clear that the smoke we see is not general smoke from the fires entrained in the wake of a moving object. Since the smoke trail follows the object in all of its twists and turns, it is clear that the smoke is being emitted from the object itself. The most obvious interpretation, of course, is we are seeing the results of nanothermite burning and undergoing explosive outbursts. Once we see this clear example of an object trailing smoke generated on its surface, we can reinterpret what we are seeing elsewhere. There are lots of chunks of falling debris trailing smoke clouds. In many cases, we can see long beams with smoke being emitted from the entire length of the beam. We no longer need to assume that this is smoke following in their wake. When we see white smoke that looks as though it's coming from the girders, it is reasonable to assume that we are in fact seeing smoke coming from material painted onto the girders themselves. When we see chunks that race ahead of the rest of the falling debris, as we see near the bottom of this view, we can reasonably interpret this as caused by explosive impulses that increase the speed of these objects, just as they change the direction of the one we've been studying. It is time to take off the blinders. We have not only chemically detected nanothermite in the World Trade Center dust, we are literally seeing nanothermite in action. Once our eyes are opened, we can see it wherever we look. Once I found this projectile, I looked for it in other videos.
Holy shit!
Oh my God! Oh my God! The World Trade Center just fell. The whole World Trade Center just fell.
For this object to radically change directions like this, it had to experience a sudden impulse. Nanothermite painted onto this chunk of material would explain the explosion, producing the sudden change of direction, and it would also explain the white smoke trail. We can learn several things from the behavior of this projectile. First, it is clear that this chunk carries explosive material with sufficient power to drastically change its momentum in a short outburst. In many cases, we can see long beams with smoke being emitted from the entire length of the beam. We no longer need to assume that this is smoke following in their wake. When we see white smoke that looks as though it's coming from the girders, it is reasonable to assume that we are in fact seeing smoke coming from material painted onto the girders themselves.
Are we talking Judy Wood here?
Well, what is your view on the bathtubs and also the lack of a bigger mound of rubble after these things came down?
I think there is plenty of rubble to account for what was in the buildings. I think that's a red herring, and I don't give Judy Wood any credibility whatsoever. So that's my answer to that whole issue. So.
First, it is clear that this chunk carries explosive material with sufficient power to drastically change its momentum in a short outburst.
I think there is plenty of rubble to account for what was in the buildings. I think that's a red herring.
There's a mountain of evidence, and the nanothermite is only a very small part of it. I wouldn't hesitate to call it a scientific footnote. Really, it fits nicely, but it has no forensic value on its own. Actually, you could not take it into court alone. But if you put it into the context, everything becomes meaningful, and that's where it gets its strength. We are ending up with a collapse scenario which is completely consistent. We have the blast scenario which are completely consistent, and that's as much as you can ask from a scientific theory. There's no truth in science. There's only the best hypothesis of the day, but we have that. There's no truth in science. There's only the best hypothesis of the day, but we have that.
The great Galileo taught us that experiment is the arbitrator of competing hypotheses. This is perhaps one of the most important statements in scientific history. Experimentation gives us the ultimate truth-finding tool. It is the central thesis of the scientific method. You can apply it to virtually anything. As the modern genius Richard Feynman once said,
"If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong." And that simple statement is the key to science.
Thermite burns so incredibly hot that it can melt straight through the engine block of a car.
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
When thermite reacts, it produces aluminum oxide and molten hot steel.
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
It is conventionally used for welding and melting iron and steel.
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
In its November 1935 issue, Popular Mechanics explained how the 3 million pound steel Skyride Tower in Chicago was demolished using thermite to melt through its 10-foot steel leg sections. Several thousand major structural components would need to be severed in exactly the right manner within fractions of a second of one another.
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
So this seems to be a scientifically legitimate hypothesis. We have a chain of evidence from the crime scene leading directly to nanothermites. We have scientifically verifiable experiments providing that you can demolish steel structures using thermites. And we even have a host of shady suspects who worked inside the World Trade Center buildings with a series of suspicious connections to companies which produce nanothermite, including patents on nanothermite demolition devices. Many of the pictures used in her book and on her website indicate irregular heating, burning, and warping of various materials, which she then posits could only have been produced by an exotic and unproven mechanism.
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
I would suggest that many of these characteristics are consistent with pyroclastic flow damage seen in volcanic eruptions, and could have just as easily been produced by superheated exploded steel and concrete using nanothermite. Take this picture for instance. The car is only burned on the top half. If you think about a cloud of superheated gas expanding and rolling outwards from the collapsing buildings, the gas inside the middle of the pyroclastic flow will be the hottest, but will cool down considerably on the surface of the cloud, where it is expanding and coming into contact with surrounding cooler air. As the cloud rolls outward over cars like this one, the superheated gas at the center will be hot enough to melt the paint, while the cooler periphery of the cloud as it rolls across the ground will leave the lower half of the car at a much lower temperature than the superheated gas near the middle of the cloud. So you see there are alternative explanations for all of the material characteristics of debris seen in Dr. Wood's extensive photo collections. If you think about a cloud of superheated gas expanding and rolling outwards from the collapsing buildings, the gas inside the middle of the pyroclastic flow will be the hottest, but will cool down considerably on the surface of the cloud, where it is expanding and coming into contact with surrounding cooler air. As the cloud rolls outward over cars like this one, the superheated gas at the center will be hot enough to melt the paint, I would suggest that many of these characteristics are consistent with pyroclastic flow damage seen in volcanic eruptions.
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
According to Pasquale, his fall ended here, at the top of what was left of Stairway B.
I didn't feel anything. My body was totally numb. I mean, I felt nothing at all. I just opened up my eyes and saw blue sky.
If you think about a cloud of superheated gas expanding and rolling outwards from the collapsing buildings, the gas inside the middle of the pyroclastic flow will be the hottest, but will cool down considerably on the surface of the cloud, where it is expanding and coming into contact with surrounding, cooler air. As the cloud rolls outward over cars like this one, the superheated gas at the center will be hot enough to melt the paint.
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Now, the biggest problem I run into when I try to talk to physicists or anyone else about the Hutchison effect is the issue of experimental reproducibility.
Here we have a collection of samples from 1979 to 1989 of metal pieces done by the Hutchison effect apparatus. And we're going to start with the very first sample, which gained a lot of history around the world and also in a lot of national laboratories, which is this very large, heavy steel bar.
It definitely seems intuitively possible to produce these types of effects using some sort of molecular or electromagnetic interference. And with Dr. Wood's PhD background and area of expertise in material science and interferometry, I'd like to see some experiments performed and papers published on this in order to give it more scientific credibility. All I've seen from Dr. Wood so far is a colorful picture book which continuously stresses the need to look at evidence in order to determine exactly what happened at the World Trade Center.
So your answer is no, you have not read the book, Where Did the Towers Go?
No, I have not read it. I don't own a copy. I would never buy it. I think that she's a distraction. The whole buildings were blown to Kingdom Come. I mean, that much is obvious.
So let me ask you this.
Whether you believe that was done through some space-age laser technology, which we can't prove or say exists.
Also, because of the evidence of lack of high heat, you can eliminate the explanation of some kind of thermal energy weapon as the mechanism of distraction. So that right there eliminates laser beams from space. So that right there eliminates laser beams from space.
The whole buildings were blown to Kingdom Come. I mean, that much is obvious.
So let me ask you this.
Whether you believe that was done through some space-age laser technology, which we can't prove or say exists in any definite way, or whether it was caused by explosives
did anybody at any point? This is what I'm going to do. Okay, here's the deal. All right. My audience is very well aware of what neurolinguistic programming is and psyoping is, and for you to very skillfully, carefully inject certain words into people's minds, like has been done to us during the PSYOP for 12 years. For you to do that to my audience, I find to be reprehensible. Okay, so what I want you to do, did you ever hear me say anything about firing beams or patents or anything like that? I'm asking you questions.
This is the first paper that she co-authored with Morgan Reynolds.
Who's she? Listen to me. Focus. Look at me, dude. Seriously, look at me. Look at me and listen to me.
Right?
Look at me. Focus on me. I'm going to ask you something. The towers, 1.5 million tons of debris, okay, turned to dust in midair, okay, and that debris never hit the ground. Okay, let me. During the destruction, there was an absence of high heat, and you're saying that thermite possibly caused that. Is that correct? Witnesses reported that the initial dust cloud felt cooler.
You're saying that a laser weapon or some sort of directed.
Did I ever say laser? Did you hear me say laser at any point in time?
Well, no. This is a more scientifically accurate.
Did you hear me say? You're saying laser to my listening audience. Don't go past me. Focus on me. Speak to me. I never said laser. I said during the destruction of the tower, there was an absence of high heat. Witnesses reported that the initial dust cloud felt cooler. I have a person, I could put him on the line right now. His name is Tom Hansen. He's a principal with my show. He stood at the base of the towers. He said that the waft of dust that was coming out was cool. And you're saying that that was thermite. How could thermite possibly be cool? Is there thermite that's cool?
This is what are you talking about? The thermite in the patents, which I have, these are real patents. You can look them up. They were filed by Battelle, and they had detail in those that nitrocellulose explosives are used in conjunction with the thermite incendiary. Thermite melts the steel, and the nitrocellulose explosive will literally blast it through. So you're not just talking about a thermite.
So thermite that melts steel produces a cool waft of dust going through the entire city of New York City. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
A controlled demolition. The buildings were blown up, man.
Okay, they were blown up. So thermite being used.
You're saying that a directed energy weapon did this? Is that what you're saying?
Did I ever say that? My listeners are actually hearing you say this to me. Did I ever say that? Did you hear me say that?
No, I called it I called it a laser because that's a more accurate.
Did I ever say that at any point in time?
Any weapon you can possibly imagine aside from chemical or biological.
Have I said weapon?
Energy directed in nature.
Have I mentioned the word weapon since I've met you?
Can I talk about some other facts?
Sure.
Which are very interesting, and I think.
Okay, so you just want to skip over and not answer any of the questions I've asked you so far. You want to tell me the thermite existed in the World Trade Center towers, and we do know that if thermite was used.
Thermite was patented by people who occupied the floors that were hit on 9/11. It was patented by these people.
So if thermite
connections to all these people, it was developed at Los Alamos National Laboratories under the direction of Marvin Bush's company. Securicom Stratesec. They helped develop this stuff at Los Alamos.
That's
National
the equivalent.
Labs.
What you just said is the equivalent of Alex Jones placing documents on the internet, okay, then setting the SEO to it, and then referring everybody to Google to go Google the terms to find the documents that he placed there. So, of course, thermite was patented and all these things took place so that there would be a story, kind of like brown people in airplanes. You know, like we had to come up with a viable excuse about Saudi Arabians.
This wouldn't happen. It was either controlled demolition with people actually going inside the buildings, actually rigging these towers
facts
with explosives.
What facts do you have that a controlled demolition?
Buildings, rigging the buildings with explosives. All right, or it's something else, right? Like,
did you read her everything in her key tam case?
Say that again. Key tam?
Yeah, she filed a key tam case in federal court. Did you read everything contained in that forensic investigation that was filed?
This is what I call. My.
The answer is yes or no. It's a simple one. No. I asked you a question. Did you read her federal case?
Take future cases with 9/11 evidence seriously because they look at her and they're oh, this stuff.
No. But here's the thing. We have a textbook and then we have a forensic investigation that was filed in the federal court system. Did you read that information that was filed with the federal court system?
No, I read her papers, man. Okay. There's much more.
So you didn't read the book. You didn't read the book, which contains.
Psyop, man.
This is not a psyop book. Let the listener decide. No. Let's set Dr. Judy aside. I've read her book. I've read the forensic investigation she filed with the federal court system. You say you haven't, but you're more qualified than me. Is that correct?
I've read her scientific papers. She has no evidence for this space
excluding the textbook laser. And the federal court
laser weapon. That's more accurate than directed
You just said
weapon.
Space-based weapons. It has nothing to do with anything that's in the federal
laser
court.
Technology. Laser technology.
Laser technology. Laser.
It's the same
space
thing.
Beams.
Light amplification by the stimulated emission of radiation.
I do. I know what that is.
You studied lasers according to your bio, so you should know a little bit about them.
I sure do. Light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation.
So how much energy would be required to power a laser?
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something? I just asked you a question. If you read the textbook, if you read the forensic investigation that was filed with the federal court system, you said no, but you don't think that that's important, although it contains the investigation that everyone's been calling for. You just said, I didn't read the investigation, but that's okay.
I read her scientific papers. Why do I need to read her court case, man?
Excluding the formal document.
I know she's a psyop.
No, what is the psyop?
Look at how many people have gotten talking about space lasers
hold on a second.
and get completely written
space
off
laser
and discredited.
beam. Sure. You sound formal document.
I know she's a psyop.
No, what is the psyop?
Look at how many people have gotten talking about space lasers
hold on a second.
and get completely written
space
off
laser
and discredited.
beam. Sure. You sound like Alex Jones. Hold on one second. Space beams. Yeah, you just keep inserting that into everyone's mind. They know what the psyop is. They're very, very well educated. Here's the thing. You ready?
Very well educated?
Yeah.
To a psyop that's taking all the attention off who put bombs in those buildings.
Although conventional explosives have been ruled out due to lack of noise and seismic evidence.
How many times did I say space beam?
I've gone through the tedious work of identifying and naming by name and all their connections and lining up for people.
All of my listeners heard you say laser, not me.
And says, oh, don't look at that. Don't look at who ran security in the buildings. Don't look at who had the contracts for electronic security. Who redesigned the electronic security system after the 1993 World Trade Center bombing.
Right.
Don't look at any of that stuff. Instead, just look at a space laser or
say everything.
That's more important.
Say everything to our listening audience except what's contained in the 500 pages that's right in front of me and the federal court case, the key tam case, which contains the entire forensic investigation that AE 9/11 Truth has been asking for. It's already been filed. Say everything outside of that because I don't see laser here. Hold on a second. Let me go through this 500 pages and see where it says lasers or space beams. It doesn't say that. You would know that because you haven't read it.
All I know is that a space laser is a more accurate descriptive term.
Who said space laser?
Energy weapon. A directed energy weapon could be a basketball.
Who said space laser? Who said that? Who said that? Who
said that?
I just want to know one simple question. What the answer to this question? Where did 3,000 toilets go? Where'd they go?
I want to know where all the debris went and why it was removed so fast. You know, I don't have the answers for these questions, man. You're going to ask me the questions? Look, fools have a million. Fools have more questions than a wise man can answer. You ever heard that saying before?
Your answer is, as a physicist, 12 years you've had to study this, you have no idea where the 3,000 toilets went. Is that correct?
They were blown to Kingdom Come along with the rest of the building.
We have visual evidence that there's extreme explosive forces at play in the Twin Towers, hurling without regard to public safety.
And a split second later, I opened up my eyes, and I was just sitting there, totally numb, looking up at blue sky. Then it got dark from the smoke and everything, and I started to cough. I started to feel pain in my leg, and I said, I couldn't even believe at that point that I was alive, and I survived that, and there was nothing above me.
a controlled demolition. The buildings were blown up, man. They were blown to kingdom come along with the rest of the building.
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Or the care of the surrounding buildings, many of which were quite destroyed. And the question is, why did they do it that way? My speculation, and it's just that, is that they didn't have access to the perimeter columns as much, perhaps. So they had to have enough explosive force to take out not only the core columns, but the floors and everything else in the building.
To a PSYOP that's taking all the attention off who put bombs in those buildings.
Although conventional explosives have been ruled out due to lack of noise and seismic evidence,
they were blown to kingdom come along with the rest of the building.
They're taught to memorize this list of talking points that are just drilled in. Like this idea about thermite. Sure, there's aluminum dust and iron dust, but what does that have to do with what happened to the buildings? I've yet to see any connection with that. And even Niels Harrit, who was the first author on that, quote, peer-reviewed thermite paper, it says that we shouldn't speculate on how it was used. None of the authors can agree on what it was used for. They don't know.
Is everyone trying to decredentialize Dr. Judy Wood?
Architects and engineers from 9/11 Truth, that you are calling them a PSYOP. You're saying that they're a distraction. Yet this one woman who wrote this book trying to convince everyone that it's space lasers that brought down the World Trade Center.
So that right there eliminates laser beams from space.
What in this book do you want to call a PSYOP that's disputable? What in this book do you want to dispute? Which part of it? I have 500 pages.
Look, I don't want to talk about that book. I want to talk about real evidence. I don't want to talk about that book. I want to talk about real evidence that will lead to convictions. Nothing in Judy Wood's book will ever put anyone who was responsible for 9/11 behind bars.
You think so?
Now, who are some of the companies that worked with NIST?
Well, there's 23 on the list. The biggest ones, the one that had the most number of people on board was, the two top ones, Applied Research Associates and SAIC, Science Applications International Corp. Those are also known as part of the military-industrial complex. And in particular, ARA, Applied Research Associates, are developers and manufacturers of energy weapons. If this case had gone forward, think of that scenario. If this case had gone forward, I get to put people under oath. Now, imagine if you put those people, ARA and SAIC under oath. And, ARA in particular, they have, currently I think they still have, and they had at the time, a contract with the U.S. government to know everything about any weapon of mass destruction that is being developed or has been developed anywhere. So not only could they recognize what technology that was used, they would know whose technology it was. Wouldn't it be nice to put them under oath?
Indeed.
If this case had gone forward, that's what would happen. So I kind of think that has to do with why they dismissed it. But the judges were respectful. They didn't laugh the case off. They just, they were ignoring the law to dismiss the case.
But you know what? We were able to get through some very important questions. And I kept it, to the best of my ability, to facts and evidence with him. And quite frankly, I was kind of shocked to hear his admission that despite his opposition to your work, he has never even read your work.
Right. He kind of backed himself in a corner, with whatever you want to call it, a cyanide capsule. I shouldn't put it that way, but he was painting himself in a corner he couldn't get out of.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty sad. That was the most shocking part. The actual admission that he wasn't reviewing the evidence. Also, what I found really shocking is I didn't count how many times. I just listened to the show once, but you could go back and count. How many times did you correct him on space beams, laser beams from space, ray beams from space, that type of thing?
Oh, yeah.
About a dozen?
Oh, at least.
Maybe at least a half a dozen, if not more.
Well, he was, and I am being overly dramatic when I say he was forcefully injecting that word, and there were certain words that he was trying to put in everyone's minds. And I said, okay, what is he attempting to do here? And it's pretty consistent with the general thing. I guess they're all reading from the same script.
Right. They have a list of talking points and sound bites that they spiel off as they've memorized that they are to insert. Another thing that you didn't catch, that he almost tripped you up on, you didn't repeat it, but you didn't reject it either. But it's something that subconsciously goes into the listener's head. You were talking about the towers turning to dust in midair. He would repeat what you said with the word replaced, with dust replaced with vaporize.
Oh, vaporize. Oh, okay.
And Stephen Jones does that, and Greg Jenkins has done that.
And lastly, we have the hypothesis championed by Dr. Judy Wood, a violent opponent of the nanothermite evidence, who instead insists that the towers were vaporized to dust. And that's the one thing I am most pleased with myself about in that setup deal that Greg Jenkins did, that each time he replaced turn to dust with vaporize, I called him on it. As tired as I was, I'm proud of myself for that. He kept trying to slither it in there.
Will involve, I guess the term you use is dustification of metal, or I guess another way you could get rid of it. We're trying to invent a new word. yeah, might as well, right?
Poof,
yeah. Or the vaporization of the metal in the towers, one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
The reason, and I even state in my book why that is not. Alien Scientist tries to present that as a more scientific-y, word, but it's incorrect. It's incorrect to use a word with specific meaning and apply it to something that it does not, where it's not applicable.
Right.
The buildings were not vaporized. Vaporization implies heat. You know how you make a vapor over, steam?
Right. That's right.
High heat to vaporize metals or whatever. The building was turned to dust by a not high heat process. So vaporization is inappropriate for a term. So why this big effort to insert vaporization?
I mean, I can't believe people
kept recommending her to me. Yeah. It's a joke. Her book is a joke. It's mostly padding. She thinks, right, ow, my feet. She thinks that there was this beam weapon pointed at the Twin Towers that somehow vaporized the steel.
This is a slick thing because most people don't realize that difference. So if they start repeating my work saying, oh, she says it was vaporized, the person is innocent motives. They just don't realize the difference between turning to dust and vaporization. That right there, whatever they say after that, it can be refuted because vaporization is inappropriate.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. That's
it's
right.
Very slick maneuver, and I'm glad you didn't repeat it, but you didn't catch what was going on with that one. That was
very subtle.
A really slick one that he was just slithering through there, through and through. If you go back and listen to it, it's all throughout. Whenever you say turn to dust, he repeated it with saying vaporized.
I know. I did point out that he was speaking out of 5 sides of his mouth, and we referred to.
That was true.
Yeah, he was. So it's difficult to pick which words were coming out of which hole and which direction they were going. I mean, it was very. Yeah.
And there's one other one that was just kind of hilarious, is when he said a directed energy weapon could mean anything. And then he said, well, a more scientific word for it is laser. And he goes off, showing that he knows what LASER means. Mm-hmm. And so he was going to use laser. Well, that's a specific type of directed energy. Directed energy is a whole wide category. It's like kinetic energy weapons. Mm-hmm. You have bombs, you have hammers, you have wrecking balls, you have shotguns. Those are kinetic energy weapons. Building collapse. That's right. So we're talking about general categories. I haven't gotten any more specific than that general categories. You have kinetic energy, you have thermal energy, you have directed energy.
Right. Right.
And he was just citing a specific one that is not applicable because lasers work with heat. The building was not cooked to death.
That's right.
It's another thing like vaporization. He replaced the general category with a specific and then goes to debunking his specific.
Okay.
So she claims that free energy gizmo powered the laser beam from space.
Yeah.
And which is totally incorrect. I'll say right now what the title of my book means. It shows evidence of what happened on 9/11. That evidence shows a technology was used that we haven't seen before, but that technology doesn't have to be used to destroy buildings. That same technology can be used for good and can be used to provide free energy to the world. So what technology was demonstrated on 9/11, the evidence from that is also evidence that free energy technology exists.
That's right, and I understand that. And at no point in time in this presentation, even given by all of the other, like alien scientists or anyone, they want to scare us. They want to say, these evil people, these terrible people, they're using this, that they're blowing up buildings. Alex Jones used the term directed energy technology, Tesla, Star Wars, laser beams. Oh my God, they're going to blow it up. And look at a picture of this mounted on a military vehicle. When in fact, he could say, guess what? Free energy technology exists. It was used on 9/11. It can actually be used to free us from enslavement.
Exactly.
Right.
And what it takes is for us, and there's 2 sides of looking at the evidence. The evidence is what identifies what technology was used, not the name of it, not the serial number, not what the operator had for breakfast, but what it does. The evidence defines what technology was used. Mm-hmm. And if you learn to look at that evidence, you can identify and recognize next time when that same technology is used, and that's going to deter that from being used for evil in the future. And what it also will do is set a sort of a backdrop. If everyone knows this technology exists, people who've been trying to develop free energy technology in the secrecy of their basement and being suicided, they can now develop it in the light of day because it'll be known it's not something that needs to be suppressed anymore because everybody already knows.
Right. That's right.
If somebody cannot refute, and they can't refute any of the stuff I present in my book, right. Or in my case, even the defense in my legal case couldn't. Mm-hmm. They instead represent it distorted. So they're promoting propaganda, and then they try to refute their own propaganda, like space beams and so forth.
She thinks that there was this beam weapon pointed at the Twin Towers that somehow vaporized the steel, and the evidence that she has for it is that a few people in the World Trade Center who were stuck above the fires took off their tops.
Okay.
Yeah, so her idea is that the sweat from the tops was getting excited by the beam weapon that made the tops really hot, so they took their tops off.
Okay, right.
That's the evidence that she has.
Evidence, yeah.
And please pardon me, I am a very proud meat and potatoes layman, right? Which most of us are here on the planet. We're suffering from this free energy technology that's being used against us. We have to understand it. But when I ask a scientist, okay, alien scientist, he's a physicist who claims to be educated.
He claims to be a physicist, but he
claims to be.
For some reason doesn't want us to know if or where he graduated.
But how could you, Dr. Judy Wood, how could you look at somebody like that and say, okay, you have debunked and you have gone after Dr. Judy Wood's information that you haven't even seen? How is that possible in the scientific community? Is that even possible?
It sort of falls under malicious defamation.
Wow. Wow, that powerful, that blatant.
Yep.
One woman who wrote this book trying to convince everyone that it's space lasers that brought down the World Trade Center.
Okay, so he's literally made a YouTube career debunking you. And it's based on what? On fabrications? He's never, and he admitted, I've never seen the Ketam case, and I've never read the book Where Did the Towers Go? And I've asked him, well, how could you debunk what you haven't seen? In so many words, didn't I? I think I did it polite enough.
Exactly. I just posted a link in the window, in the Skype window. If you might want to read the title of that article.
Okay. Yeah, I was really, really disturbed by that, and then at the same time, kind of relieved. Like, well, yes, in fact, this guy is just intending to psyop. I mean, it was pretty obvious. Reviewers, beware. Beware, you can get sued. So you think that it's just outright defamation, and yeah.
Some of the cases I've been reading about are, like somebody is just wants to get back at somebody else, so they post a bad review.
Yeah.
That is clearly incorrect. Mm-hmm. And you see some of the amounts there, $750,000.
Yeah.
The poster was charged. The buildings were not vaporized. Vaporization implies heat.
And lastly, we have the hypothesis championed by Dr. Judy Wood, a violent opponent of the nanothermite evidence, who instead insists that the towers were vaporized to dust.
The buildings were not vaporized. Vaporization implies heat.
Will involve, I guess the term you use is dustification of metal, or the vaporization of the metal in the towers, one or the other.
The buildings were not vaporized. Vaporization implies heat.
She thinks that there was this beam weapon pointed at the Twin Towers that somehow vaporized the steel.
The buildings were not vaporized. Vaporization implies heat. Also, because of the evidence of lack of high heat, you can eliminate the explanation of some kind of thermal energy weapon as the mechanism of destruction. So that right there eliminates laser beams from space.
Dr. Wood says maybe there's a beam of laser or microwave from space or something that came down and...
So that right there eliminates laser beams from space.
One of Dr. Wood's hypotheses is a space-based weapon powered by free energy, another undocumented and unproven phenomenon. Given the time windows separating each of the destruction events at the World Trade Center, these couldn't have come from a single satellite-based weapon in regular orbit, so either there's 2 of these massive satellites orbiting Earth, or they had one in geostationary orbit over the equator firing a beam down at a steep angle over lower Manhattan. There's also the
debris struck those particular areas and did damage. I don't know. I mean, I can't see, what's down in there.
Right, right.
I don't think there were space rays that cut holes in those buildings.
All right, I'm definitely not sure about space rays, but all I know is it doesn't appear to be thermite.
There it is. That's the inside of Building 6. The walls are intact, the basement is intact, and nobody has a friggin' clue what could do this. I wonder what's going through his head. There's no desks, there's no chairs, no office furniture, there's no bathrooms. Everything is rusted, everything is hanging symmetrically straight down, and the floor is intact. Does it look like any big chunks of metal came down here and smashed all this in? What smashed all this in? If it got smashed in, nothing, say, or you would see it here right now. The basement's intact, the walls are intact. And so this is something, I can't explain it. It's not a nuclear explosion. It's not nanothermite that done something like that. It's not an air blast over it or some kind of obvious thing. There's people everywhere. Nobody knows what happened to this. It's a big friggin' mystery. And it's certainly not explosives. It's certainly not some kind of incendiary devices. It's not some kind of kinetic energy devices. Even though you see how everything is hanging, but it's not kinetically smacked apart and blown apart. Everything is symmetrical. The tower is kind of almost spilled over, and people said that's what crushed the inside of it. But now we finally see that certainly wasn't a factor. Nobody knows. Now look at around his feet there. You can see everything is like it's a disassociation. It never got crushed. You can see that. Look, it never got crushed. Everything is missing. All the furniture is missing. Everything. All the color is missing, all the walls and everything else, like I say. And it's just even reaching way into these places is like it all got sucked out. But where did it go? It didn't go down to the floor, because there's the floor. See that car there? The parking lot's still intact. All this never went down to the parking lot. It got broke a bit, but it never went down there. And you can see everything is missing. There's no indication these were offices, or this was an office building at any given time. And you can see where one of the towers spilled over, and people said that's what done the damage. But you can see, yeah, it spilled over, but that stuff never took out the core of a 500,000 square foot building. And I don't know what done it, but there it is. That's the inside of Building 6. The walls are intact, the basement is intact, and nobody has a friggin' clue what could do this. And that's where one of the towers kind of almost spilled over, and people said that's what crushed the inside of it. But now we finally see that certainly wasn't a factor. Nobody knows.
Let's see, that's kind of just a different angle. And could thermite do that?
I don't know.
Gage, you just talked about thermite for 2 hours. How can you possibly not know if thermite could do that or not? Could thermite do that?
I don't know. If it were placed in all the beams in that particular area, I imagine it could.
There's a hole but why not the whole, Building 7, clearly gone. The tower is clearly gone. These buildings,
standing with weird cookie cutter holes in them.
Yeah, no, it's weird. I agree with you.
That's just more like the same kind of stuff. There's like climbing in a building. And then the cars. The cars are
Richard Gage.
something else that I...
Kareem? Kevin's son. You're Kevin's son?
Yeah.
Cool. Fatma? Fatma.
Yeah.
You're her son.
No. What goes on here is outstandingly suspicious and weird. Kareem Barrett, Professor Kevin Barrett's son, comes over and interrupts my interview with Richard Gage. Kevin Barrett is another outspoken member of 9/11 Truth who's a former professor at the University of Wisconsin-Madison who allegedly lost his tenure for standing up for the issue of 9/11 Truth. The problem I have with Mr. Barrett is that he does not seem to want to go into certain issues. As well, I know that Kevin Barrett, as I have met him in the past, has raised his son to be more respectful and courteous than to interrupt an on-camera interview. My only conclusion on this matter can be that Mr. Barrett, who was within earshot of my conversation with Mr. Richard Gage, purposely sent his son over to interrupt and run interference on my interview. This, of course, being done because of the kind of information that I was bringing up.
Some of these cars, this toasted, where they're not so warped, that would be explained, I would think, by falling molten iron droplets, which is what you have.
Right.
That could
I have a friend that this very same thing, and I was trying to explain some of your work, and he was like, "No, I've heard things about 9/11."
The space beams.
Not even space beams. It was all just like thermite stuff, and she was just like, I just don't buy it. It doesn't make sense. It's not.
Thermite's a welding material. It's insane to think that thermite's going to do anything to the towers. It's going to in 8 seconds. It's used mainly in welding. It's also used by the military because it melts things, to melt a gun barrel, so you don't need to collect your enemy's guns when you invade their town. Or their village. You just make all their guns useless.
Yeah.
But it's also used for burning paper. Like if you have top secret documents and the enemy is invading your camp, you just poof, burn all your papers instantly. So that's what they use it for. But it would also look like a 4th of July sparkler, because you've seen a welding torch. You see sparks, spitting out all over the place.
Everybody clamors, Dr. Wood, for a new investigation. We're not going to get it from the government, but we need an independent entity to do it, and Dr. Wood is as independent as you can be. Would you agree?
Oh, yes. It is as independent as it can be, and that is the problem. By design, they don't want it to be independent. They just want to call for an independent investigation because it sounds right. And most of the people who are members of the 9/11 Truth Movement, the so-called Truth Movement, I think are there for good, well-meaning purposes, but they get hoodwinked and derailed, and a con job pulled on them, and they buy into it and they become invested in it, and they're taught to memorize this list of talking points that are just drilled in. Like this idea about thermite. Sure, there's aluminum dust and iron dust, but what does that have to do with what happened to the buildings? I've yet to see any connection with that. And even Niels Harrit, who was the first author on that, quote, peer-reviewed thermite paper, says that we shouldn't speculate on how it was used. None of the authors can agree on what it was used for. They don't know. So if they don't know, then you need to show a cause and effect.
And I have to put myself once again in the shoes of some of the truthers out there. Look, I was there. I was with you. I was repeating the same script for quite some time. I remember when I woke up about 9/11, I was looking for the alternative media to guide me because that was the only information that I was being exposed to. But then I was exposed to Dr. Wood. It was another perspective.
And you were open to it.
I was open to it because I'm an open-minded person by nature. I'm claustrophobic, Dr. Wood, by nature, mentally. If I feel I'm in a corner and this is what I have to learn and I'm not allowed to step outside those boundaries, I rebel. I can't. It's just the way I'm designed. That's why I discuss so many topics, because I want to be exposed to everything, because everything is interconnected.
Exactly. That's life.
Yes.
That's what I was saying about, cats and birds and so forth. It's being able to experience life. Otherwise, we're just robots if we're not living life and thinking and feeling and interacting with life.
When somebody tells you, don't look that way, well, guess what? I used to not look that way, but now I do. So I have, like I said, no problem with anybody bringing some of the other researchers to discuss what they have to say. But I have a problem when those other researchers discount people like Dr. Wood who discuss the evidence. Shouldn't we, if we want the truth and we want a new investigation, be exposed to every single perspective to come to our own conclusions? Wouldn't that be the logic, Dr. Wood?
Very much. And if the evidence is available, if you want a new investigation, but the evidence is already right before you, why do you need a new investigation? Why do you need somebody else to validate it? Do you need a government stamp of approval on it? We are the government, each and every one of us.
That's right. It's a government of the people.
Yes. And this is a independent investigation. One thing quite interesting is that this book has been out for almost a year. No one has been able to refute my book. And there's been a lot of interest in doing so. It's been irrefutable. The only thing they can do is to convince others that it is not what it is. That she talks about ray beams from outer space and, lizard monsters from outer space, something, bizarre, that sounds bizarre.
So that they don't read it. So they keep them away from reading the book. I think more than getting into your information, Dr. Wood, I think what they're doing is preventing people from opening that door. That's simple.
Exactly. Or shading their vision before they telling them what to see before they open the book.
Right. And because so-and-so who's very popular said XYZ, well, because somebody says XYZ, that means it must be true. But if you think for yourself and you're an independent thinker, folks, don't be followers. It's what I'm trying to convey to you.
Here's another analogy I have with the thermite issue. Knowing that, you should expect to find nano-sized particles of rusted iron and oxidized aluminum in the dust. If you come upon a body in a pool of blood with a bullet hole in it, will you say that the blood must have killed the person because you see all this red liquid leaking out of the person?
You better find the bullet.
but look at all this red liquid, this plentiful. It must have killed him. That's what the thermite is.
Right.
He also said that you talked about ray beams from space and space beams and so on, which of course is not true. I don't know if you'd like to comment on that at all.
Right, I've never stated that. I've never said anything like that. Initially, from the very beginning, it was like, let's look at the evidence. I started out with the billiard ball example, and then I started looking at the evidence. I have all this evidence of dust, all this evidence of, toasted cars, holes. It was all about evidence, but it was evidence of some kind of energy effect. You can eliminate that through the seismic chart. That eliminates kinetic energy being the mechanism of destruction. Also, because of the evidence of lack of high heat, you can eliminate the explanation of some kind of thermal energy weapon as the mechanism of destruction. So that right there eliminates laser beams from space, because the buildings were not cooked to death, nor were they beaten to death. And now these are categories, very broad categories. And another category is directed energy. Now within each of these categories, there's specifics, like laser beams can be considered a directed energy weapon, but it's also would be acting as a thermal energy weapon in this mechanism. Now, if you say, okay, it couldn't be a pea shooter, that's a kinetic energy weapon, so therefore it can't be any other kinetic energy weapon, that's kind of silly. It's like saying, well, it can't be a missile because a pea shooter couldn't have done it, and those are both kinetic energy weapons. Jones seemed to have been doing the same kind of thing as saying it couldn't be a laser beam from space, so therefore it can't be any type of directed energy. And that's
right.
I've never been specific as to what it was.
No, I mean, I think that the original paper that you posted, there was I think they picked on the title, didn't they, which wasn't even chosen by you, suggested by somebody else.
Well, actually, the reason why I used, but I used also that title, and it's actually stated in an early interview with Jim Fetzer that it was to get attention so that it would keep me safe. It would be out there and get attention.
Right.
But it's like people were saying that energy weapons don't exist. Well, then what do you think the Star Wars program was created for if energy weapons don't exist?
Well, that's right, and I think it's very important that I think you'd obviously realised by then that what you'd seen in the evidence wasn't like anything else that you knew about. It wasn't something that was in the public eye at all. It was something which you didn't know what it was at that time. You just knew, as you said, it knew what didn't fit any of the categories. That it wasn't bombs, it wasn't laser beams, it wasn't anything like that.
I'm not even saying that the U.S. government did it, but I'm saying that those who study energy weapons probably have a lot better idea than I do.
Secretary, can I ask you a question about some of the technology that you're developing to fight the war on terror, specifically directed energy and high-powered microwave technology? When do you envision that you can weaponize that type of technology?
Goodness, it is in, for the most part, the kinds of things you're talking about are in varying early stages. Do you have anything you'd add?
I don't think I would add much. I think they are in early stages and probably not ready for employment at this point.
In the normal order of things, when you invest in research and development and begin a developmental project, you don't have any intention or expectations that one would use it. On the other hand, the real world intervenes from time to time, and you reach in there and take something out that is still in a developmental stage, and you might use it. So your question's not answerable. It depends on what happens in the future and how well things move along the track, and whether or not someone feels it's appropriate to reach into a development stage and see if something might be useful, as was the case with the unmanned aerial vehicles.
But you sound like you're willing to experiment with it.
Yeah, I think that's the point, and I think, and we have, I think, from the beginning of this conflict, I think General Franks has been very open to looking at new things if there are new things available, and has been willing to put them into the fight even before they've been fully wrung out. And I think that's not referring to these two particular cases of directed energy or high-powered microwave, but sure. And
yes.
We will continue to do that.
Many folks criticize me and say, well, you need to name what the weapon was. No, I don't. I just know what I know that I know. I know what I can prove, and I don't go beyond that. I only go to where the evidence shows, and the evidence shows that you can rule out kinetic energy, you can rule out thermal energy, but you cannot rule out directed energy. And right. I don't need to name the serial numbers or what the operator had for breakfast and so forth, because we know that such a weapon exists because it happened.
I say to people that, we know the general nature of the weapon, but we don't know who owns it. We don't, as you say, we don't have the serial numbers. We don't really know where it was particularly. So, that's the way it is, because that's the only evidence that we've got.
We do know what evidence it produces because that evidence got produced.
Get it. Oh my goodness, what the hell? Just pull it out of the test area over there and put some paper on in the hallway here. This used to be the oh my mercy, 7 long, just under 2 inch by 2 inch solid block of iron. And this is a small sample that just sort of did some strange stuff, but not as impressive as this thing. Try and turn around and get the best light on it here. It's a bit heavy. I'll do a rotary thing here. It's still flaking off pieces of it here. Small bits are all over the place. Seems to be the outer shell. Now the different unique kind of ways this happened. There was a lot of smoke, by the way, but no, the actual sample was cold. I'm not sure if the smoke was like a dust formation coming off of it or what, but these are some of the small pieces that came off of it. There's a bunch of others over in the other section there. I should film that too, I guess.
Welcome to In Other News. I'm Jeff Brady. Today we're going to go right into an interview with John Hutchison, Canadian inventor and experimental scientist. John has been working with field effects for more than 3 decades. The effects from these experiments are the result of interference zones. That is, the result of interfering several beams or fields of varying frequencies of electromagnetic energy in a target zone. Remember when Dr. Wood described how her student who worked in audio design said that if you locate speakers a certain way, you may end up with dead zones where the sound is canceled, or other zones where glass and china could be damaged? Well, Dr. Wood references this concept as the Hutchison effect. It is, in fact, a collection of phenomena that John Hutchison discovered in 1979 when he was making attempts to study the longitudinal waves of Nikola Tesla, as well as the work of others, such as Thomas Townsend Brown. Dr. Wood uses the Hutchison effect in her book, Where Did the Towers Go? Evidence of Directed Free Energy Technology on 9/11, to show what types of known extraordinary effects can result from electromagnetic interference. The Hutchison effect has similarities to other known technologies. Well, some listeners may not know who you are and the work that you've done. Can you just bring listeners up to date with the work that you're doing right now and how you got involved?
Well, I replicated the work of Nikola Tesla and others a long time ago, back in the 70s, and then it was caught by some scientists who came to visit me and then promoted it to the government of the United States. And what I'm doing is levitation at a distance, as well as transmutation of common metals to impossible alloys. So I was one of the first ones on the Star Wars program, where we gave demonstrations to Colonel John Alexander and Los Alamos National Labs, then on to the Canadian government, McDonnell Douglas and many others, and I brought it to main media by a demonstration on Canadian television. So, no degrees, just an interest in engineering and building old machines and that kind of thing, really.
Fantastic. And you grew up in Canada?
Oh yeah, born in Canada, Vancouver. Lived in the mountainside of Canada, North Vancouver, and that's where I built one of my first big giant laboratories was in North Vancouver. Access to many scrapyards and surplus dealers.
And it's one of the most beautiful places.
Oh yeah, you're right in with nature.
Just go back a bit and explain the science to listeners a little bit about the creating a static field, and then the interference zones from the static fields. And maybe is this a connection to what George Pigott was doing or other scientists?
I would say that, going into it is going into like producing certain RF radio waves, frequencies, and high electrostatics, creating standing columnar waves that are projected out at a great distance. It takes a lot of tuning, a lot of engineering to create these effects, and the effects are incredibly strong compared to the power input. They can take a 3-inch steel bar and turn it into a knot, basically through the jellification of the metal. And I'm only working with 110 volts, maybe 50 amperes, household current doing this stuff. And it's been well documented by many different people. These effects seem to, I feel, tap into zero-point energy. And I can relate some of the articles that were accepted by the U.S. Army Intelligence and Security Command was a report written by René Louis Vallée of France, the father of the neutron bomb, who did write up a report on what I was doing and the energy potential.
I can't believe I even have to do this, but here's this video called The Hutchison Effect, and it goes on and on about some Judy Wood garbage. Ooh, whoa, but look over here. You can even see it right there. Goddamn rope. There's a wire. They're moving around on a wire. See it? There's the wire. They edited this part of the video out on purpose. I go on to talk about Tesla coils and free energy and batteries that last forever and a lot of other feel-good propaganda for the scientifically ignorant. Judy Woods and Jim Fetzer and the rest of them that don't believe there were any planes used on 9/11, that was all just holograms or fake footage or whatever.
you're allowed to ask about planes. What do you want to ask about planes?
Plane. Oh, right.
What I say about the planes is, what I show is the buildings turned, I like to go with what I can observe did happen. The buildings turned to dust in midair. Planes can't do that. Real planes can't do that, neither can fake planes. So the plane issue is irrelevant to what happened to the buildings.
That a giant death ray from space came.
In my research for this show, I came across numerous references accusing you of claiming that this was some sort of ray gun from outer space kind of scenario, and yet I can't find anywhere where you actually say that.
I've never said it, and when I came out with this first line of evidence, which showed the bathtub survived, the seismic impact wasn't as great, the building turned to dust, there are these cylindrical holes, these cutouts in it, there's toasted cars, and presented it in Seattle, came back, and it was the 11th of November at Berkeley. Stephen Jones gave a talk where he talked about Judy Wood's ray beams from space and space beams.
Is that where it originated, this false story?
First time I ever heard it.
That a giant death ray from space came and melted metal.
Also, because of the evidence of lack of high heat, you can eliminate the explanation of some kind of thermal energy weapon as the mechanism of destruction.
But not wood and dustified steel, even though the columns are made of concrete. Please, people, why do you pay attention to this? That's what's wrong with our country. Stupid, gullible people. And the best is, incompetent people are unaware of their own incompetence.
Here we have a collection of samples from 1979 to 1989 of metal pieces done by the Hutchison effect apparatus. And we're going to start with the very first sample, which gained a lot of history around the world and also in a lot of national laboratories, which is this very large, heavy steel bar. As you can see here, the crumbling material here is off the end of this bar here. And actually it's a transmuted material that is unknown in the metallurgical handbooks. And this particular sample has been to Germany, in the United States National Laboratories, also in Japan and other locations, and extremely rare material that appears to be a major transmutation. Now, getting into another sample here, we find a heavy piece of what they call extruded brass that exploded with inside itself, ripping it into this pattern here, ripping it apart. Very heavy, dense material. This is another time frame of about 1987-88. Coming to this sample here of aluminum, we find that something wanted to get outside of the metal itself. And looking at it, you can see that the pressures inside of it indeed tried to get out. And going to samples that have other samples sitting on top of them, we have here a knife that was on a sample that got itself embedded into the sample, and apparently some type of transparency perhaps did happen. This particular sample was anchored down and a machine was given to shave off the top layer of aluminum to get to this level here. This is extrusion alloy, not cast aluminium. And if you observe very carefully, there's a shadow of the knife itself embedded in the metal here on the back. So that's a stainless steel kitchen knife embedded in a piece of extruded alloy. We get to a piece of again, extrusion with a piece of wood inside that has actually came up several times in various samples analyzed in Germany and at the national laboratories. Wood mixed in with the structure itself. We're not sure exactly on this sample how much wood, maybe a cubic inch or more inside here. And coming to other samples, we find again samples that have ripped themselves apart and rejoined, as you can see in this little sample here. And then we come to breaks that indicate actually a lot of stress, as it's a nice clean cut and looks like a bent stress. So this is broken in a fashion perhaps like that. And then on the other side of the coin we come to something that looks like it was ripped apart or turned to jelly and ripped apart and frozen in time and space. This large aluminum sample, again extrusion alloy, was once one piece and was totally formed like this after some experiments, actually seen on video. We come to more hard materials such as stainless steel that are just bent and twisted around with a lot of little pot marks and pieces falling out of it. Again, similar to the large piece of steel that I just mentioned, for being the very first sample. And this is just many samples that I do have and that other people do have that still are undergoing analysis around the world. And new theories are coming up almost weekly on what has happened here. On conventional physics, it would take terawatts of power to do this. There's no radio waves or anything that can do this. There's no electrostatic fields or lightning bolts that can do this. So in the way the theory is, keyway is made up of electromagnetic and electrostatic fields that I produce, opening a doorway into another dimension that allows any kind of amount of energy to come in and do this, to create these effects. And it must be on the order of terawatts to do this. We've had larger samples, of course, fall apart, break apart. And basically, again, it seems to come back into a circle that the universe supplies all the energy needed for mankind and also for propulsion and space travel. I don't go into mathematics at all. I visualize things and always joust, so to speak, the conventional scientists or the scientists with the mathematics by saying that intuition is a shortcut through math. I visualize this and I put it in the best words that I can find. I can actually see the atom. I can see the different interactions of the dimensions inside of an atom. And I can explain it in those terms, visualize it, and actually do it physically. But mathematically, I am a basket case when it comes to trying to understand mathematics. And I only use math in quantity. Like in electricity, I need mathematics. In electromechanical engineering, I need mathematics, just basic measurements. But when it comes to the exotic math, I'm a lost cause, so I must rely on intuition, which gives me a lot more to see and a lot more to do. I believe in doing it, and making the thing in reality instead of just drawing up a lot of numbers. There's a little bit of backbiting, but there's a lot around the world, scientists, very high-powered scientists, that were involved in the old Star Wars program, talking a lot of this now. They get into the psychic aspects of it, also the physics aspect of it also. A lot of the work is coming out and released. With Lawrence Livermore. Still, Los Alamos is a little tight, but it's slowly loosening up. Colonel Alexander now is into remote viewing. He's the head fellow involved in non-lethal weapon technology. He made an appearance on a program called Encounters. Ed Dames is now out of the INSCOM group, Security Command group, now is on sightings. So there's a wave of media also coming forth, such as these programs showing what is really going on. Even ABC and NBC did a special on is remote viewing true or false, and they've got a positive situation on the 1/2-hour program. ABC, I believe, or NBC, one of the big networks in the States. So there's a lot of breakthrough in media coming slowly, but it's coming out more and more. And this will give people something to look at and think about.
John Hutchison tried to reproduce all of the effects that Tesla had talked about, or many of them, and got this weird set of data that's parallel to what we saw at the World Trade Center. Jellification, bent beams, slow bending of metals, shredded metal structures, peeling appearance, like in the cars, fusion of dissimilar materials. There's a whole list of things. But there's one that might be interesting to you. Metal luminance without heat. It looks like the metal's glowing, but without being hot. This was in Baker's Trust, which was across the street from Tower 2. That's pretty weird. How do you get it to bend like that or wrinkle up? Looks like a curling ribbon. If you get a beam to buckle, that's one mode. Here's another mode. It sure doesn't do that. Now, they cleaned it up, repaired it all, replaced the beams. After they got it repaired, deconstruction begins. Why did they repair a building? To take it apart? They decided to do that right after they did some dust studies. And when they took it apart down to the level where it was very damaged, look at these beams. They look like they've been at the bottom of the ocean for 100 years. A lot of the truthers have said there's, evidence of molten metal, but we haven't determined that it's hot. Perhaps it's metal, perhaps it's liquid, but it's not hot. And if this thing had been digging down in and pull up something, certainly these jaws would have heated up, and from thermal conductivity, this would be hotter than 82 degrees centigrade. And above 82 degrees centigrade, there's permanent damage to these things. Mm-hmm. So how could that be very hot to have, hydraulics digging down into, something? Mm-hmm. There's something else going on there.
Right.
There were no reports of malfunctioning equipment and destroyed equipment because it was too hot.
We have the videotapes. The firefighters reporting molten metal like a slurry or a steel mill or a volcano. Those are quotes. Giant pools.
What about the pictures of them dragging oxygen hoses all over the steaming supposed hot metal? If it were that hot, you wouldn't dare do that, would you?
Well, we do have the infrared photos of the molten metal.
Well, again, what melted the metal? Was it heat?
That's a very good question. It's also one of the first times I've heard Alex Jones speechless. Here's this famous USGS image that folks say is evidence that it was high heat. They claim that at point E, it was 819 degrees Fahrenheit. Water boils at 212 Fahrenheit. This guy doesn't look like a boiled chicken. More proof of concept. What this is, I can't say how it happened, how 9/11 was done, because I wasn't there in the operating room. What I can say is how to reproduce each one of these effects. And looking at known evidence of the same kind of anomalies elsewhere. Well, here's this guy named Nikola Tesla that we don't learn much about in high school, in physics class. Incredible person with incredible imagination and outside the box for sure. Well, John Hutchison wanted to replicate some of Tesla's work. he can reproduce all of these effects. You know, the same thing we saw on 9/11. And here's someone else who's done similar things. Talk about levitation.
Mm-hmm.
George Pigott, who just over 100 years ago, or 101 years ago, got a patent on this, back when they used to give patents for this type of thing. He has this electrostatic field he creates, and then interferes something else into it, some other kind of energy field, and suspends metal balls. Levitation in that field. I like how he sits over here in his bow tie, observing his experiment.
With his legs crossed.
He needs a lab coat. But he's got some interesting things going on here. Okay, that's interesting. Well, John Hutchison creates a static field. Used to do it with Tesla coil, but then moved to using a Van de Graaff generator, and then interferes within that static field various radio frequency signals, such as microwave, and gets these weird effects. Either something levitates, or it crumbles, or it dustifies, or fumes. And anyway, here's the case of weird fires. We've seen those pictures before. Here's John Hutchison's boat experiment. You talk about wanting to see the apparent spontaneous combustion, the weird fires.
Uh-huh.
You know when the gizmo is in operation because the water is jumping up. And then when he turns it off, the boat lights up. It's like it's the result of turning it off.
No kidding.
And remember with the World Trade Center, it was after the towers had gone poof because the dust was up blocking out the sunlight. And the various first responders would say, well, thank goodness the car in front of me just went into spontaneous combustion because now I can see where I was.
Huh.
There's quite a few of them that talk about that. There's one gal, an EMT, whose coat caught on fire, or apparent fire.
Uh-huh.
She was a human flashlight. And she didn't suffer from burns. Nothing hit her. Here's where the towers were, FDR Drive. That's West Broadway. I sometimes refer to it as the swamp because it kind of looked like a swamp. With all the wet paper, fire hoses on the paper and dust and junk. Only the cars there were toasted. That's the toasted car park, FDR Drive. Now some folks believe that the cars were towed there. Well, not all of them were towed there. I don't know if any were, but I know some were not. There's a first responder down here who witnessed the spontaneous combustion of these cars, and like George Stephanopoulos' friend, was trying to explain it away and thought maybe a fireball got loose from one of the towers and rolled down the street and caught the cars on fire. That was the best he could come up with. Also, what was interesting is over here on the Manhattan Bridge, there were some first responders, some EMTs driving towards the World Trade Center. They said you could feel the heat from the bridge. It was so hot from the towers. But paper over here was not burned. How could you feel heat from there? I'll bet you felt something and interpreted as heat. some kind of energy field, because that's quite a distance away. Now look at these jellification kind of weird things, and the two in the top are from the WTC and the two in the bottom are from John Hutchison. The same kind of curly metal that's, and while the gizmos turn on, it's like Jello. And I make an analogy with it like the game of musical chairs. So using that same kind of idea, let's say while the music's playing, a type of music, the energy system, that all the molecules are kind of up and moving around. And the music stops playing. They've got to grab hold, and sometimes they don't grab hold in the right place or get all the way back together. But while the music's playing, the material is like Jello. It's just easy to flow and to bend without heat. Mm. It's like the molecules have let go of each other.
I found it hard to believe that it actually bent because of the size of it and how there's no cracks in the iron. It bent without almost a single crack in it. It takes thousands of degrees to bend steel like this.
Typically you'd have buckling and tearing on the tension side, but there's no buckling at all.
And architects, engineers, people who work with steel, welders have just never seen the level of destruction and the level of deformation of this material in our lives.
How dissimilar materials merge. We have interesting effects from Hurricane Andrew over here on the left showing this 2x4 through a palm tree.
Right.
Now, explain the aerodynamics that would cause that. Or this piece of plywood, and we've all heard about the straw in trees, but we're given this kind of old wives' tale of the straw was flying so fast it stuck in the tree.
Yeah.
And this Russia guy has a nice collection of these from tornadoes. Imagine, again, go back to this analogy of the musical chairs. If while the music is playing, the tree's kind of loosely structured together, and the straw comes flying along into the tree, and then the music stops playing and it's stuck.
Right.
John Hutchison ended up with this knife in aluminum. The example I like the best is the block of wood in aluminum, which I'll show you next, I think, or a few after this. Now, here's another phenomenon I found, but I didn't know what to think of it. Instead of forcing it into any kind of cubbyhole, I just set it on the shelf and waited. And when that night I was going through John Hutchison's blog, the first time I saw something that would explain why you have this peeling effect on these car doors. These are not laminated structures. Why would you get to the split thickness of the door, the door peeling apart? This police truck over on the left side, is peeled like somebody took a cheese peeler to it.
Right.
And the bottom is John Hutchison's bar of aluminum. It's about inch and a half tall, 2.5 inches, 3 inches wide, something like that.
Yeah.
And it's just peeled up by layers.
And that was solid aluminum, and now it looks like layered.
Right, and it's extruded. It's not laminated.
Wow.
And if it's melted from heat, you don't have sharp edges on it like you have here.
Right.
There's something else going on there. There's one of these samples he had sent to, I think it was the University of Texas Metallurgy Department, Materials Department, and they had no idea how it was made or how they could possibly reproduce something like that. And then we have, here's the aluminum block. Now he has that plywood platform, and he had a piece of aluminum on it, and after he was done playing around, he realized the aluminum was stuck to the wood and chopped it out, and then somebody ground it down, and you can see that the wood is right, abruptly fused to the aluminum. Jeez. If aluminum is hot enough to melt, it's going to be burning up that wood.
Yes.
So how do you explain that? The two at the top are from the World Trade Center. Mm-hmm. The top left image is the only remaining file cabinet that belonged to Ben & Jerry's, and it had dollar bills in it, $20 bills in it that the police were able to return to the owners of the Ben & Jerry's store. And even colored folder dividers in it that weren't burned. So it's not heat that did that. And it's a clump of coins in the top right picture. It looks like a stack of pennies there. Zinc melts at a pretty low temperature. and well before it even boils before copper even melts. So you kind of expect there to be some explosions or something if this was all melted together, because zinc is one of the lowest melting things. And you get, it looks like a nickel or something in there. You get all different kind of coins, but that is not melted together from heat. A lot of people assume that and use that as proof of that, but if you start looking at it and thinking at it carefully, there's something else going on there.
Oh, yeah.
The mechanism matters. And what John Hutchison seems to have done is figured out how to unlock a key to this other source of energy. Think of also stacking up a bunch of dominoes, and you want to get them all on the ground, so you go one by one and turn them over and lay them on their sides.
Mm-hmm.
Or you get a needle on the end of a thread, just tap the first one, and they all go down.
Right. All at the same time.
And let's say John Hutchison has figured out how to unlock the key to that needle on a thread that can tap the first one.
Wow.
Yeah. And so it's figure out how these things interact. And we could also look at natural forms of this. So let's go to the next slide here. Yeah, remember something about a hurricane?
One funny thing I think of if only a hurricane had come on 9/11.
You missed that one. This was on 9/11. There's the hurricane you wished for. There's New York. Right off the end of Long Island, Cape Cod, it was actually raining that day. That hurricane was the longest-lived hurricane of the season, the first major hurricane of the season. Started out at the end of August. Came up this way, and the 4 days leading up to 9/11, it went in a straight line to New York City. 8 o'clock in the morning, it pulled up to a chalk line, stopped, and turned around that afternoon and started heading out of town. On 9/11, the 3 major airports surrounding Manhattan reported thunder. In JFK Airport, LaGuardia Airport, and Newark airports. So we know that hurricane was close enough to cause a static field around it. Here's what was shown on these four networks about 10 minutes to 15 minutes before the North Tower got its hole, before the first event of the day. So there's no reason to not have business as usual. I drew in these red arrows pointing out the lightning all around the perimeter of the country, because there's this high pressure system, and all around the edge of that you had an electrical storm going on. But here's what should have been shown. And a weatherman that I know, Scott Stevens, said, like, how much effort does it take to put an icon on the map? Here. This is the approximate size of the hurricane and the location at that moment. In full view, it's right against the coast. Let's look at the Earth's magnetic field. Oops. Several days before 9/11, it was kind of uneventful. Now, this was recorded in Alaska, ground-based magnetometers at 6 different locations. I also looked at satellite magnetometers. That was uneventful until about a day later, until a day after 9/11. So there was no space storms, the sun didn't have any coronal mass ejections or anything like that in this time period. These vertical lines are when each of the major events happened on 9/11. WTC-1 first gets its hole, and then WTC-2 gets its hole. WTC-2 goes poof, 1 goes poof, and Building 7 goes poof. But the key thing here is approaching this. Notice about 20 minutes before the North Tower gets its hole, the magnetic field starts to shift downward. As soon as it gets its hole, it starts back upward. And as soon as the second tower gets its hole, it goes horizontal again. But it starts going downhill, really goes downhill after Tower 2 goes away, and then when Tower 1 goes poof, it really drops off and it's haywire all afternoon. Until Building 7 goes poof. Just coincidence, right? So here's the magnetometer readings. Here's the weather reported at JFK Airport. Notice the humidity goes down in a linear pattern. This is the pressure, air pressure at JFK Airport. Notice it was going up because we had the high pressure system moving in. At the same time, the hurricane was moving in from the other direction. And guess when they met? 10 a.m. on the morning of 9/11.
As we went over Maine, we could see New York City and the smoke from the fires. Our prayers and thoughts go out to all the people there and everywhere else. Here I'm looking up and down the East Coast to see if I can see anything else.
Yeah, remember something about a hurricane? Well, what is a hurricane?
A Tesla coil.
It's like a supersized Tesla coil.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be darned.
Guess what it produces? A static field around it.
Oh, no kidding. Mm-hmm.
And the 3 major airports around Manhattan on 9/11 reported thunder. JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark airports, all around Manhattan, reported thunder that day.
Even on a clear blue day.
Right, because you know how ahead of a hurricane or storm you get dry thunder?
Mm-hmm.
You have a charged static field in the air. Remember this past spring, I think it was April 3rd, there were these flying trucks in Texas.
You told me about those, yeah.
It was a whole bunch of tornadoes around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And they had flying trucks. It looked like they're a couple hundred feet off the ground, gauging by the length of the truck. And I've got a couple of videos here that from that. And notice that these trucks seem to be under some sort of levitation or anti-gravity. And you don't have much of anything else other than the trucks. And see what other similarities when we watch this.
These right now, these tractor trailers we're going to show you, they look like Tonka trucks being thrown through the air right there, and then they piled up. There it is right there, right after the massive twisters. They were just flying through the air and twirling.
And entire neighborhoods were torn up. We have the roof ripped off from a home. The entire bedroom looks intact with a flat screen TV still there. Another home there, 2x4s shooting through the walls like missiles. So much of the destruction caught on tape as it happened around 1 p.m. Dallas time.
And again, those were deadly weapons, but no one was killed.
We've got complete coverage of the storm.
As it went across a transport company, trees flying through the air, the trailers, there you go, a couple of semi, look at that, the beds of the trailers hurling, twirling around in the sky and then dropping down from at least 50 feet high down into the ground. We saw trees, there goes another semi.
And it's spinning.
It's spinning, down it comes, bang, lands on its nose right down at the ground. Big piece of a tree there that just got hurled up, I believe it was. So certainly we have seen a destructive tornado on the south side of Dallas, still within parts of the area near south of Grapevine, north of Arlington, a possible tornado in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex area, as well as over on the east side of Dallas, in toward the area around the Mesquite area, just to the west of Mesquite and east of...
And actually, there's another video of that same house from Texas. There's a video from the other direction where you can see the bookcases look undisturbed. They're against the wall that was closer to us on this one. And it looked like a stack of papers there. Nothing was ruffled. That's not wind that does that. There's something else that does that.
Amazing.
Now, we saw a lot of trucks flying around here. What else is you see in common with that, with 9/11? Cars are up on rubber tires. Trucks are on rubber tires. Trucks aren't grounded, or they can't discharge as quickly.
All right.
How about trailer parks that often are known to get nailed by tornadoes?
Right, they're not properly grounded. Mm-hmm.
Right. I wonder if somebody really, super grounded their trailer, if that would be less likely to get nailed. You know, sometimes tornadoes will skip a house. I wonder if that's why.
Right. Interesting.
Also, there's evidence of levitation on 9/11.
Looking down, I was across the street, and I picked up the camera just out of habit. And something in the back of my mind said, run, run, run. And never in 20 years of shooting in New York have I run from an assignment. But something in the back of my head just said, run. And as I hit the corner of Liberty Street, it was almost being picked up by a tornado, almost being picked up by a wave. It was like being picked up.
The black cloud.
That black cloud had substance. It was like night, but it had a solid feel to it. It was like gravel, hot gravel, and just picked me up and tossed me about a block. At one second I was running, and the next second I was airborne. And I lost my glasses, I lost my cell phone, I lost my pager, but managed to hold on to both cameras.
But it threw you for a block?
I was back down at Ground Zero last week and walked the area where I have a pretty good recollection of where I was and where I wound up. And it was just under a city block.
Someone else also talking about levitation.
And there was this blast of warm air. It wasn't hot. It was warm. And it picked me up and threw me up against the wall of the building that was...
You were picked up off the ground.
Physically picked up off the ground.
There was also a first responder who was levitated and floated down the stairs. She didn't know how that could happen, so she thought that she must have died and had God carry her down the stairs. Because how else could she float down the stairs?
This huge, incredible force of wind and debris actually came up the stairs.
That feeling of just riding the air.
Very, very fierce wind, and my helmet started lifting me up off the ground.
We go up to the 105th floor and look over, and you have all these people hanging out the windows here.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to look at this one guy in particular. Right above that gas is where he is. You don't have a lot of fumes coming out their windows. And you look, and you got a guy without a shirt on and somebody without pants on, and hey, they've taken their clothes off.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see this guy here who appears to be hanging from a hand and a foot out of the building from the 105th floor, taking his pants off. Now, why is it so important to take his pants off, and why outside the building?
Right.
And put yourself there. If you heard the building was on fire, what would you do? I'd run to the bathroom. I'd get myself wet before I lost water pressure, and I'd be wet. If the sprinklers came on, I'd be wet. If the sprinklers didn't come on, it was hot, I'd be sweating and I'd be wet. So it seems to be a good chance that these guys are wet. Now, there's certain energy fields that affect water differently than something that's dry.
Right.
Think of your microwave oven. You can put a paper towel in there that's dry, nothing much happens to it. If you put a paper towel in that's wet, it cooks.
Right.
And the active denial system that they use for crowd control that zaps microwaves at a crowd, they say if your clothing is wet, it's hundreds of times worse. And people just want to get out of the way of it. So if that's the case, that would be, if not necessarily that there's microwave in there, but if there's some sort of energy field in there, it could be affecting their clothes because their clothes might be wet.
Right.
It could be affecting those differently, and why they would feel it so necessary to take their pants off outside the building. And they obviously want to live because they're still hanging on.
Right, right.
And if there's smoke or something like that inside, firefighters don't fight fires in the nude, so clothing is what you want to keep on in the case of fire. But let's say for whatever reason he wants to take his pants off. Why not just take a big deep breath? If there's smoke inside, step in, take the pants off, and step back out. why take the bands off outside the building? The firefighters, and they had never seen people jumping from a fire except maybe once in their entire 20-year career had they seen anybody jump from a building.
Wow.
And why would somebody, jump to certain death?
Right.
And not just hang on and, wait for, at least you have a chance.
Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hundreds of them, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
As the firefighters, gave various estimations, but somewhere around 3 to 4 people per face of Tower 1 per minute. So let's take the lower number. Let's say 3 people per minute from each face. There's 4 faces, so 3 times 4 is 12. So that's 12 people per minute coming out of the building.
Oh my goodness.
For 100 minutes, that's 1,200 people.
And from that point, they had not even a clue that the buildings were going to disappear.
Right.
So they had no reason to think that they were in any kind of imminent danger, at that point.
Right. Like the EMT on the bridge. You said you could feel the heat from the bridge.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
That's right.
So something people perceive as heat
Right.
may not necessarily be conventional heat.
Radiation of
Melissa
some.
Doy, who was that famous one that was called 911 and said, "Help! I'm burning up! It's really hot! Nobody can breathe. Everyone's choking. I can't breathe. The air is supposed to." Not once did you hear her cough. And at first I thought this was fake, but I thought, no, wait a minute, it can't be fake due to some various other reasons. So I put it aside until it finally clicked. This person thought they're hot, thought they're burning up. And, when you're in a hot tub, there's a limit to how long they let you stay in there.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because after a certain point, your muscles do not function. You can't get yourself out.
Wow.
And so if somebody's really hot, they might be talking like that. Not, it's really hot, I'm really burning up, nobody can breathe. She was hyperactive and no slurred speech. There was something else affecting her other than conventional heat.
She felt some sort of radiation, right?
Some sort of energy field that felt like heat.
Right. Gave the sensation of heat.
Right. And it gave the sensation that she couldn't breathe, but she wasn't choking or coughing any time during this 5-minute thing. And 5 minutes is a long time to be going on with this. That in itself was long enough time for her to be cooked.
And she's sitting in the fuming.
Or in those floors, I think it was the 86th floor or something around there. Mm-hmm. But at first listening to it, you have to realize it's like seeing glowing things sitting on a piece of paper. Mm-hmm. That something else is going on here. Like hot people are lethargic. They're not, if they're overcooked and they cannot get out of a hot tub or get out of the sauna if they're overheated.
We had someone in the chat say, Ruckus actually said, if I perceive heat, I say it's hot.
Right. So she's perceiving something, whether it's conventional heat or something else. Something is painful to her.
Mm-hmm.
It's a sensation, right?
Right. It's a sensation like the EMT on the bridge. She could feel some sort of sensation from there. And we know that can't be conventional heat that she was sensing from the bridge.
It's not burning. It's not going to burn you.
Right. It's not. Well, it's not a conventional fire, but it's something else going on. And there's also various testimonies of the building coming apart and people coming apart up there. It's a pretty horrible, awful thing. And it was this fellow that I'm pointing to in the upper left corner, taking his pants off, that I sort of felt dedicated to, because somebody's got to tell his story, what he was experiencing. He's so giving us so much information there, and it's almost to waste a life by ignoring it. These guys would want us to know what happened and to tell their story.
Oh, they would.
And that once I realized that, it was so much more easy to look at the images. Because, I'm their spokesman. That's how I felt. I made them a promise. So I don't say that the Hutchison effect did this. I don't say that. I'm just saying here's a known proof of concept that of something we know that can do that same thing.
Yeah.
At tritium. Kind of interesting. It's usually something that comes from nuclear reactions, but here we don't find any of the ionizing radiation that you get with nuclear reactions. Some aluminum with holes in it. Material is changing. This was a sample of dust from the Bankers Trust that when they decided to take down, look at all this zinc, the before and after. Like 3,500 times as much zinc from the control sample. Now we're going to look at John Hutchison's sample. He's got, let's just look at the relative amounts. You have a lot of copper and much less zinc. This is for brass. In the affected region, you have about equal amounts of zinc and copper. Zinc boils before copper even melts. So we don't have less copper because of heat, because the zinc would be the first to go. What's going on here? Now let's look at some of the samples that were collected from the WTC. You have a variety of all sorts of strange things in the air. And if you look at the melting or the boiling temperatures of these things, there's no rhyme nor reason to the amount of the quantity. It isn't that the things that boil at a lower temperature are more prevalent. What is even more bizarre is that organic material was also found with this, which shows it was not from a high temperature process. Now we get to the most exciting slide. This is from leaky nuke plants, what they pollute into the waterways. The amount of tritium, this is exponential, logarithmic actually, and it's a very high number. This is what is produced in the cell with cold fusion. This is what was found in the basement of WTC-6, the one with all the cylindrical cutouts in it. And this is normal background. What I use the Great Lakes for normal background. And this is from atmospheric nuclear bomb testing. You can see over time it's decreased. So it's gotten down there pretty far, but this is definitely above normal. A lot of folks say a nuke was used on 9/11. Well, do you think they could have kept Chernobyl a secret? People all the way around the world measured the fallout from that. If there was some kind of a regular nuke used in Manhattan on 9/11, do you think they could have kept that a secret? People all around the world would have measured it. There was no Geiger counter measurable radiation that came from there. Here are some relative numbers. If compared to what was measured at the World Trade Center in terms of tritium, the background levels are 1/50th. What was measured with cold fusion is 50 times that, but that was in a cell. Keep in mind, the World Trade Center had fire hoses on it. The hurricane rained on it. It was diluted down somewhat. Leaky nuclear plants have 18,000 times that. What was measured at the World Trade Center was definitely above background levels, 50 times background levels. There was tritium there. Now, why?
But what I want to play now is a couple of clips in relation to cold fusion, which features Stephen E. Jones.
What else? And then I did postdoctoral work at Cornell and Los Alamos National Lab. So I've been around the block a few times. I have a publication in Scientific American with a dear friend of mine, Johann Roselsky. That was back in 1987, July. You want to look that up? The title of our article is Cold Nuclear Fusion. Yes, that's correct. We're talking there about muon catalyzed fusion. It was just a lot of fun. For a number of years, I was the principal investigator for the Department of Energy on this study of muon catalyzed fusion.
Amazing. So you've headed up investigations for the government before.
Yeah, yeah.
And now
Department of Energy funded our research. That's right.
Is it a shortcut to fusion energy? I don't want to disappoint anyone. I think I'll read my lips answer here, and then I'll carry on. I think that'll become clear why I'm saying that. Can you read my lips on that back in the back? It says no. Energy is a long way off. That's why I say no. This is our result. Just way off. It's I think a door that's open to us, but really a door on physics more than on energy. Geophysics in particular could be an interesting area.
I didn't realize that you were at the helm of this right from the beginning.
Well, at the helm of the cold fusion part of it. In fact, that was the title Paul Palmer and I gave to what we were doing, which is, we sometimes called it metal catalyzed fusion because the fusion occurs in metals. What they found is, I think, very interesting. So as I pointed out to, especially to Fleischmann, I said, look, you can't call this fusion if you don't have the nuclear products commensurate, the same level, to go with your heat. And heat means a lot of fusion if it's fusion. Well, by now, there's still a lot of workers in this field, including myself, really. But what I've said from the beginning was, it does not look like fusion. You should not call it fusion. Now, the conference next month, July, was at the University of Missouri, and I'll be there. But the conference is titled Anomalous Heat Effects. I like that much better. Anomalous heat effects, you see. Not heat due to fusion. Okay, it doesn't say that anywhere in their conference write-up. Rather, it's anomalous. We don't know what it is. And that's what I tried to... And even Fleischmann, shortly before he passed away, rest his soul, did admit that, it was a mistake that he had made to call it fusion way back in, it was 1989. They had their press conference.
Okay, so there we heard Stephen E. Jones explaining his role in cold fusion, which is, in essence, it's an energy phenomenon. And the problem for the powers that be, the folks that are managing everything and creating our reality, is that cold fusion appears to demonstrate an effect where, under certain conditions which are still rather poorly understood, more energy can be obtained from the experimental apparatus than is put into it. In other words, at certain times, energy seems to come from nowhere, and there appear to be nuclear products which only are produced in a nuclear reaction. Now, Jones falsely stated in that clip that Martin Fleischmann, who was one of the co-discoverers of the cold fusion process, as it became called, he falsely described that Fleischmann decided that it was a bad idea to call it fusion shortly before he died. And in fact, Fleischmann, that wasn't the case. About a year after they first published their results in 1989, they thought that the idea of fusion was incorrect. They just thought it was a nuclear effect of some kind, but not necessarily fusion. And you'll hear Fleischmann quoted on that shortly. So again, Jones is creating an illusion about what's been said about the cold fusion process, and he actually contradicts himself, because he said he named the process cold fusion, but then he said that Fleischmann couldn't call it fusion. But it was actually Jones that helped to put this terminology in place, and that was also part of the information management around the whole operation, which still persists to this day, as we'll hear. And in fact, what happened to Pons and Fleischmann is, because they came up with this concept that you could get energy from nowhere, they were attacked, they were vilified, they were called all kinds of things, and you can read about that in Dr. Eugene Mallard's book, Fire from Ice.
A few people realize that what I talk about is just the evidence.
Yes.
And only the evidence. And what turns people off on looking at my work is all these rumors of ray beams from space or space beams, which I don't ever talk about.
Yeah.
And a lot of the people at the energy conference had probably heard that and were turned off of my work.
Oh,
but
right, even at the conference, even with those...
And they listened to my presentation and they turned them around 180 degrees.
Oh, great.
They realized that, wait a minute, you know, and they saw the connection with the energy conference, and it was wonderful. It was a wonderful conference, wonderful opportunity to turn this around, reverse it. But what's also interesting is in 2009, Pons and Fleischmann were vindicated by this 60 Minutes show where, yes, it is indeed a real phenomenon.
Yeah.
And Fleischmann was asked if he regretted anything. And he said, yes, I regret allowing my colleagues, or my competitor, to call this cold fusion. It's a low energy nuclear reaction.
Right.
It was called cold fusion in the same way that my work is called space beams.
Oh, okay, I see.
And it was by the same person.
Right.
It was called cold fusion in the same way that my work is called space beams.
Oh, okay, I see.
And it was by the same person.
So in other words, when you give something a certain name, that's part of the perception management process.
Yes, indeed, because that gets fixed and locked in, and it takes quite a bit to change that, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Because they were assuming that Bacchus was, you know, spiking his sample because it didn't have the ionizing radiation that high temperature fusion has.
Yes.
Because it's not that type of fusion. It's a different process.
Well, and also, and then we'll come off that topic, you know, the hot fusion, you know, gang, I mean, they draw in gazillions of dollars and pounds, gazillions, in their research. And I don't think the other energy really does.
I like what you said about Fukushima.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that people like Stephen E. Jones, if you go and look at the evidence of what he's tried to do with this data and this evidence, if you look at what he's actually done, he is essentially set back cold fusion phenomena research or low energy nuclear reactions research by 20 years.
Yes.
And then if you listen to Pons and Fleischmann, by the end of the 1990s, they had sustained reactions going on in their experimental setup. They were funded by Toyota. I think they got their funding pulled.
Yeah.
So I blame people like Stephen E. Jones for what happened at Fukushima, because there is no need for us to be using that technology, and many other people have said this.
I agree,
I think
absolutely.
if you couple together what Dr. Wood has unfolded in the study of the World Trade Center destruction, you can see the energy phenomena is real, you can clearly see that it's linked to cold fusion, and you can see the players that are involved. And so somebody has got that knowledge, somebody has engineered that physics, because what happened happened.
Yes.
You know, that's not a theory. What happened happened.
And Nikola Tesla was afraid he wanted to give free energy to the world, but he was afraid it would be used for evil purposes.
Yes. Yeah.
Been there, done that.
Yes.
You don't have that risk anymore. It's already been done. Until now, those who developed free energy technology in the secrecy of their basement have wound up suicided.
Yeah.
The beauty of, if there's any silver lining in this cloud from 9/11, is it was a demonstration to the entire planet that free energy technology exists. Think about it. Now people can develop it in the light of day.
Yeah.
As long as people are aware of that. Until now, folks have had to take some blind faith leap that, oh yeah, I think that person does whatever, or go to somebody's lab and witness this. But with 9/11, the entire planet can know that free energy technology exists.
It's just that we don't know that's what it was.
Right. We've been told, collapse, pile, terrorists.
Pancakes.
Yeah.
Where's the syrup?
Right. And it's like people learn with flashcards.
Yes.
Instead of with just their eyes.
Yeah, indeed.
they refute ray beams from outer space, but that's not what my book's about.
You're talking about, as someone else asked me earlier, Dr. Wood says maybe there's a beam of laser or microwave from space or something that came down, and she says instead of thermites. Well, I'm saying, look, there's a lot of evidence for thermite, and on the other hand, some exotic laser or maser beam, I'm one that's open to suggestion, but boy, there better be some pretty good evidence, you know. And I haven't, it looks to me like the thermite explanation fits the data quite well, and so that's where I stand on that. But plus the fact that it takes a lot of energy. If you're sending a beam of laser from space, you've got to have an enormous energy source in space to do that. And that's been looked at. It's tough. It's a tough problem. It's almost ruled out there. I don't think we have such a weapon, thank goodness.
Okay.
I've looked at her site.
We have another question. Here, so you can carry on your conversation with Dr. Jones after the session, and you can debate with him at that point.
I do have one quickie, though, on that. She also talks at her site about, look, the calculations need to be done more. But the other thing is the cars, which I talked about, those look very much like thermite for the reasons I explained. But the other thing is the cars, which I talked about. Those look very much like thermite for the reasons I explained. She says that's a laser beam hitting things, or a maser. But no, that would not account for the pockmarks in the plastic and the corrosion in the steel like thermite does. So really, I think that already the thermite explanation is much better. Plus, she needs an energy source for her high-energy weapon and some place where it exists. I'm sorry, we need more data to support that.
Wouldn't you say that being that they're, first of all, their objective is just to confuse everybody and to not solve anything. But wouldn't you say that the best advice we can give those people that are attacking this evidence and trying to quash it or confuse everybody, wouldn't you say that the best advice we can give them is to submit their own case in court and let their case be decided by the, in the public, in the best interest of the public?
Right. Put your money where your mouth is. If they are so sure that they're correct, why aren't they doing anything about it? You could ask them, who are they protecting?
Who are they protecting?
Why aren't they proceeding with their evidence?
I have an important question to ask you. Is there a reason why AE 9/11 Truth or the 9/11 Scholars or all these other, Grand Poobah organizations, is there a reason why they haven't filed in the court system anything about nanothermite?
Well, it comes down to several things. Remember I said that I filed a request for correction to NIST and became a whistleblower in doing that.
Right.
Because I submitted my evidence to a government agency. And right after that, that was when the AE, about 3.5 weeks after that was when the AE 9/11 Truth's website first went up. After I submitted that request for correction to NIST. And then they submitted theirs, but theirs didn't have anything about thermite in it.
Mm-hmm.
This is a submission to a government agency. And, at the time they were whining that I was an op and so forth. And the evidence shows the reverse because, if you are, it's a felony to defraud the government.
Mm-hmm.
But, you wonder, okay, what are all the reasons you can think of why they wouldn't have anything about thermite in their request for correction to NIST? They basically were saying, you have great data, you just need a little bit more of it. It was pretty benign.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a bunch of, mumbo jumbo. And so why wouldn't they have put thermite in there or molten metal? The two hallmark things that they talk about. And I could only think of 3 reasons. 1, they really don't think it's important. 2, they know it's a crime to defraud the government. Number 3, they know it's treason if done so by someone who works for another government agency, because that's doing psyops on a government agency. That's attacking the government.
Right. So there's a good reason why they don't do this.
Can you think of another reason?
No, I certainly can't. I certainly cannot. Now, you were also through the court proceedings, they attempted to sanction you for bringing a frivolous lawsuit. So essentially, they tried to establish that your lawsuit was bogus. Were they successful in doing that?
The defense did. Right. No, every single time they did that, it was decided in my favor that no, it wasn't a frivolous case.
So it's essential to bring up to the public that at no point in time, and this is per the court's ruling, was your case frivolous or unfounded.
Correct. And there's no defense that the opposition had. They could not defend what I had presented. they refute ray beams from outer space, but that's not what my book's about. Or space beams, because this is what the rumor mill has said. I really think that, with this reliance on the internet, that it's sort of really aiding to the destruction of human thought, because the opinions are ready-made for them that they just can select. A lot of people feel that an opinion and an internet connection make them an expert about whatever belief that they want to select on the internet, as though it's a computer game and you get to pick the outcome. And the outcome is, well, I don't want to, believe that such weapons exist, so I'm going to pick another choice. I'm going to say that firecrackers did it, or that chocolate chip cookies destroyed the buildings. Then I'll feel safe. So it feels like it's a choice, and well, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I've heard that a lot. Or everyone's entitled to their own views. This is not a view. This is not an opinion. The towers basically turned to powder in midair. Most of them did. I'm not saying 100%. That's another thing that the opposition likes to say. Oh, she's saying every single bit of the building turned to dust in midair. No, the majority of the building turned to dust in midair. And that's demonstrated by, all the evidence is consistent with it.
Now, can you define, for those who always, and I hear this all the time, and they call you Judy Woods. First of all, it's Wood. Why is it that they say Judy Woods theory, hypothesis, and they never say evidence? Why is that?
To instill doubt. It's a way of being able to undermine the credibility of evidence. It's a way of denying evidence, marginalizing evidence. And for example, there were firefighters waiting in knee-deep water right after the event. On 9/11, there was a water main that was broken, and they're wading through it. Yet folks say that it was real hot, molten metal. Did they use their waders to go through the molten metal? It doesn't make sense. They don't stop to think. And if it was molten metal, where's the re-solidified big nuggets of re-solidified metal?
And I have a sample of this molten metal. Previously, molten metal here. Just a tiny sample. This is really all we need.
I'm not saying there was no liquid metal, but it was not hot because, you'd had steam explosions. You have to look at the evidence. I think we all can remember the paper that was blown all over the place. Why wasn't the paper on fire if it was so hot? And the biggest thing is the 14 survivors in Stairway B, they walked out of there on their own steam. Their own way of getting out of there. They didn't complain about having been cooked to death, come back from the dead having been cooked. No, they were alive.
But then the strangest thing happened. This beam of sunlight came right in on us, like about 8 inches long, but it was clearly sunlight. It was all dirty and full of debris, and it looked like pepper was floating around in it, sort of. But it was sunlight, and I'm like amazed now. It's a 110-story building above us, and I'm looking up at the sun.
And it's another thing. Oh, all went into the basement. Well, they haven't established that. They're just putting that out there as a theory, but that theory is easily omitted, saying, well, did the building fall down, make a detour around those 14 people to get to the basement? How could it fall into the basement and go around those people in Stairway B? So there's a lot of, if you look at the facts, it omits this other, but then that takes away these people's security blanket. If they can't handle what happened, they want to believe that all the material was there, it was just stuffed into the basement, even though there wasn't enough room in the basement to fit the buildings.
I remember during college, I took criminal law. And I remember that there was an order of crime solving, and you know, they discuss forensic science, which is the application of scientific knowledge and a methodology to legal problems and criminal investigations. Isn't this the same way you must treat this crime scene in 9/11?
Very much. It must begin with what happened.
And I wish to extend my thanks to Dr. Judy Wood for taking time out of her schedule for this interview. And on behalf of our ragtag band called DC 9/11 Truth, I welcome you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Dr. Greg Jenkins set up an ambush interview in a side room at the National Press Club, Washington, D.C. Why did Greg Jenkins plan this interview without telling anyone who knows Dr. Wood? Why did he bring at least 2 professional video cameras, recording equipment, special lighting, and a camera crew to the National Press Club that evening, and not attend Jim Fetzer's presentation? Jenkins and/or his group tried to talk Dr. Wood out of going to the restroom, saying the interview would only take 2 to 3 minutes. But Dr. Wood felt she couldn't wait. She saw the cameras for the first time after she came back from the restroom. Dr. Wood insisted on switching seats with Greg Jenkins because there were other people in the room who were watching the interview, and Dr. Wood did not wish to be forced to sit with her back to them. The people helping Jenkins felt they needed to change the lighting and camera positions. As you can see in the video, Jenkins is well lit and Dr. Wood is half in shadow for most, if not all, of the interview. They set up their ambush 2 rooms away, out of sight of the Fetzer presentation. It is not clear how they got access to these rooms, as the doors seem to have been locked before they were there. How did Jenkins know Dr. Wood would be there? Who told him? She was a member of the audience on her way to the restroom when they asked her to answer the questions. And why did Jenkins keep his plans of this surprise interview a secret? Why did Greg Jenkins present his ambush interview as if Dr. Wood were the invited speaker at the National Press Club? Dr. Wood had no idea she was going to be interviewed, much less filmed. But she did agree to sit down for 1 or 2 questions on the condition that no permission would be granted until she had authorized the final product. Jenkins did not obtain a notarized signature, and no preview was ever offered by him or anyone connected to him before he posted the video on Google, though he had agreed to do so, sharing an email and a phone number. But both the number and the email address turned out to be fraudulent.
All right, I guess the first question is you have come up with some ideas regarding space-based weapons and the demolition of the World Trade Center towers, and I was wondering if you could give like an overview of the proposed types of weapons that could be used for such a thing.
We haven't really got into listing them yet. Just energy weapons.
In what form?
I don't think we even need to define it. What we did was assemble all the pictures, evidence that we trusted, and just going through the evidence, just looking at it, because at that point, what sort of motivated this paper was, wait, we've been told this story, that story, that story. Let's wipe the slate clean and start over. Let's see what evidence we do believe instead of relying on this rumor mill. You know, we're told about molten metal, but nobody's ever seen a picture of these rivers of molten metal. Let's see if we can find any pictures of it. Let's see what we can see. And so I started just looking through pictures and pictures and pictures. What were they telling me? What's the evidence? Okay. And what categories of information? And you start putting these categories of information together, and it starts building in one direction and eliminating various other possibilities.
Okay, okay. Well, I mean, no matter what the beam that is used in the situation, will involve, I guess the term you use is dustification of metal, or I guess another way you could get rid of it.
We're trying to invent a new word.
Yeah, might as well, right? will involve, I guess the term you use is dustification of metal, or I guess another way you could get
We're trying
rid
to
of it
invent a new word.
is yeah, might as well, right?
Poof, you know?
Yeah, or the vaporization of the metal in the towers, one or the other. Have you done any energy calculations at all to get a scale for what is involved for doing that?
But we don't need to get distracted by those values. If you look at the pictures and look at the scrap pile when it's all done with, is there any question that the building was pulverized?
Well, I do have some questions, but
Is there any question that the building was pulverized?
Well, I do have some questions, but I've come up with an energy scale for the problem. If you use, like, say, a photon beam, a laser beam of some kind, you run into some problems, and namely the amount of energy required to evaporate the steel in the towers is.
Wait, you're specifying evaporation.
Sure.
What about dustification? This is not productive. It's not educational.
It's educational for me.
What's the subject now? Is it steel? Is it concrete? Or is it dust?
You choose, please.
This is a game that you're playing.
I'm really not playing a game.
This is a game that you're playing.
I'm really not playing a game. I'm just trying to figure out what it is you had on your website. I'm just asking questions regarding...
What is your question? Ask the question, and we stay on that subject through the whole sentence.
Through the whole sentence,
See if you can handle that.
Okay, I'll see if I can handle that. Okay. Let's see. All right. The buildings collapsed in a larger area than their footprint. Would you agree with that statement or not?
No.
No.
They did not collapse.
How big was the debris field?
We covered that already.
Okay. Let's see. All right. The buildings collapsed in a larger area than their footprint. Would you agree with that statement or not?
No.
No.
They did not collapse.
How big was the debris field?
We covered that already.
Anyone, in my view, who denies her research without taking a close look at it is either stupid or they're on the payroll. And that's a bold thing to say, and I wouldn't usually bother to say something like that, but I feel quite strongly about that. And I've seen her interviewed countless times. I've gone over her research, at some length, to say the least. I have seen numerous attempts to debunk this woman, and they fail. And they fail because she is not dealing with anything other than what is there, right in front of our eyes.
Really? Really? The people who recommended this book to me, saying that it was the proof that 9/11 was an inside job, either haven't read it or don't live in the real world. Hi there people of the internet, it's me Miles, and about 2 years ago I found myself stranded in New York for an extra day. This was because my flight was cancelled and I couldn't get another one until later on in the day. Now, by this time I'd already been working and travelling for quite some time in America, and I'd ran out of money and I was just knackered. I just wanted to go home. So I thought, you know what, bugger, I'm just going to waste this day. I'm going to walk up to Central Park, have a bit of a sit down and just wait for my plane. But my friend said, aha, today happens to be the 11th anniversary of September 11th. You've got a YouTube channel, why don't you go down to Ground Zero and talk to some of those people there? So I went down there with my little point and click camera and interviewed some people. The footage I got was published over the course of 4 months in a 7-part miniseries, which aimed to tackle and debunk from a scientific perspective some of the more prevalent theories around the 9/11 truth movement. To this day they're still quite popular and a lot of people comment on them still, and one name that keeps coming up over and over and over again is Dr. Judy Wood. At the time of making the series I did a quick Google search, and when I discovered her and her cringeworthy hypothesis about how the Twin Towers collapsed, I laughed and shrugged it off and continued with my mini-series. Now the reason I didn't go after her theories is because they are at the very fringe of what the truther community actually believes. And they don't actually represent the truther community. And I thought, you know what, this is low-hanging fruit. If I go after her, I'm going to be accused of just going after the easy arguments, and I really wanted to stick my teeth into something quite beefy, if that makes any sense. Since then, 2 years have passed, and people still bring up Wood's name in the comments section. What's worse is now I'm accused of being a coward and too afraid to actually go after her theories. But not anymore, because I've got myself a copy of her book, Where Did the Towers Go? Evidence of Directed Free Energy Technology on 9/11. Evidence of Directed Free Energy Technology on 9/11. Yeah, and I gave myself the challenge of reviewing the chapters and the interesting theories it contains.
Why is it that they say Judy Wood's theory, hypothesis, and they never say evidence? Why is that?
To instill doubt. It's a way of being able to undermine the credibility of evidence. It's a way of denying evidence, marginalizing evidence.
But before I start, who is this Dr. Judy Wood, BS, MS, PhD? Dr. Wood is a graduate and former professor of mechanical engineering. Her PhD was in materials engineering science, master's in engineering mechanics, and her bachelor's degree was in civil engineering. She's also an advocate of fair use, which means I'm pretty sure she'll have no problem with me reviewing her book. Now, presumably the reason why she's so pro fair use is that she doesn't own the copyright to any of the images inside this book. Without a doubt, she's highly qualified to talk about the collapse of the Twin Towers.
Look at the cover of my book. What it shows, it's undeniable to anyone who looks at it. The building is just frothing up in the dust.
But you wouldn't think that after reading her book. In the first chapter alone, she makes basic mistakes which are inexcusable of someone with her qualifications. Right off the back, the book paints a terrible picture of Judy Wood, as not only as an incompetent engineer, but also as a not very nice person. She discusses where she was on September 11th and how she felt when she first saw the Twin Towers being attacked, and she says, "When I saw one of the airplane-shaped holes in one of the buildings, I began to laugh, in spite of all the tragedy of the events, because I was reminded of watching a Roadrunner cartoon."
Something my lawyer explained to me that he learned in law school. When the law's on your side, you talk about the law. When the facts are on your side, you talk about the facts. When neither the law nor the facts are on your side, you talk about something else, anything else.
And if that wasn't bad enough, she found it necessary to include a picture of one of the Twin Towers with almost like a Wile E. Coyote cutout in it. I'm going to go off on a tangent here, but I think it's important to bring this up. Now, as many of you will know, all my videos are based on blog posts on my website. The idea is if they become popular enough, or if they're good enough, they get turned into videos for you lovely people of YouTube. And this one is no different. Unfortunately though, it was DMCA because I used the pictures out of Judy Wood's book. The man who's claiming ownership of the images is a Mr. Thomas Potter, who is not taking action on behalf of Dr. Wood, has a history of DMCA abuse, and in the past has harassed the families of 9/11 victims. Not only did my blog post fall well into fair use, but the book I was taking the images from also was claiming fair use. It just goes to show that if a DMCA like this can be filed and upheld, the DMCA is broken. Also, you've got to love the part in the DMCA where he says, "The offender has a history of DMCA violations," and then links to a blog post saying how I've been illegally censored. I think this kind of shows the caliber of person reading and believing Judy Wood's book. Low blow for the win! But anyway, let's go back to the book. It then abruptly changes direction and begins to talk about the collapse of the Twin Towers.
A 110-story building above us, and I'm looking up at the sun.
And a split second later, I opened up my eyes, and I was just sitting there, totally numb, looking up at blue sky. Then it got dark from the smoke and everything, and I started to cough. I started to feel pain in my leg, and I said, I couldn't even believe at that point that I was alive, and I survived that, and there was nothing above me.
It works out that an object falling at the height of the Twin Towers in a vacuum would take around 9.2 seconds to hit the floor. Then, using seismic data collected by Columbia University, Dr. Wood concludes that both towers collapsed within 10 seconds. This, however, is contradicted by every single video and picture that we have of the collapse. But Dr. Wood ignores this because she says the collapse is hidden in immense dust clouds. and therefore the videos can't be trusted, and there also might be time distortions. While this is true, it doesn't change the fact that they all showed debris detached from the towers falling below the point of collapse. If indeed the towers did collapse at freefall, then the point of collapse should be at the same point or below the falling debris. Unbelievably, Dr. Wood has a quote from NIST practically spelling this out on the same page. NIST estimated the elapsed time for the exterior panels to strike the ground after the collapse initiated in each of the towers to be approximately 11 seconds for World Trade Center 1 and approximately 9 seconds for World Trade Center 2. She also makes an incredibly embarrassing mistake when it comes to interpreting the seismic data. She says here that World Trade Center 2 fell at 10 seconds and World Trade Center 1 fell at 8 seconds. But they didn't. What she was measuring here was actually the seismic activity from debris hitting the floor. At this point, the Twin Towers had already started to collapse. It's incredible. The North Tower began to collapse at 10:28:23, give or take a second, but Dr. Wood misinterprets the peak at 10:28:31 to be the start time. We then see the largest signal around 10:28:36, and this is when the heaviest rubble is hitting the ground, until about 10:28:39, by which time the majority of the debris has fallen. This is where the 8 and 10 seconds come from in her book, and it would take nothing to fact check that, to make sure that's alright. That's incredible! This woman has a PhD, and she made such basic mistakes. My God!
In 2005, a number of reports were issued by NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which were the result of a study mandated by Congress to, quote, determine why and how WTC-1 and WTC-2 collapsed, unquote. In April 2007, Dr. Wood, with the help of Connecticut Attorney Jerry Leapart, lodged a qui tam complaint against some of the contractors employed by NIST. This complaint followed an earlier request for correction, an RFC, with regard to the same NIST WTC report, establishing her as the first to address the fact that this report did not even contain an analysis of the collapse of the WTC. Dr. Wood's original RFC defined how NC Star 1 is, quote, fraudulent and deceptive because it does not address the profound level of destruction of the WTC towers that seem to violate the law of physics. NIST denied Dr. Wood's RFC, admitting they did not analyze the collapse. That is, the spokesperson for NIST admitted that they did not fulfill the mandate by Congress. The title of the report is NIST NC Star 1 Final Report on the Collapse of the World Trade Center Towers. Yet they did not analyze the so-called collapse, or even determine if it actually did collapse. Dr. Wood's subsequent appeal to NIST was also denied, though the qui tam case against some of the contractors that NIST employed went forward. In the original RFC, Dr. Wood stated that, quote, NIST cannot make a statement that the World Trade Center towers came down in free fall, on one hand, and then say that doing so is a form of collapse. Wood also stated that the, quote, use of the descriptive word collapse is incorrect, and points out that according to NIST's own data, their explanation of how the towers were dustified does not satisfy the laws of physics. Dr. Wood uses the word dustify because she has identified a new phenomenon where the building was turned to dust. It was not vaporized by high heat, nor was it smashed by kinetic energy. She concludes from the study that a new type of directed energy weapon was used to destroy most of the WTC buildings. This weapon appears to utilize field effects in its operations, and so is fundamentally different to known types of directed energy weapons such as lasers and masers. Contrary to what Dr. Wood's critics say, her qui tam submissions do not discuss the use of ray beams from space, but they focus on a number of pieces of evidence which indicate the presence of field effects in and around the WTC complex on 9/11. Dr. Wood also points out that the Applied Research Associates, or ARA, one of the defendants in the qui tam action, were one of the contractors for the NC Star reports, and that they are a significant developer and manufacturer of directed energy weapons and or components of same. This, therefore, would be one example of where there was a conflict of interest in producing a truthful report. Dr. Wood's qui tam documents include a study of additional evidence to illustrate NIST's contractors' exhibition of, quote, willful blindness when they produced their part of the NC Star reports. For example, the contractors' own explanations did not address the fact that much of the steel in the towers turned to dust before it reached the ground. Dr. Wood's submissions include a study of some of the effects seen in the aftermath of the WTC destruction, such as anomalous dust effects, anomalous rusting, and anomalous effects seen on some of the surviving WTC steel girders, pictures of which were included in the original NIST documents. The girders are bent and deformed in unusual ways, and because the towers turned to dust, the effects on the girders cannot be explained as being caused by gravity-driven collapse. In Dr. Wood's submission, certain effects on metals and on objects near the WTC are also considered, such as inverted or flipped cars, and cars which are toasted-looking but show damage inconsistent with a hot fire. Dr. Wood's later research has also documented the presence of Hurricane Erin, which was closest to NYC at about 8 a.m. on 9/11.
This is a chart that happened most of the day. It starts right after Tower 2 went away, which was the first tower to go away. I won't say collapse. It went poof, it went away. And then Tower 1, that's its demise. And then all afternoon, there's these quarry blasts that were recorded. If you notice down here, you see this cluster of something happening. That's from the Fox Islands, which is part of the Aleutian Islands. They had a little earthquake up there. But there's a equivalent of 0.6 on the Richter scale for Building 7, which is this little line here. It was a non-seismic event. Building 7 went away and didn't make a seismic event that you could register on this chart. Maybe because controlled demolitions don't register? Well, here's a controlled demolition, the Seattle Kingdom. March 26, 2000. The P wave arrives at the seismic station and the S wave arrives at the seismic station. See how closely spaced that signal is. It takes 4 seconds to drop a bowling ball off the roof of the kingdom, just to give you relative size. Yet the ground shook for at least 9 seconds in the major part, so at least twice as long instead of less. Here are other signals. There are 5 different recording stations for Building 7. None of them could see an S wave or a P wave. They calculated when it should have arrived. But you can't see anything out of background noise in any of those. And actually, one of those stations, they couldn't even find a surface wave arriving. But you can see ones like this one here, where, again, the 6.4 is the time it takes to drop a bowling ball off the roof. The surface wave lasted for less time. So what's going on here? No S wave, no P wave. Those 2 waves travel through the earth. This didn't slam to the ground. No big building slammed to the ground. Well, let's look at the possibilities. Tower 2 was the first tower to go away. If you turned all but the bottom 16 stories to dust and just dropped a 16-story building to the ground, it would make the seismic signal approximately that was recorded, which was a 2.1. Do the same thing for Tower 1. Dustify all but the bottom 20 stories, and you get the seismic signal that was recorded. Also, across the street from Tower 1, there were some pieces of steel stabbed in the building, but they weren't above the 20th floor. I think the 18th floor was the highest. You remember seeing that dome that didn't get clobbered? That was across the street from there. And Building 7, if you turn all but the bottom 2.5 stories to dust, it would make the seismic signal approximately the same as what was recorded. This is compared to the Seattle Kingdom. The Seattle Kingdom was really just this concrete ring, and it made a 2.3.
In the first two chapters, Judy Wood doesn't actually stray too far away from what the truther community actually believe. However, in her third chapter, The Jumpers, she goes full bizarre. In this chapter, we get a glimpse at her quite frankly ludicrous hypothesis and why the majority of the truther community want nothing to do with her. This chapter revolves around the images of the people who were trapped on top of the World Trade Center and those who fell to their death. Now, to me, nothing more encapsulates the horror of that day than these images. But Dr. Judy Wood sees something very different. She thinks that these people who fell to their death are trying to show us, well, trying to give us a message. She starts off by talking about Richard Drew's The Falling Man picture, which is believed to be the final moments of Jonathan Burley. She then moves on to other images of people falling to their deaths and begins to say some rather bizarre things indeed. Someone choosing to jump to their death would likely choose to carry something special with them, perhaps a photo of their loved one or even a briefcase or a backpack. Yet it's striking that none of the people in these photos appear to be carrying anything, as if they were caught completely by surprise, or perhaps they were on their way from the restroom. Yeah, because if I was in that situation, the one thing that would jump to my mind is, where's my fucking briefcase? And how do you know that they weren't carrying a photo of their loved one? You can't tell that from these really quite low resolution images. I really wanted to stick my teeth into something quite beefy, if that makes any sense. When talking about another image, she says, "Why would someone begin to disrobe before jumping?" The man in the picture Dr. Wood is referring to is not disrobing before jumping. He was having his clothes ripped from him from the sheer force of the air as he fell to his death. Heck, the only reason we know Richard Drew's picture is of Jonathan Burley, who Dr. Wood began the chapter talking about, is that other photographers captured his fall, and his shirt was ripped off, revealing a bright orange t-shirt, which he was known to wear to work. This disrobing theme goes on for quite a while in this chapter, and Dr. Wood believes the reason why people are taking off their clothes is because they've been exposed to some kind of energy beam that's making their clothes uncomfortably hot, so they're having to take them off. I'm not making this up. She later goes on to say that such a field might be produced by the active denial system. This particularly nasty piece of technology, if you ask me, is a non-lethal directed energy weapon developed by the American military. It works by firing a high-powered beam at a target, heating the water and fat molecules in the skin, causing pain. The system was initially deployed in Afghanistan, and it was so big that it had to be mounted on the back of a Humvee, but it never actually saw any service. The system was a public relations nightmare, as well as not being practical for the environment. For example, it had a 16-hour boot-up time, and its potency was significantly decreased when it was raining or snowing or just dusty. This is the first place where Dr. Wood's theory falls apart, because it was very smoky that day in Lower Manhattan, so the effectiveness of such a beam weapon would be incredibly diminished. But let's say such a weapon existed back in 2001 and on a massive scale. What evidence does Judy Wood have that it was used that day? Well, she's talking again about the people taking off their clothes, and she references a Wired article. In the Wired article, it states that damp clothes actually intensify the effectiveness of this kind of beam weapon. However, when you actually read the literature and around this, you can see that it's actually the American military spinning their weapon to be more awesome than it actually is. Having wet clothes would actually partially shield you from the radiation. .4 millimeters of water absorbs around 86% of the power. Eventually the water in your clothes would begin to boil and it'd be more uncomfortable, but in the short run you'll be able to have an increased exposure time. This does not mean, as Dr. Judy Wood implies, that damp clothes somehow attract the radiation. And remember, this only works for areas covered by the damp clothes. Any parts of the target that are exposed will get the full force of the beam weapon, resulting in agonizing pain. If some sort of weapon like that was used on 9/11, the people at the top of the Twin Towers wouldn't be able to withstand it long enough, because they would have their arms and head exposed, for their actual water in their clothes to start heating up. The next problem in her hypothesis is, why would anyone be directing an energy field weapon malarkey that boils water at a building to destroy it? Why would anyone do that? It is true that metallic objects can absorb the radiation given off by this machine, but a study recently found that foil is good enough, household foil is good enough to actually protect you against such a weapon. So we're meant to believe that the Twin Towers were brought down by a machine that can be foiled by foil. So we're meant to believe that the Twin Towers were brought down by a machine that can be foiled by foil. So we're meant to believe
one woman who
that
wrote
the Twin
this
Towers
book
were brought
trying to
down
convince
by a
everyone that it's
machine
space
that can be
lasers that
foiled
brought down the
by
World Trade Center.
Foil.
The buildings were not vaporized. Vaporization implies heat.
She thinks that there was this beam weapon pointed at the Twin Towers that somehow vaporized the steel.
The buildings were not vaporized. Vaporization implies heat.
So we're meant to believe that the Twin Towers were brought down by a machine that can be foiled by foil. But let's pretend for a second that this actually happened. Is there any evidence out there that contradicts Dr. Wood's hypothesis that this beam weapon is now heating up part of the Twin Towers?
Also, because of the evidence of lack of high heat, you can eliminate the explanation of some kind of thermal energy weapon as the mechanism of destruction.
Yes, there is. There were many cameras pointed at the Twin Towers that day, and all of them were recording in the visible spectrum. A woman named Carol pointed her infrared camera at the Twin Towers and began recording, and she saw no heat spots above the impact zone. And let's also not forget that the people who were trapped on top of the World Trade Center weren't completely isolated. For a time they had working landline phones and they had mobile phones, and not one of them said, hey, you know what, for some reason my fucking clothes are getting hot.
Also, what was interesting is over here on the Manhattan Bridge, there were some first responders, some EMTs driving towards the World Trade Center. They said you could feel the heat from the bridge. It was so hot from the towers. But paper over here was not burned. How could you feel heat from there? I'll bet you felt something and interpreted as heat. Some kind of energy field, because that's quite a distance away.
So, this final chapter is nothing but fantasy that would make the worst sci-fi movie coming from the asylum blush. It's incredibly bad. So now, let's rate it. Tinfoil hats. A study recently found that foil is good enough, household foil is good enough to actually protect you against such a weapon. So now, let's rate it. Tinfoil hats, which measure how much of a crazy conspiracy this is.
You get people riled up, you stir up their emotions, and they grab their pitchforks, they just want to go get somebody. And you aim at whatever you want to go get. And, you know, that's not how you begin an investigation. You need to first establish what happened before you can even determine who did it. If you don't know what it was, you don't have a crime.
Well, definitely 4 out of 5. This thing is completely nutter butter so far.
One thing quite interesting is that this book has been out for almost a year. No one has been able to refute my book, and there's been a lot of interest in doing so. It's been irrefutable. The only thing they can do is to convince others that it is not what it is. That she talks about ray beams from outer space and, you know, lizard monsters from outer space, something, you know, bizarre that sounds bizarre.
So that they don't read it. So they keep them away from reading the book. I think more than getting into your information, Dr. Wood, I think what they're doing is preventing people from opening that door. That's simple.
Exactly. Or shading their vision before they telling them what to see before they open the book.
Right. And because so-and-so who's very popular said XYZ, well, because somebody says XYZ, that means that must be true.
The buildings were not vaporized. Vaporization implies heat.
And lastly, we have the hypothesis championed by Dr. Judy Wood, a violent opponent of the nanothermite evidence, who instead insists that the towers were vaporized to dust.
The buildings were not vaporized. Vaporization implies heat.
will involve, I guess the term you use is dustification of metal, or the vaporization of the metal in the towers, one or the other.
The buildings were not vaporized. Vaporization implies heat.
She thinks that there was this beam weapon pointed at the Twin Towers that somehow vaporized the steel.
The buildings were not vaporized. Vaporization implies heat. Also, because of the evidence of lack of high heat, you can eliminate the explanation of some kind of thermal energy weapon as the mechanism of destruction. So that right there eliminates laser beams from space.
Dr. Wood says maybe there's a beam of laser or microwave from space or something that came down and...
So that right there eliminates laser beams from space.
One of Dr. Wood's hypotheses is a space-based weapon powered by free energy, another undocumented and unproven phenomenon. Given the time windows separating each of the destruction events at the World Trade Center, these couldn't have come from a single satellite-based weapon in regular orbit.
And because so-and-so who's very popular said XYZ, well, because somebody says XYZ, that means that must be true. But if you think for yourself and you're an independent thinker, folks, don't be followers. It's what I'm trying to convey to you.
And it's only going to get worse, people. It's only going to get worse. To believe that there's some kind of energy weapon fired at people, making them take their clothes off, and that we have no evidence for that.
They try to equate the evidence as though it's an opinion. And if it's an opinion, then if they discredit the opinion giver or whatever, then that's the way they cover up the evidence. That's why, the book, the way I wrote it, it empowers the reader. It's totally independent of me. The reader reads the book. They understand the evidence firsthand. They take ownership of that information. And so what if I get smeared? That doesn't change the evidence. They could kill me off. Fine. The evidence is still there. Mm-hmm. And that's what needs to get dealt with. And if somebody is distracting away from the evidence, red flag.
Dr. Judy, have you ever written in the book space beams? Ever?
No, nor have I ever used that term.
That this thing exists at all, and that it was, all this kind of jazz I've just been talking about for the last God knows however long. It's just absolutely ludicrous, and you have to be a special tinfoil hat wearing lunatic to believe in it. The bad science is measured in Schuckelmans. Well, to be honest with you, because I've read more and I know where this goes, I'm going to give it a low rating for now, because it is incredibly bad. But it does have a few points in that are kind of, well, okay, we worked out that free fall, it's 9.2, alright, well done. So that's kind of alright, but still, it's just so shitty with the beam weapon and stuff. So I'm going to give it a 4 out of 5. It's still a horrifically bad science. Now next, normally I do Hawk faces. But I've realised they're a bit arbitrary. I mean, you can tell how angry I am by something by just watching one of these videos, so I'm deciding to change my rating system, and instead of doing Hawk faces, I'm going to do Kenny Loggins. Now the logging scales measures how dangerous something is. But my friend said, aha, today happens to be the 11th anniversary of September 11th. You've got a YouTube channel, why don't you go down to Ground Zero and talk to some of those people there? So I went down there with my little point and click camera and interviewed some people. She thinks that there was this beam weapon pointed at the Twin Towers that somehow vaporized the steel So for example, House of Numbers, the AIDS Nihilist documentary, would get 5 loggings. And this book, well, this is a difficult one. It's probably going to get a very low rating, probably 1 login out of 5, because there is a little bit of danger there, I think. I think if you start to believe in this crap, it's not healthy for you. You can tell how angry I am by something by just watching one of these videos, so I'm deciding to change my rating system, and instead of doing Hulk faces, I'm going to do Kenny Loggins. Now the logging scales measures how dangerous something is. Because there is a little bit of danger there, I think. I think if you start to believe in this crap, it's not healthy for you. So stay away from this book. Which is huge, by the way. It cost £40, which is a lot of money. And on my first glances I just thought it looks like an adult picture book, because it's mostly pictures. It's very well made, but yeah, just stay away from this book, because if you believe in this, it's probably not good for your mental health. Righto people of the internet, that's the end of this video. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and now it's time for the whoring at the end of the video that I always do. So if you liked it, remember to give me a like and all that kind of jazz, and subscribe if you like me a lot, and share it if you like this video quite a bit, because it really, really, really helps me out. So yeah, I will see you internet when I see you next. Goodbye.
Anyone, in my view, who denies her research without taking a close look at it is either stupid or they're on the payroll. I have seen numerous attempts to debunk this woman, and they fail. And they fail because she is not dealing with anything other than what is there, right in front of our eyes.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is May 21st, Friday, 2010. I am Jason Burmis, sitting in for Alex Jones. Let's get to the headlines. The two nation when we merge with these, so that's just a completely ludicrous statement. Jeremy in California. Jeremy, you're on the line.
Hey, I actually wanted to make two comments. The first one was actually a guest request. It would be pretty cool if you guys would interview Dr. Judy Wood sometime about her theory on 9/11.
All right, sir, I thank you for the call. Let's go to Carolyn in Florida. It's unbelievable, man. We're talking about real issues here, and people want to talk about the most Johnny-nonsense stuff you can possibly imagine. I'm not even going to get into that what that caller wanted to talk about. Carolyn, Florida, you're on the line. Jones, Alex?
Hey, yeah, Watson's coming up with key news and info. I'm taking off today, and Jason, the reason you're getting so many crazy calls is what I've tried to explain to you. We don't screen phone calls unless it's on a particular subject, and we say we want callers on that subject, so people take advantage of that. That's why I'm pretty much moving to topic-based calls and specific issues, because we now reach so many millions of people that the haters are the ones that are always going to call in first. And what that does is then distort what we're covering. You know, they're going to call in about chupacabras. They're going to call in about space beams. They're going to call in about, you know, saying we're racist, whatever, to throw us off the issue.
We just flown into New York, and we're trying to get down to meet up with our people. We just heard on the cell phone they're being harassed by the police right now. It may already be too late. We'll see what happens when we get there. Alex, hey, everybody, good to see you. Hey, man. Hey, Luke, great to see you, man. We heard from you about an hour ago. Up here. We heard they were threatening to shut you down. What happened?
Yes. They denied the sound permit. They don't want to let us allow sound permit here. We're going to keep doing it no matter what. And we're going to use our voice no matter what. They can't stop us.
We don't have to thank them for our right to be here and demonstrate. We're the about to go live. We want to jump in basically behind this production.
Send everybody back here. When they're going live, we'll go.
Basically, guerrilla information warfare.
Anybody want this?
Target of opportunity.
When they go back, we'll go.
What are you going to say? We're just going to chant that 9/11 is an inside job. Mainly, it's a message to them that we know.
Radio City Music Hall, just a couple of blocks uptown from Fox World headquarters. Went into a job as an assistant principal in an Ohio medical school. 9/11 was inside. We're in front. 9/11 was an inside job. 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 9/11 was an inside job.
Quiet until they come back to it.
Quiet. And if you hear the shouting, it's a group of demonstrators who've come. 9/11 was an inside job. Oh, get a life. Get a life. 9/11 was an inside job. Inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. Exactly. When we come back, we'll take you into the secret world of restroom gay sex. I think these demonstrators are all into restroom gay sex.
Tony in Florida, you have a question on Rand Paul. Welcome. Thank you for holding, sir.
Hi, Alex. Longtime supporter and listener. That wasn't my question, actually, but I have a question. I'll make it brief, and I'll take
Okay, I'm sorry, because we don't usually screen calls. People have been volunteering what their question is. It says Rand Paul up there.
No, that's a mistake.
Okay. Well, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, I'll take the answer off here. I've been a longtime supporter of architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. In 2011, I came across the work of an engineer with evidence to the contrary. I assumed at first glance that she was either a kook or COINTELPRO.
Hey, wait a minute.
John Harmon just came on and said you wanted to talk about Rand Paul. Sir, we're not screening your calls. You didn't have to give us a fake story to get on and then come on and say I'm wrong. Did you or did you not tell him that you wanted to talk about Rand Paul?
Yeah, I didn't say you were wrong. I said it was a mistake. I figured I'd get the phone hung up on me. I was just calling to recommend an interview with Dr.
Sir,
Judy
hold
Wood.
on just a minute. Hold on a minute. Sir, we don't screen calls unless I say I want people to call in who are in this town that's on fire or something, or there's a mass shooting on a university. Will you call us? That's the only time. Do you not believe me that we don't screen people's phone calls?
No, sir, and I'll respect that. And
No, I don't care. It just sounds weird. I mean, it says, okay, Rand Paul, if you volunteer it, I'll bring it up. Now, start over with what you wanted to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make it quick, and I'll take the answer off the air. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I was a supporter of architects and engineers and 9/11 Truth for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Came across the work of Dr. Judy Wood in her book, Where Did the Towers Go? First, by hearing Jesse Ventura on your show, I believe in 2011, mention her name. Her work is astounding, and the evidence shows that thermal and kinetic means were not employed in the destruction of the World Trade Center complex. Richter scale data is enough itself. It shows that there were no...
Sure, so what's your question?
If you would have her on, and regardless of where you stand, if you'd have her on and have yourself...
Sure. Let me answer that question. And I appreciate your call. I am the founder of questioning 9/11. I mean, there was NORAD stand down. The hijackers were trained at U.S. bases. That's Sacramento Bee, Associated Press. That means I question there needs to be a real investigation. Bush and Cheney weren't under oath, blah, blah, blah. They then turn that into, Alex says, like Wile E. Coyote, Bush blew up the towers. So then again, they misrepresent. I say, hey, they've got weather weapons. It's on History Channel. That turns into, I say, Obama sent a tornado. So they build straw men around what I've really said about 9/11. I want to go with, hey, they said they blew up Building 7. We have scores of newscasts saying they blew it up. Then they say, don't say that, it's a conspiracy theory, when I have BBC, CNN, you name it, saying it. So I wanted to stick with that. People can debate and argue all day at 9/11 Truth what they think happened. Not Judy Wood, and I've let Ventura come on and promote her. I mean, that's fine. I didn't say anything when he brought it up. I don't know her. I know some of the people associated with her got really vicious towards Stephen Jones, Professor, and other people, and then I got attacked by people saying I was covering up what happened, and I better have people on. So when I'm approached like that, I immediately just go, wow, this is like a weird academic fight, like different schools of Darwinism or something fighting with each other. I've just stayed out of it, okay? And that's basically the end of it. And then I'm attacked everywhere for just sticking to what I think is the most important evidence of prior knowledge and involvement. There's your answer.
When people think you make them think, they will like you. When you really make them think, they will hate you.
Well,
so I'm thinking of why were people attracted to this truth movement? First of all, do you think that those who planned 9/11 just forgot to plan a cover-up? They're going to, leave a paper trail to the front door? Mm. And why are people so easy to manage? And I came to the conclusion, and I've also got the idea from a particular blog by Jack Pelham. It was a beautiful concept, using that same quote, that people who recognize that something wasn't right on 9/11, they thought they were clever. And so they joined the truth movement, and they're getting pats in the back. Yeah, you're clever. You figured out the official story's wrong. Aren't you wonderful? But they don't go beyond that because they think they're thinking. Yeah. They're not really thinking.
I have a comment and I have a question. And my comment first is I don't know why you guys always in the 9/11 truth movement focus on how it happened and what came to make the buildings go down and everything like that. I think we should focus on who did it. I think it's very important that people focus on who did it. And if you study the 9/11 truth movement and since its conception, there's always been this certain group of people that has been behind everything. You have John Gould that had 9/11 blogger. You had Mike Berg. You had Luke Radowski, Jason Burmis. You had all these players that were trying to control how people perceived what was happening in the 9/11 truth movement.
Right. And, okay. Do you have a question at all? Yeah, we're familiar with that.
Yeah,
we'll come into that in a minute.
Yeah. Then if you look at who benefited from it, Larry Silverstein's one of them.
Do you have a question?
Louder.
Do you have a question?
Okay. I guess. What is Judy Wood's perception on who was behind 9/11 and who benefited from 9/11 and all these wars that were precipitated from 9/11? I think that should be the main focus,
if you
not
could,
the buildings.
Okay, Dr. Wood, if you'd like to answer that question. Dr. Judy Wood, by the way, yes.
Yes, I'm not part of the truth movement. I'm a scientist and a researcher. I conduct research and I write reports. That's what I do. And I conducted a comprehensive forensic investigation, the only one in the public domain, about what happened on 9/11. And if you do any kind of investigation of a crime, the first thing you must do is determine what happened. Before you can determine how it happened, you have to determine what it is. And then who did it. You have to define what it is. And once I had done that, I filed my information with NIST as a request for correction, which caused me to be a whistleblower.
Right.
Qualifying as a whistleblower, I was then eligible to file a federal QTAM case, whistleblower case, which I did. And the defendants in that case were companies that were manufacturers and developers of energy weapons.
Right.
And they also had a contract with the U.S. government to know everything about any weapon of mass destruction that exists or is being developed anywhere.
Right.
So not only would they know what weapon it was, but whose weapon it was. And they were going to be put under oath if that case went forward. That's the closest we can get to it.
That's absolutely. I was just going to try and add that, but you got there before me, which is great. And so all of that information is available. It's on the websites if you want to go and read it. You know, we only have a certain amount of evidence, and if you want to stick with the evidence, basically we do not have enough evidence to say who quote unquote did 9/11. We don't have that yet.
But we know who to ask.
Yeah, we know who to ask. We know who's closer to knowing who did it than we are. And they
would have been put under oath if this case had gone forward. And this case was dismissed from court with the judges actually stating in the written decision that they were ignoring the law to dismiss the case.
That's right. And
it was not dismissed on merit.
We've talked about this many times. You can go onto the websites and listen to other audios, and you can discover all of that information is there. That in itself is now evidence of what we've done to try and move this forward. So, and also this involves energy. It involves energy, and that's what we talk about. Yes, yep. and that is in common with the energy technology that's been suppressed, which could change the world. What we're essentially trying to show, particularly in the last section, that what happened on 9/11 is very much similar to what John Hutchison did is in experiments. But basically, what we're looking at is nuclear effects. We believe that the effects of these weird fires, it's some type of odd nuclear effect, and it's related to something called cold fusion, which should more correctly be termed low-energy nuclear reactions. Now, some of you in this room may be familiar with Stephen E. Jones, and he produced this paper a few years ago in 2005 talking about the use of thermite at the World Trade Center. Stephen E. Jones actually worked on cold fusion, and he helped to discredit cold fusion, which is also a nuclear phenomenon. It's an energy phenomenon. And where this is all leading us to is that this is an energy phenomenon which underlies what happened to the World Trade Center. And it's actually energy which we could use instead of all the energy sources that we use at the moment, fossil fuels, nuclear power, and all this sort of thing. Now, some people say, well, Andrew, you're all having this argument about whether it's mini-nukes, thermite. That doesn't matter. The only thing we need to do is we need to, agree that the official story of 9/11 is wrong. But everything else outside of that doesn't matter. That's what we've got to convince people of. And I say to them, no, that's not correct, because what we're talking about is free energy that we could use instead of all the destructive sources of energy that we have at the moment. So this is why it's so important. And the other main factor that you've seen tonight is to do with the weather. Now, Dr. Wood would state this a different way to how I state it, but to me, it looks like that Hurricane Erin, was steered or manipulated in some way. And you can see from the data that it went in a straight line for 4 days. So you're either faced with, is that a coincidence or isn't it a coincidence? And at some point, you're going to have to choose which one it is. And I certainly can't say that was a coincidence. So there's something very odd going on with that. So there, just by thinking about that for maybe a few days or a few hours, you've blown apart the whole climate change scam. It's all a scam. And you saw, for example, the levitation effects. This is something that John Hutchison has reproduced as well. So that leads you to the concept of anti-gravity. Somebody able to control the force of gravity. What does that mean? We can have vehicles that we don't need roads. We don't need conventional aerospace technology. All that, somebody in the world, somewhere, has got access to different technology. Okay? So this is huge. It's probably this. There isn't an issue on the planet that this doesn't affect. It's the biggest thing on the planet, and it's needed the biggest cover-up. Very important point I want to make. This is not a theory. Not a theory. It is not a theory. This is what actually happened. What you've seen tonight is what actually happened. It's not a theory. Okay? You go onto the internet. Judy Wood's theory. Judy Wood's hypothesis. It's not a theory. It's a catalogue of evidence which shows you what happened. And by looking at what happened, you can work out what caused it. That's what Dr. Wood said at the beginning. So I just want to remind you all of that. It's very, very important that you realise that. We've got a chance to access this technology and change the world.
Why is the truth movement so afraid of your work, Dr. Wood? And could you take the first answer, please?
Well, it's someone pointed out recently that there's no reason to try to debunk someone unless you have something to lose, or if you have a particular agenda. If you're in search of the truth, nothing should cause you to be afraid of it. And it is quite puzzling why I seem to be the enemy. And I'm not in the truth movement. I'm not competing with anybody. I'm just looking for the truth. And the truth doesn't have sides. It isn't divisive. If everyone's aiming for the truth, everyone should be on the same page and go in the same direction. So it should be actually unifying instead of divisive.
Indeed. And so what would be the fear factor in their perspective?
I can only guess at a couple of things. One is, it's this agenda that they're taught, and folks, after they're taught something, first impressions stick. They have their emotions invested in it. Once they have their emotions invested in it, they don't want to give it up. They feel like they own it somehow, and it becomes a territorial thing. Or they're involved in the agenda. I think most of the people in the truth movement are just following leaders, playing follow the leader. Mm-hmm. And so it only takes a few leaders to start steering things astray. And what I like to ask people is, whoever planned 9/11, do you think it just slipped their mind and they forgot to plan a cover-up? Of course they would plan a cover-up. So what would the cover-up look like? There are going to be people asking questions and poking around. What do you do with those people? You round them up and contain them. Keep them out of trouble.
I think that there are a lot of people in the truth movement who are not afraid of her work and who would respond very positively to it. When we talk about the truth movement, I think we have to make a clear distinction between all those people who want to know the truth about 9/11, which includes me and you too as well. Mm-hmm. Everyone wants to know what really happened at 9/11, how it was done, who did it and why, is part of the truth movement. Everyone who acknowledges that the official story of Muslim hijackers is a lie is part of the truth movement. The problem is not with people in the truth movement in general. The problem is with the designated leaders of the truth movement. They're the ones that are very much afraid of Dr. Wood's work. And there are any number of reasons for that being so. I'll just point out two, which I consider to be glaringly obvious. First of all, the evidence that she presents and the case she builds on that evidence for what happened in terms of science at 9/11, at Ground Zero, is irrefutable. Mm-hmm. And they are terrified of her evidence and her argument because they cannot refute it. They cannot, in a fair argument, refute what she says. And her evidence clearly refutes the thermite theory of controlled demolition. So that's one reason why they're afraid. Another reason why they're afraid is because the designated leaders, that would be Gage and Jones, and the people who have clustered around them, have been hideously duped. And either they are pure dupes who've been caught in the psyops of 9/11, or they are accomplices and accessories to that psyops. I couldn't really say. But they're either one or the other. And in that case, they certainly are afraid of anybody or anything who would expose that dupery. And so I think they're not just afraid. I think, if you'll pardon the allusion to this term, they're in terror. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they have good reason to be. So that's my comment on why they're afraid of Dr. Wood's work.
Indeed. Dr. Wood, would you like to add to that?
Yes, I was looking at some various definitions. In various techniques that they try to cover it up, they don't want anyone to look at my book. My book is pure empirical evidence, and it leads to a conclusion that's conclusive evidence. And so how do you cover that up? You call it a theory. You call it a theory, then you can say, oh, there's no evidence that supports her theories and speculation. Theories. It's a favorite one. And I'd like to ask if by theory they mean speculation, because there's no speculation in my work. I build a case on evidence like a detective solving a crime. What I present is conclusive evidence, and being conclusive evidence, it puts an end to the debating by reason of irrefutability. That's what the meaning of the word conclusive is. Serving, by Webster Dictionary, serving to put an end to all debate and questioning. And so if my evidence puts an end to all the debate and questioning, then what can they do with it? The party's over.
That's right. The party's over in terms of speculation, but the real party begins in terms of getting to the truth. And I couldn't agree with you more, Dr. Wood, that truth unifies. When people accuse you of causing division in the 9/11 movement, that is absolutely ridiculous and irrational, and it's slanderous and deceptive, because you have produced pure evidence, and the pure evidence leads us to the truth, and the truth is what we all come together on. So it's 10 years down the road now, and it's time to see if we can come together on 9/11 in the truth and not in speculations and theories. The moment has come to see if we can do that.
One thing I'd like to add is that my definition of truth movement is more of this, group, because of how I've come to know it. I think if there's truth seekers, and they're individuals, and they organize. The organization I refer to as the truth movement, but that's a definition difference.
No, I follow that
what
distinction.
It means.
Right, I follow that distinction there. But there are many truth seekers who are quite willing to look at your work and who are impeded by doing so by the designated leaders of the truth movement.
There's been a lot of, I've kind of casually referred to them as defectors, who are leaving the organized truth movement and realizing they've been duped. They've been led down a blind alley down a dead-end street.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how cover-ups, I think, work.
That is indeed how cover-ups work, yes.
That's right.
People are led into confusion, and then they're offered false solutions. This is how the PSYOPs operates. There's an enormous PSYOPs around 9/11. And it's beginning to dawn on me now, as I've been paying closer and closer attention to Dr. Wood's work, that on the scientific foundation that she's provided for the evidence of what was done and how it was done, from that foundation, we can start to look at the PSYOPs that was built around it and start to deconstruct and break down the PSYOPs.
So the subtitle of your book is that evidence of directed free energy technology on 9/11. So for some people that might be kind of difficult to understand. What is the connection between the use of this as a weapon, an obvious weapon that took the lives of almost 3,000 people and destroyed, a huge section of New York City, and that connection with free energy used as a positive technology? Could you kind of clarify that connection for us?
Yes, in the early days of this, I was, attacked. Well, I've always been attacked, but I was attacked, and folks would say, "Well, there's not enough energy on the planet. It would take 5 times the Earth's output of energy in order to destroy the towers." Well, why aren't the towers there then? Obviously, that energy came from somewhere. The towers are gone. That's something that is undeniable to anyone. Well, were they there to begin with? Well, I've been up to them. I've touched them in 1976 and 75. So I know that they were there then, and they're not there now. That's a lot of mass to go away. And so we do know that they went away. And you start looking at more of how they went away, it becomes very revealing. As I say, the towers didn't burn up, nor did they slam to the ground. They turned into dust in midair. And I know that because the lack of seismic signal, the lack of appropriate size of debris pile, and the lack of a broken bathtub, which would have allowed Manhattan to be flooded.
And I would just add the vast amount of dust that was created, that was observed.
Exactly. And there's this dust all over the place. But dust came from someplace, and we don't see any, much of any building remnants. So instead of the molecules being attracted to each other, they were repelling each other. That is a change in the molecular basis of matter. I mean, that's affecting that. It's unleashing this unbelievable energy from somewhere. So it's obviously tapped into a way of getting energy, what is often referred to as free energy. And it's my understanding that Nikola Tesla wanted to give the world free energy about 100 years ago, but was afraid to for fear it would fall into the wrong hands and that it would be used for evil purposes. Well, been there, done that. It's happened. So that risk is no longer there. It can be used for good now.
Right, or you could say that the risk that Tesla foresaw, and he should have known, because if we credit him with being a valid scientist who did actually discover this energy, the risk that he foresaw has been demonstrated, okay? And yet there's an enormous irony in that, because in the very fact that the risk of weaponized free energy that Tesla feared has been demonstrated, it also demonstrates that it is real, that free energy as such is a real feasible technology. And so as horrible as it is, as horrible as the events of 9/11 are, they do carry that message. They do declare undeniably to the entire planet that this free energy physics and the technology that goes with it is possible and actually exists today. And so then the responsibility falls on us who want a peaceful world to say, we must claim this. We must claim this for the good of the world and for benevolent uses in society. So the challenge of 9/11 is not merely to find out who did it, to understand the evil behind it, and we must face that challenge, but it's also to open to that fantastic opportunity that it showed us, albeit in a most horrific manner.
We got to the 26th floor, and when the whole building shook, lights flickered, pretty loud noise. We looked at each other and immediately headed right back in the stairwell, and the lieutenant had said, you know, we're leaving. And as I turned the corner on the third floor landing, the stairwell just erupted into a hurricane. This huge, incredible force of wind and debris actually came up the stairs, knocked my helmet off, knocked me to the ground. It's pitch black, large amounts of dust in the stairwell. So as I was crawling around to start down the next set of stairs, the landing just collapsed underneath me. So I dropped pretty much a full floor. When I finally came to stop, I was hanging from a beam that was in between my legs, and I was probably maybe 4 or 5 feet off the first floor. After maybe, I don't know, 30 or 40 seconds, you could start to hear voices in the stairwell, and tried to open your eyes up, but it was next to impossible. You could only keep your eyes open for maybe 5 or 6 seconds before the dust just forced you to shut them. And but I remember hearing voices. I remember hearing my lieutenant calling for me, asking me where I was. And then at this point, I could also start hearing other firemen in the stairwell. You know, who's there? Who's that? Where are you? And then there was a chief that was still alive for a while. Probably he was alive with us for maybe an hour and a half. And then we really didn't hear anything from him. But it was probably after maybe 3 or 4 hours that enough of the dust settled and everything that one of the guys that was up above us, you know, said he thought he could see the sky. And you know, I remember thinking to myself, I don't know how this guy can see the sky. We're on the second floor of, you know, of a skyscraper. But, you know, he was right. As the dust settled, he was able to see out the top of the stairwell, and he could actually see the sky. And then to see the sight walking out of the stairwell, I mean, it looked like something out of a movie. You know, I couldn't even believe it. You know, unless you were there, you wouldn't really believe it. You know, if you didn't know what was going on, and if you clicked on the TV, you'd probably thought you were watching a science fiction movie and not looking at Lower Manhattan.
Okay, James, sorry. One more time, what is your location? Tower 1, which is the North Tower. Airway B is in boys. Command post to rescue 1. Okay, 10-4, North Tower, Tower B is in boys on the second floor.
It's almost hard to believe the sunlight coming, and this is a 110-story building fell down on top of us, and I'm looking at, I'm on the third floor looking at sunlight.
And there is surprisingly so little rubble. Where did all the rubble go?
It's a very good question, Peter, and I have asked some people who've been doing some of the rescue and recovery work this morning. If you look behind me, you can see the very remains, skeletal remains of the World Trade Center. And one volunteer, Robert Gorlinsky, explained to me the reason there's so little rubble is that all of it simply fell down into the ground and was cold.
They do not believe that the Twin Towers and Center 7 were destroyed by fires by
10 years old.
claims in the buildings. Now the buildings
Still
are
think a load of trolls. I think it was lots of stuff on the internet, lots of weird conspiracy theories that people believe. You've got to have controlled demolition, if you like, of those lists.
The whole tour operation said to me, I never saw pools or lakes of molten or previously molten steel. Neither in the subgrade level nor material that was
My God, Galileo was prosecuted by subjected to an inquisition, prosecuted by the Galileo.
Her job, pools under both towers after they collapsed, and Building 7. Now, Building 7 was the Jackie never
I hope this is not for real.
Energy is not a star. She said that the laser beam
They're going to call in about space beams.
Dr. Witt says maybe there's a beam of laser or microwave from space that came down hundreds of feet. She says instead of thermite. Well, I'm saying, look, there's a lot of evidence for that.
Because then it's then
If you listen to the evidence carefully enough, it will speak to you and tell you exactly what happened. If you don't know what happened, keep listening to the evidence until you do. The evidence always tells the truth. The key is not to allow yourself to be distracted away from seeing what the evidence is telling you.